Welcome to What If 4 story of What If Izuku was abandoned by his father and has a blood quirk. Support the author out of the pit. Lestat 719. Part 1. Let's begin. Izuku sat in his holding cell, awaiting his fate, bound and chained. He looked down at his hands, they were bruised and scarred. Hell, his entire body was bruised and scarred. It didn't matter as long as his family was safe. He would have been dead if it wasn't for her. Not that he would have minded, but he had to ensure she was safe. They would both be dead if it weren't for his daughter's unique quirk. Now that honor only belonged to Chisaki aka Overhaul and the Ringmaster. It had taken forever to get the information to the right people. Suppose it wasn't for a chance meeting fight with the underground hero Eraserhead. They would be dead. He had made a deal to help bring down the organization in exchange for his family's safety and immunity for his wife. It had been a terrible run at life. He was 17 and bound for Tartarus for at least 30 years. His mother had died when he was 4, abandoned by his father, shoved into the system, sold into the pits, trained to fight to live, and had to kill to live. Then he meets her: blonde hair, yellow eyes, sharp teeth, a big of crazy and bloodlust. He had made a slight mistake. He wasn't supposed to kill that opponent, but happens. But he had to be punished. The Ringmaster would see to that. They threw him in the gap, not his first visit but not something he looked forward to. He liked things like fresh air and sunshine. Life up top was not great, but there were friends and other fighters that you would bond with and then have to beat to a bloody pulp the next night. Very gladiator-esque. Not stale air and ting in a gap in the corner. Any amount of time in solitude would, but like he said, not his first time. Then the door opened, and in she was tossed, Himiko Toga. Locked in a cell. First they were all fists, kicks, and teeth. First, they fought each other. That was, of course, when he found out that she needed blood. She had been tossed in a cell. He tried to calm her down, but that went oh so well. When she first bit him, he thought nothing of it. He couldn't get her off right away the second time she did it. Then he heard it. She begged him to let her drink. She would give him her body. He froze. It was such a desperate plea. When she pulled back, it was the look of a junkie. She started to pull off her clothes, but he stopped her. He was holding some filthy cloth to his neck. She still had the crazy look, but it wasn't the feral one she first had. He didn't know why he cared, but he was so damn touch-starved that it was the most intimate act he could remember when she was hugging him while drinking. Of course, violence was involved, but that was what he knew. Then they started to talk and form a bond. Neither knew why. They were left alone for 2 weeks like this. Food would be brought to them, and that was it. He wasn't dragged to the pit. She wasn't taken wherever. The Ringmaster knew what he was doing, letting them bond. They would say they couldn't care less, but humans are social animals. That's the thing. Also, when you are locked in a dark room with someone, 2 weeks could be 6 months. When they came to take her, he fought, and she fought, holding on to her hands and trying to drag her back into their little cell, only to be knocked unconscious. He would wake up, and they would come in and tell him if he wanted to see her again, XYZ. Take a dive, win it this time, by this method, go collect this debt and come back. They did the same to her. If you want to see him again, see this client, steal this item, and kill the person who slightly offended the Ringmaster by breathing too loud. It worked. They were pliable then. After 3 years of this, they were hopelessly dependent on each other. She would patch him up and nurse him back to fighting shape. He would wrap her in blankets, hold her, and patch her up sometimes as needed, both used and abused. They had a nice run where life was still a sandwich, but it hadn't been soggy. It started with a kiss. He had pulled away, apologizing. He knew what she would sometimes have to go through. She pulled him back. Everything had always been taken from her. She wanted to give it freely. Then they gave them the little girl. They would fight so desperately whenever they would come to take her. Planned and tried everything they could. Then that bird-masked Sana would just lay a hand on them. Most of the time, one of them, so the other would have to beg and plead for him to restore whomever he had splattered. It was a game. The goons would come, let Himiko and Izuku fight, then he would show up. Splat. Tears. Begging. Do you understand what it is like for a 5-year-old to beg for her mommy or daddy? Hell, sometimes both. It was on a collection assignment that he met Eraserhead. He was so desperate, maybe that is what persuaded the hero. Izuku had no idea. It took a whole year to reach where he found himself sitting. But it was worth it. He closed his eyes and thought of Hime and Eri somewhere, in a park, sun on their faces, playing and laughing. He couldn't stop the tears from falling. That would be his heaven, the sun on their faces and happiness. The raid had finally come, heroes and police, yakuza, and blood. Goons and death. Some heroes had been retired. In the end, it was him and Eri. It was almost over until they created the opening, and All Might finished the deal. They would take that piece of to jail. Izuku couldn't have that. That man would haunt Eri forever. He ran his fingertips across All Might's uniform, collecting his blood, and engaged his quirk. He removed Shiseki's head from his shoulders. The heroes tackled him, they were yelling, and all he could do was laugh. He saw Hime and Eri being loaded into an ambulance, and she flashed him the ringmaster's monocle. It was over. Himiko Toga. Himiko Toga. She sat in a pair of gray police sweats, with Eri sitting on her lap. Eri had fallen asleep as Himiko stroked her hair. She felt a sense of relief. Chiseki and the ringmaster were dead. Then she thought of Izuku and had to fight back tears. She hadn't seen him since they were brought to the police station. She had just finished giving her statement when the door opened. She looked up, and her fear increased. Eri immediately woke up and dashed behind her mommy as Himiko stood up. A hobo-looking man had walked in, followed by a woman with a cat quirk in a suit. Himiko immediately recognized her as part of child safety, as she had some experience with that department. Now, Ms. Toga, please calm down. The man said. Who the is she, and what is she doing here? This is Mrs. Ryu. She is from child safety. We are here to talk about the child. Mommy? Eri said quietly. It's okay, baby. No one is going to take you, not unless they want to get killed. The man raised an eyebrow. Now, Ms. Toga, is that a smart course of action? Not the first time I have had to do something stupid. We need to find this girl's parents. Her mom is right here, and Izuku is her dad. Where is he? Mr. Midoriya is in a cell ATM. Why? He killed Kaichisaki. He was being taken into custody. Mr. Midoriya decided to be the executioner. He deserved it. He would have never stopped coming after Eri. What he did? Toga shuddered. I understand your connection to the child, but nothing. Is there even a missing persons report? You show me that, and we can talk. A glow emanated from behind her and the woman backed towards the exit. Himiko immediately turned around and started to try and calm Eri. And oh, no, I want my daddy, give me my daddy. Eri's hair fluttered as her horn grew and released a blinding light. The man's hair floated into the air, Eri's light stopped, and she passed out. Himiko cradled her daughter. What did you do? I erased her quirk temporarily. I am not sure what it is, but I know it is dangerous. I saw it during the battle. Izuku calls it rewind. She can reverse something or someone in time. She doesn't have parents. When her quirk activated, she killed them. How do you know this? Because I'm her mother, and her dad is brilliant. Izuku. He was sitting, eyes closed, just imagining his sunshine. Izuku Midoriya? He opened his eyes and saw a tall man with gray hair in a red hero suit with a white accent. On his shoulder was a miniature bear. No mouse, no something. Last I checked, I understood I wasn't this crazy. Ah, well it. Do I get a chance to see my family before you ship me off to Tartarus? I am sure that can be arranged. The creature spoke. I am the principal UA. You may call me Nizu. UA? What does the principal of UA want to do with me? Well, Izuku, can I call you Izuku? You can call me anything you want? Well, Izuku, do you want to explain why you decided to kill Kaichisaki? When he was going to be taken into custody by All Might. That is the exact reason. The large man raised his eyebrow. Explain. He was still breathing. If he was still breathing, he was a threat to Eri. I knew I would end up in Tartarus, and I had to know she was safe. And you decided you know what's best? Do you have a name? Vlad King. Vlad? Okay. Vlad, are you married, or do you have kids? No. What about you, Nizu? In case you haven't noticed, Izuku, I am unique. Okay, well, I will assume that the two of you have someone you care about in some fashion. Now I want you to imagine those people being exploded in front of you over and over again. Then you get to see them reconstructed in front of you till you comply. Now, if you had a kid and were not going to be around to protect them, wouldn't you want them to know that the monster was dead? You seem to have no problem doing it, Vlad said. Not the first time I killed someone, hell, not even the first time I did it on purpose. Vlad raised an eyebrow, and Nizu said nothing. Look, in the pits, it was kill sometimes or be killed. It happens. But I did my part. Check with Eraserhead. I fulfilled my end of the bargain, I fed him the information he needed, and I helped with the raid. He makes sure my family is safe. I love them more than my life. As long as they are safe, I will do my time without problems. Tell me about the child, Nizu said. Himiko. Okay, Ms. Toga. Let's say what you say about her parents are true. Her quirk is dangerous, and how do you plan and take care of her? Izuku and I will figure it out. Not if you are in jail. Bull, we have immunity. He told me that whatever hero he made a deal with would ensure we were set up and cared for until we found work. No, Ms. Toga, you have immunity. Izuku negotiated that for only. Himiko's eyes watered. That's stupid. I want to see him. Bring him here. Not now. My associate is interviewing him. The hobo stepped out of the room, leaving Himiko with the lady. They didn't say anything, just sitting in silence before he returned. Would you and your daughter be willing to come with me? I am taking you to see Izuku. Yes. Daddy? Yes, baby, we are going to see Daddy. Toga was led down the hallways. She noticed that the lady followed them as well as a police officer. She had expected to go towards the cells but was led into a conference room instead. When the door opened, she saw Izuku's shackled feet and hands. He immediately stood up as Himiko ran over to him. Himiko threw her arm around him and started crying, as did his daughter. It's okay, girls, it's okay. You're both safe. It's okay. What's this bull? You didn't negotiate for your immunity as well, you dumbass. I'm sorry, baby, I had to ensure you and Eri were safe. It was then that Himiko noticed the strange man creature and another hero. Who are they? That is Nizu. He is the principal of UA, and that is the pro-hero Vlad King. Izuku looked over at Eraser's head. Sup. Why don't we all take a seat? I want to discuss something with the two of you. Nizu said. The couple looked at each other before sitting down. Eri wiggled out of Himiko's arms and into Izuku. She snuggled up to her daddy. The bad man? She said. Gone forever, baby. He can never hurt us again. Eri cried as her father and mother comforted her. Once she calmed down, they turned their attention to Nizu. We have some issues here. The first is that Mr. Midoriya murdered Kaichisaki while he was being taken into custody. After hearing the details and his reasoning, I understand, though I cannot condone his actions. The second is that there are some questions about what happened to the man called Ringmaster. His demise is, shall we say, suspicious. Third, we have concerns about Ms. Toga's ability to secure a stable income to provide for herself and the child, as she has no education. Fourth, the child's quirk is troublesome. While the two of you have developed a system for avoiding any incident, there is concern about what will happen when the child is in daycare. Fifth, there are no records of the child. Sixth, the system has failed all of you. The obvious course of action is Mr. Midoriya, you will serve a lengthy term in Tartarus, the child will be taken into custody, and Ms. Toga will be released until she loses control and attacks someone searching for blood. Then she can join Mr. Midoriya in Tartarus. I want to offer an alternative. I want the two of you to join us at UA. The teachers, sir? The couple what? The child mousy. Nizu held up his hand. Are you insane? Izuku said. Some have said so. But listen, the two of you will join us at UA to take remedial courses to get caught up, then pass the entrance exam and join the hero course. In return, we will provide you with housing and a stipend, medical care for Eri as the help she needs to learn how to control her power safely. When you graduate, you will have an education and skills to support yourselves and her. Or the alternative. How about you release us, and we find our way? Himiko said. How, Ms. Toga, neither of you have any formal education or skills that can legally be used. What do you get out of this? 1. I understand what it is like to be kept in a cage, used and abused. If it weren't for an act of kindness, I wouldn't be here. This is my chance to repay that. 3. The kids that enter our hero course are blind to the world's evils and could use someone to challenge those worldviews. 4. I want to see what you two can do. You intrigue me in the closest thing to hell anyone could experience for no reason. You two came together and worked something out between you to the point that you, Mr. Midoriya, were willing to spend 50 years in Tartarus. I am sure Ms. Toga would trade places with you. Compassion and love should not be in either of you. Yet. What are the rules? Izuku asked. You two will be subject to weekly therapy sessions and have educational benchmarks that must be hit. If you commit no infractions as laid out for other students, you can do as you will, just like any other college student. All you have to do is graduate, and you will get your immunity. Clean records. Eri? Izuku asked. Safe housing, top-notch education, and a chance to make it in this world, Nizu responded. Himi? Izuku, I want all of us to be together. While the thought of school he makes a point. We need some way to provide for her. And this will keep you with us. Will you be my wife then? I already am, you idiot. They shared a brief kiss. Nizu, I have some more demands. Go ahead. I want Eri to be our daughter, adoption papers and everything officially. 2. I want to get married to Himi officially. You give us that and uphold your end of the bargain we are in. Excellent. He pulled out his phone and sent a message. Soon a woman walked in with a stack of papers. Just sign these, and we can begin. Sir, can we talk to you? Outside. Absolutely. What would you three like to eat? Anything is fine as long as Eri can get some apples, Himi responded. We will take care of it. Nizu, Eraserhead, Vlad King. What are you playing at Nizu? Eraser said. I told both of you and them exactly what. Why? You can't tell me Mr. Aizawa you don't see it. There is no reason for the two in there to have a sense of compassion for anyone. Vlad, they both have blood quirks. I have you sent both their files and read them over. Besides, I love a little chaos. He laughed as he started to walk down the hall. I trust the two of you to handle their transition to Housing Unit 115. I will prepare their educational plan. Himiko, Izuku, Eri. They read over the papers. Most of it was over their head. They just signed them. One of your conditions is that we get married? I don't want anything to take you away from me. And also, now no one can take Eri from us. Izuku was uncuffed, and they ate a meal of burgers and fries. It was the best thing they had ever eaten. They were led out of the department and loaded into a car. They rode nervously till they came up to a house. Vlad handed them keys, and Ezer's head gave them a tour. The home was furnished, there was food in the fridge, and some clean sweat. They would see to essentials tomorrow. Security monitoring was on the outside of the home, none inside. They were left alone. They locked every door and window. Himi moved the dresser to block the door. The family climbed into bed together. Eri fell asleep quickly and snuggled between her parents. Izuku leaned over and kissed Himi. You sleep first, I will wake you up for your shift. Izuku sat awake in bed, looking out at the dark room. Himiko took a good look around before snuggling down with Eri. It was the best place she could remember. The pit. Well, that was the pit. Her home was a step up from the pit. Not a significant step up, but it was better than the pit. But the pit brought her Eri and Izu. This, though, was as close to great as she could remember. When Izuku placed his hand on her, the unfamiliar surroundings awakened her. But the way he had awakened her was not in an alert fashion. She gently transferred Eri to him, they exchanged kisses, and he fell asleep. She just watched her favorite show, her husband and daughter sleeping, all snuggled together. Himiko wanted to join them, but they had to get used to this. She would have to take the lead. Izuku had no memory of this life, and neither did Eri. She sat and listened. He awoke 4 hours later on the dot. Slowly freeing himself from Eri, they slipped out of bed and quietly as possible, moved the dresser from in front of the door before slipping out of the room and to the kitchen. Neither of them knew how to cook. Izuku had never cooked anything. They would toss food at him, and he would eat. Himiko had an idea and knew how to make eggs, like a salad, maybe, but I was up to her to try. They searched the kitchen, found what they needed, and got to work. He went to Eri when she woke up, calling for them. He carried her out as Hime served them food. It was the best thing they ever had. Not really, but freedom does that. The eggs were burnt, the salad had unpeeled cucumbers and carrots, but they didn't know how to cook the other things. They washed and cleaned the best they could, found cartoons for Emmy, and just sat on the couch. It was nice. Eventually, Hime took Eri to shower. He followed after they finished. At the knock at the door, Eri ran behind Hime as she pulled a knife from the butcher block, and he went to the door. He opened it, and there was a racer and some woman. Who's she? She is a fellow hero like me and my friend. Her name is Midnight. She was an attractive woman. He stepped back as they entered. Midnight's eyes hardened briefly as Hime returned the knife. They softened at Eri, peeking out from behind Hime. You can call me Namuri. Pleased to meet you, Namuri. I am Izuku, my wife Himiko, and our daughter Eri. Himiko walked over and extended her hand to the heroine. Eri waved and ducked behind her. So, what do we owe the honor, Eraser? Izuku asked. You can call me Aizawa. How was your first night? It was pleasant. We all slept in the same room and tried to cook something, but we don't know how. He spoke. Hime made the best breakfast I ever had. I am sure it wasn't, but it was the first thing we cooked. Or in years, we had a choice, Himiko said. Well, we are here to take the three of you clothes shopping, Namuri said. I can also arrange some simple cooking lessons for you both. That would be good, Himiko said. We need to learn for Eri. So, if you guys are okay, we can go. The High Hills Mall. It was eventful. Izuku had never really thought about clothing. He was given what to wear when he fought. When he would go on collections assignments, it was never his choice. Himiko was much better. The thing the couple agreed upon was that Eri looked great in anything. Aizawa had to calm Izuku down when people looked at his wife and daughter incorrectly. Namuri was heartbroken. Eri had no wants beyond mommy and daddy. Izuku was so under-socialized that it was painful. Himiko was the most normal of the trio despite her manic behavior. They were waiting for violence. It was too peaceful. They were almost looking for it. They needed it. It was their status quo. Moments of peace followed by violence. She was positive that if she told Izuku to beat someone down so Eri could have a tiny candy, he would do so without question. Same for Himiko. Nothing else mattered to them but the three of them. The damn Hero Commission would just take them and treat them like disposable killers. It was dangerous for their dependency on each other. If one snapped, the other would follow along. Watching them get haircuts now was a show. They were staring daggers into the poor woman cutting Eri's hair. When Aizawa told him to sit for his haircut, Izuku followed his orders. He would listen when Aizawa told him and respond to being told what to do if he felt suitable for his family. Namuri Himiko. Namuri made a mental note to get Himiko on birth control stat. Himiko told her they gave her a shot for that, but she couldn't remember when that was last. Also, as Himiko was very excited picking out new undergarments for her to show her Izuku. So, do you and Izuku have often? Not as often as we like. It's a little hard with our unicorn, but we find the time. Do you enjoy it? With Aizu, yes. With the others, no way? But you have to do what you have to do. You know you don't have to do that anymore, right? No offense, Namuri, but I will believe that daily when it doesn't happen. When did it happen? I was 13 on the streets. He promised me food and someplace warm. He lied. I cut his throat in his sleep. She said calmly. You should probably say things like that out loud. Namuri said. Then don't ask the question, Namurican. Himiko responded, holding up a bra. Izuku and Aizawa. So, Aizawa, what do you think our chances are? Izuku said, sitting on a bench next to the hero. Honestly? Aizawa said. No, lie to me and tell me I'm pretty before you give me the ol' high hard one. Izuku responded, rolling his eyes. Slim, but it depends. Aizawa said, his gaze drifting to the store. On? How hard are you and Toga willing to work? You have no formal education. Toga has some, but only a little. You are going to be behind coming in on the educational part. The combat part, you will be ahead. He said matter-of-factually. Yeah, but we just need to get in. If we can get in, we can catch up. You guys gave the best incentive. Ares tomorrow. Hime and I would figure out a way to kill All Might himself. He said. You think you two can catch up like that? I know we can. We must. No choice. He smiled as the girls came out of Vicky's secrets. Did you find something nice, baby? Oh, you are going to love it, Izu, Hime purred at him. The food court. Namiri sat there smiling, watching the young family eat in the food court. The options were a little overwhelming for Eri and somewhat for Izuku, but they had all made their choices. They looked like they were eating top-quality 5-star restaurant fare. Instead of soba, Hime, pizza, Eri, katsutan, Izuku. She leaned over to Aizawa. So, what's going to happen? The rat is going to play his game. When I first encountered Izuku, the desperation for his wife and child got me. He never asked for himself, just them. I am sure he could have been a great hero in another life. To live in that hell and still think of someone else first. Aizawa said, watching the family. So, how much did we go over budget? Namiri said, taking a drink. I lost track after the first stop. Aizawa groaned. I am good for half of whatever we end up at. I want to get Eri some toys. Maybe see I can interest the parents in some books. Are you going to reach out to Lunch Rush? He will be there tomorrow. What about dinner? I thought I could talk you into making something? He pleaded. She let loose a sigh. What about your patrol, BTW? I got it covered. Ah, Shota, you do have heart. Shut it, Nemi. Slowly, very slowly, Izuku and Hime learned to breathe. They had to take some weird test from Mousy, who seemed delighted by whatever they handed back. The first test was on a Monday. The family sat around a small table in the brightly colored room. The parents were learning math, as Eri colored right next to them. They were looking at the other children running around on the other side of the room. The point was to slowly introduce Eri to other children that would be part of her class and keep her parents there so she would feel safe. It took 2 weeks before Eri first went to play with another little girl. In 2 more weeks, she was playing with other kids. Is it wrong that I don't want her to play with them? Hime asked Izuku. I want her with us? I understand, but she needs this. It's normal. We must remember we are not in the pit anymore. So, will we let her sleep in her room tonight? I miss you, Izu. Like I miss you. I do, too. Namiri said that we need to stop barricading ourselves in the room. The security around the school, the alarms on the house, etc. Besides, they are both dead. That's why we did it. Yes, our normal, as Hound Dog said. Our normal isn't other people's, it is what is best for us. The first day she was away was hard for the young parents, but they had started their remedial classes earnestly. It found a rhythm: classes, workouts, dinner, movies, and the park. They loved the park. When he finally saw it. Hime and Eri were playing in the park in the sunshine, he cried. His girls immediately ran to him because something was wrong, but eventually, he calmed them down. It was simple, but everyone had their definition of heaven. His was this: a park, sunshine, and his girls. They would get looks walking down the street. How many 17-year-olds do you see a 6-year-old walking around, especially when the child was calling them mommy and daddy? Hime and Izuku learned to deal with it. Not to result in physically dealing with it. Our normal is not their normal. The two stood before Mousy as he looked over the written tests, his red pen in his hands. They were nervous. If they passed, they were going to the next level. Congratulations, Mr. Mrs. Midoriya, you passed. Please prepare to take your entrance exams. The test is in 2 days. If you score in the top 10, I will double your stipend. Izuku and Hime smiled. If we both make it? Hime asked. It tripled. If neither of you makes it, I'll cut it in half. You're on, Izuku responded. The three of them walked hand in hand toward the exam area. Eri hugged and kissed them as she left for the observation room with Mousy. Izuku and Hime stood outside the exam area, their foreheads resting against each other. For Eri, they said back and forth to each other. After a quick kiss, they separated, entering their exam rooms. Hime sat at the desk, her pens in front of her. Her lucky unicorn eraser. She took a deep breath, they needed this. For Eri, they would get into this stupid hero course, pass all their dumb tests, graduate, and make a life for her. She just sat there, eyes closed, running her mantra through her head. The instructions drifted into her ears. Begin. Hime's eyes snapped open. Izuku sat there looking at all the other participants entering. They were all dressed in their school uniforms, and here he was in black shorts, a red shirt, matching shoes, and hair tied back in a ponytail. Lucky unicorn eraser on his desk. He listened intently to the instructions. Begin. They barely finished with a second to spare. It was hard watching others finish well before them and leave the room. They even saw ectoplasm enter the room and escort some out. They found each other and quickly went to the cafeteria to find some food, choosing to eat outside. They spoke little about the test and were unsure if they passed. They just lay back in the grass holding hands till it was time to head over for the practical. This they were confident in. As they found their seats, they sat and listened as instructions were read. They got a chuckle as President Mike was interrupted by a guy with glasses in the middle of his speech. They looked at two different testing areas. As they left, they both turned and handed each other vials of blood. Letting out a laugh, they headed off to get changed. Izuku sat in the room after changing quickly, sitting on the bench, he sat there. Focusing. He had done this for most of his life, this was easy. Violence was a warm hug, a familiar embrace. It excited him. Hime changed quickly, securing her two blades and Izuku's vial. There was not going to be as much blood today. But there would be some. She was getting so excited. Izuku was so going to get it tonight. He was sure to be pumped up after. A good fight always did something to her man. He had not had one since of the pits. There was a release they found in violence, it was simple and straightforward. Hime liked to keep it simple. Stepping off the bus, Izuku unzipped his hoodie and set it aside as he started stretching. His dark green boxing shorts and black tank top. He started firing off punches, getting limber. He pulled the vial out and poured it into his mouth immediately, his quirk activated. Blood-red wrapping slithered out his arms, wrapping around his forearms and hands. He was bouncing. He wasn't always happy about fighting in the pits, but he did love a good fight. Hime limbered up, ignoring the looks of the guys in her skin-tight suit. She stood up and drank her precious vial. With a smile, she drew her blades. It's a pity it was robots. There was something about cutting flesh, the sweet screams that followed. But today it was about securing victory, and securing a future. Begin. Izuku and Hime rushed off into the city. Hunters on a mission. They left destruction in their wake. Once Hime had dulled her blades, she ducked into an alley, turning into her favorite form. She was so familiar with it, it was like wearing her own. His higher strength was a boon. She lost some speed but was more than adequate for dealing with the robots. When the zero-pointers arrived, she began to return to the entrance. She saw some people struggling. A girl with pink skin was calling for help, trying to free someone trapped in some rubble. Hime hesitated. She remembered calling for help and being ignored, how it felt to scream into the void. Then she found her family, her Izuku, her Eri. She thought of them screaming for help. With a sigh, she ran over. Izuku watched as the panic spread. With a sigh, he fell back. Help, hey someone help. He turned and saw a girl with orange-red hair in a side ponytail stuck, trying to lift some rubble off herself with relatively large hands. Izuku saw some look back, but they just turned and ran. He saw a group near each other. One was large, looking very muscular with peculiar lips. They were all bleeding. He ran over. They looked at him and yelled something. As he ran his hand across their cuts, he ran back and licked the blood off his fingers. His strength swelled. Oh, that's the right there. He came to stop by the girl bending down. Together. She nodded. They pushed and threw off the large piece of debris. He could hear the robot coming closer. Can you stand? No, I think I busted my ankle. He bent down, helping her up, and then tried to escape. The zero-pointer turned the corner, barreling down on them. Its massive fist reared back and came straight for them. They turned, pivoting, and swung. He saw her fist enlarge and this strange red energy course through her arm. He pulled all his strength to his arm, the wraps glowing and looking more like metal bands. Blood explosion. One punch smash. The arm of the zero-pointer crumpled before exploding. He saw her arm. It was a gnarled, blackened mess. His was broken as well. She smiled at him. You know you're kind of cute. She then passed out. He caught her slowly slumping to the ground with his good arm as his strength faded. He saw the zero-pointer rise. Well, time, it rang out over the field. The machine stopped. He was smiling as he passed out. Recovery girl was making her way, handing out gummies and a few kisses here and there. Then she stumbled on that blonde idiot protege. Unconscious lying on top of Izuku, both their arms busted. They had small smiles on their faces. You're lucky I found you and not Himiko, dear boy. The robots came, loaded the pair onto stretchers, and took them out. Izuku woke up staring at the ceiling in the medical wing. Himi sitting in the chair next to him. She was smiling. So I didn't know you liked redheads? Neither did I, but I love blondes. He said with a smile. Good answer, Himi said with a giggle. The old lady says we can go home when you wake up. How did you manage to break your arm? You know that giant robot? He said, rubbing the back of his arm. Yes, she said, a dubious tone to her voice. I punched it, he said, smiling. Himiko just rubbed the bridge of her nose. Why would you do that? It was that or go splat. Hey, where's the girl that was with me? She punched it too. She is in another room with some blonde skeleton guy. I think he is her uncle or something. Himi said. Well, you know all my excitement. How was your exam? I met this girl with pink skin. She seemed nice. They made their way out of the medical center and over toward the monitoring center. They paused at the door. Izuku pulled her close and into a deep kiss. As they pulled back, Himi smiled. It's okay, love. She knew he was nervous about the results, so was she also. Part of their minds was scared about the punishment. Not the loss of money, but if there was some physical punishment. They hadn't experienced anything like that, but it was ingrained in their mind from the pits. A plan had already been formed between the two. They would endure it if nothing happened to Eri. They always did. They would play the game, and once they graduated, they would burn this place to the ground. They could endure pain they had all their life. Neither of them had expected to get moments of heaven before. Izuku seeing his wife and daughter play in the park. Himi's heaven was seeing her family all curled up on a couch watching a movie in peace, tucking her daughter into bed, making love to her husband, and sleeping peacefully on full stomachs. She hadn't dared to dream of such things in the pit. Knowing Izu wouldn't have to go to the pits, Eri wasn't taken and experimented on, and she hadn't had to go do something for the ringmaster. She had told herself that she could die happy if she had one night like that. She was wrong. One night wasn't enough. She wanted more. Every night, every day. She wanted to raise Eri and have her own baby. Live in a nice house, and truly live. She wanted the fantasies she used to think about before going to the pits. The same ones she thought had gone away forever when she was there. She would grab a hold of those dreams and drag them into reality. Nothing was going to take this away from her. No one would take this from her, not if they wished to continue drawing breath. Upon entering the room, the sound that always made anything better hit their ears immediately. Mommy, Daddy. Eri bolted over and crashed into them, hugging their legs before attempting to climb her daddy like a tree. He would lift her, receive his hug and kiss, and then she would dive out of his arms to Himi, repeating the process. They turned and looked at the assembled faculty. Nizu, Aizawa, Namuri, Hound Dog, and Hizashi. Himi could tell something good was about to happen. She could see it in Nimu's face. Namiri and Hime had spent the most time together therapy and Namiri teaching Hime how to do things around the house. Hime was somewhat surprised at how domestic Namiri was despite her public persona. Well, Izuku asked. Niza leaned forward and smiled. You both passed. Not only did you both pass, you did so in ways that no one would have ever expected. You both did well enough on the written exam, and we are all very proud of you for that, but make sure you continue studying because it will only get harder from here on out. The practical was in your wheelhouse, but not only did you two destroy enough robots, but you also managed to amass hero points. What are hero points? Hime questioned. Well, little listener, those are a hidden exam part. The practical exam is geared towards those with physical quirks, while those who do not possess those are placed in a difficult position. So, there are hero points. How do the candidates react when other students are in trouble or need help? So, like my quirk. It's not suited for fighting robots or attacking a giant monster head. If it weren't for having my blades and Izu's blood, then I would have had a much more difficult time. Exactly, the test itself is terrible, and many students get moved to non-hero courses and only hope to become the hero course via the sports festival, Aizawa said. But this year, we finally have something different. 1. The class size has been increased, and 2. We will invite the ones with the most potential back for a second test. You, Mrs. Midoriya, heard someone calling for help, went back, and assisted them out of danger. Mr. Midoriya, you saw your fellow students running, ignoring the calls for help, and you acted. Not only did you retrieve the young lady from the rubble, but the two of you managed to destroy a zero-pointer. Before I go any further, I want both of you to tell me why. Hime answered quickly, no one ever came to help me when I called for help. And no one ever came when I would scream or cry for someone to help me. I know what that is like. No one helped. If Eri were ever in that position, I wish someone would help. Izuku said. It was probably dumb of us to punch the robot and then pass out. That would not be good in real battle, but he shrugged. Aizawa smiled behind his scarf. He would point that out and give Izuku a bit of scolding, but the young man was aware of the problem without him having to say anything. Exactly, Nizu clapped with glee. This response should not be present in either of you unless you were running to save the other or Eri. In my studies of human behavior, this seeming sense of empathy should be severely lacking in either of you. It is delightful. I cannot wait to see this in the classroom. You both passed, and your stipend has been increased. You two will enroll in Class 1A and will be moving to the dorms. Before you say anything, Cementos is creating an attached cottage to keep your family unit together. If you remember, per our agreement, you two have the same requirements as other students, which is part of that. Also, interacting with people your age would benefit you too, Namiri said. I guess that's reasonable. I think it would be best if we moved in as soon as possible so Eri and us can adjust. Eri clung to her. Hime, why do we have to leave our house? It's okay, sweetie, we are just moving across campus to another house. All your stuff will come with us. It is so mommy and daddy can meet our classmates for school. Like when you started to go play with Mika and Ren. Izuku said, comforting his little girl. Eri thought hard about this before nodding her head. As long as we are together. Always, baby, Hime said, kissing her. Over the next few weeks, the family got themselves moved and packed. The only significant adjustment was going from 2-story home to 1-story. So, everything remained the same. They were able to move in a whole month before the beginning of the term. Eri had great fun running around the empty dorm once construction was done. Her epic hiding skills were undone many a time by her silent giggles. The things they had accumulated fit into the house with ease, primarily clothes and decorations for Eri's room. Izuku came in from a workout to find Namiri and Hime looking at pieces of cloth and holding colors to the wall. Being the fool that he was, he ignored it until he came in and found buckets of paint and boxes. He then noticed that their bank account was quite a bit lighter. He was about to complain until Hime and Eri emerged from the back in overalls and painter's caps. Aizawa and Namiri came over to teach them, mainly watching and chuckling as they painted the walls and hung drapes. Izuku didn't quite understand why they were doing all this until it was all done after a few days. Home, he whispered, seeing it complete. He didn't quite understand it but could feel it in his chest. This place with the changes, standing there with his arm around Hime and Eri hugging his leg. He knew it. This was home. That is what Hime and Namiri were doing, the paint, drapes, and tables, all to make it feel like this. For the next 3 years, this was home. Then, they would leave and build a new one and a new one after that. But it would all be home. They could have it, and now he wanted it more than ever. He whispered to Hime, "I love it, and I love you." She turned to him with a smile, "I love you too." As they leaned into a kiss, the giggle from their feet interrupted them. "Me too, I want kisses." Izuku put her in between them, and they kissed her cheeks. They met the first resident a week before anyone was scheduled to move in, and meeting was a strong word. Izuku was enjoying his breakfast when the peace was suddenly disturbed when there was a loud sound outside. "Eri, panic room now!" Izuku shouted as Hime threw him a vial of blood before he ran out. He saw a teen panting on his knees. He had half white and red hair and was coughing up blood on the concrete. Kneeling next to him was a woman a few years older with white hair and some red patches. She looked like she had taken some sort fire attack. Both of their clothes looked worse for wear. He downed the vial of Hime tossed to him as he ran over, activating his quirk. The woman spun on him, ice forming in front of her palms. Izuku slid to a stop, his hands in front of him. "Whoa, hold on a second. I am not here to necessarily attack you. My family lives there." He pointed to the cottage behind him. "Please help Shoto. He is coming," she said, pointing to the boy, as she began to scan the skies. He ran over and knelt next to the teen, dipping his fingers in the pool of blood on the floor and putting some in his mouth. He is not physically strong, but every little bit helps. "Where the hell is the staff? Hey man, you okay? Who is after you guys?" The teen looked at Izuku, allowing Izuku to see his scared face. "Our father. Shoto. Fuyumi." Izuku looked at the booming voice as Hime emerged from the house, blades in hand. Standing over the trio, wrapped in dark red fire, stood the number 2 hero. Endeavor. There were several things Izuku expected might happen today. Playing games with Eri? Sure, it's always a possibility. It was a given for every day. Afternoon delight with Hime when Eri took her nap. Definitely. Solid workout? Of course. Finding the bleeding children of the number 2 hero outside while their father seemed to be the one that put them in that state. No, not just no, but hell no. Yet here he was, he had some blood from one of Endeavor's children and his wife, and was he thinking about attacking Endeavor? Oh, hell to the yeah. After all, Izuku loved a good fight. You two will return to the house this instant. Endeavor bellowed. Izuku saw the looks that formed on Shoto and Fuyumi, and much to his dissatisfaction, he recognized that look. He had seen a look on Hime's face and had worn it himself many times in the pit. It was a look that death would be a better alternative. Or that I will fight with every ounce in me not to let that happen. The determination in their eyes was inspiring, if not somewhat heartbreaking. Izuku took his fighting stance in front of the downed boy, and Hime circled to the side, her eyes focused on the number 2 hero. "Listen, I don't know what this is about, but I suggest you leave. The faculty will be here soon, and I don't want them to have to carry you out on a stretcher," Izuku said, staring up at Endeavor. The hero's eyes narrowed at the sheer bravado this fool had, threatening him in such a manner. "I don't know whom you think you are, boy, but you better consider who you are talking to. This is a family matter and doesn't concern you." Endeavor bellowed. "That may be the case, but 1, they obviously don't want anything to do with you, and 2, you brought this to my front yard, so now it is my problem," Izuku said. "You don't have to do this, it isn't your fight," Fuyumi asked Izuku. "That look in you and your brother's eyes. I have seen it before. It says you would rather die than go with him. I don't know what is happening, but I know that look. Now, can the two of you fight?" Izuku replied, his attention solely on Endeavor. The heterochromia teen rose to his feet. "Yes. Let's see if we can bring down the number 2 hero in the country then," Izuku said with a smile. Fuyumi and Shota nodded, suddenly generating ice and dashing out to the sides away from Izuku. They launched their attacks from his left and right, Hime moving behind the hero. Endeavor sneered and released his fire, melting the ice almost instantly. Suddenly, a knife found its way and stabbed him in the thigh, breaking his concentration as the ice swelled again and crashed against his sides, crushing and holding him in place. Fuyumi was pouring all she could. She had been training in secret for this moment, this chance of freedom. Her quirk wasn't strong, but she wasn't about to return to that place or allow Shoto to be dragged back there. "Get me up there," Izuku shouted to the ice users. Shoto nodded and launched Izuku towards his father via an ice pillar. Izuku reared back with all he could and unleashed a vicious right hook into Endeavor's jaw, drawing blood that coated Izuku's wraps. As Izuku landed, he brought his crimson prize to his lips. His strength surged. Endeavor may not have a strength quirk, but damn, this man was strong. Endeavor roared, flames exploding out, freeing him from his ice prison. As he landed on his feet, Hime dashed in, attempting to slash him. He expertly dodged and managed to land a left hook to her side, which sent her tumbling. Fuyumi raced over, taking a defensive position before Hime unleashed a barrage of ice as Izuku raced in. Endeavor fired his flames at his daughter's attack and slipped a right jab at his other assailant. Izuku ducked to the right, but he missed with his follow-up punch, only to get met with a knee to the gut. Endeavor didn't have a chance to follow up as an ice lance pierced his side, drawing blood before it could go any further. He melted it, growling at Shoto. His scream filled the air as the knife in his thigh was violently ripped out. It was silenced when a pillar of ice collided with his head. Endeavor whirled and fired a flame jet at Hime before she could dodge a wall of ice that appeared in front of her, stopping the blast. Fuyumi looked to Shoto, who shook his head. "You never learn, do you, old man?" the newcomer shouted. "Natsuo!" Fuyumi shouted. Before Endeavor could react, Izuku rushed in, landing a left hook to the back of Endeavor's head. Spinning with the momentum of the swing, Izuku found himself in front of the hero. Quickly, Izuku rocked the hero with an uppercut, followed by a punch to the gut, doubling Endeavor over. Izuku seized the opportunity by landing a rising knee that snapped the hero's head back. Hime followed her husband's attack with practiced ease, landing a vicious kick to the hero's knees, buckling them easily. She drove the knife up to the hilt into his shoulder. Endeavor screamed. Hime stepped back and delivered a spin kick, toppling the hero to his side. Izuku saw his opportunity and cracked the hero with a mighty hook, hoping to knock the man out. It did not, but Endeavor now had a broken jaw. "Get back!" They heard one of their allies roar. Hime and Izuku dived out of the way as ice erupted, consuming the hero from 3 different spots. Endeavor felt his flames flicker. The rage inside swelled. His useless children and 2 students would not defeat him. Endeavor roared with fury, his fire melting the ice around him. Endeavor's fire increased in intensity, causing his attackers to fall back behind ice shields that were continually melting. Hellflame and fur. Suddenly, the fire stopped. Endeavor looked around as his quirk had been shut off. He saw Eraserhead and the faculty racing to the scene. "Someone coat my fist," he yelled. Izuku saw his opportunity as he broke cover. A thick sleeve of ice covered his arm and forearm. He leaped at Endeavor, delivering a Superman punch, and cleared past the glassy Endeavor. All 3 of his children launched simultaneous attacks, encasing him in ice. As Endeavor's quirk returned because of Eraserhead's limitations, he was about to attempt to fight back when a pink fog enveloped him, and fell into a deep slumber. Midnight had arrived. Izuku stumbled over to the group. Hime ran to support him. Fuyumi and Natsuo turned their attention to Shoto as he was the most hurt. They all turned and looked at the slumbering, bleeding hero. "We did it," Fuyumi said, hugging her siblings close as she broke into tears. Aizawa ran over to Izuku and Hime. "What in the hell were you 2 thinking attacking the number 2 hero?" he yelled as he tossed quirk-suppressing cuffs to Midnight, who immediately went to secure Endeavor. Hime was about to answer when suddenly she said, "Eri is in the panic room. I will be right back." She bolted to the cottage. She knew her daughter must be terrified. Fuyumi and Shoto came crashing into the front yard, and when I went to check on them, it was obvious that Shoto was in bad shape. Then Endeavor showed up. I felt my safety was in jeopardy, so under Article 32 of the Student Charter, I used my quirk to defend myself. It also falls under Article 19 of my contract with Nizu that I am allowed to defend my wife and child in the manner that I deem fit if I use non-lethal tactics unless it is deemed otherwise. Izuku said with a smile falling to his butt. God damn it, Izuku, Aizawa said as he stopped to add eye drops to his eyes. He was about to tell more when a silver missile raced past him, tackling Izuku. Eri was crying and holding on to Izuku. Izuku patted her back and whispered comfort in her ear, a look of love and gentleness on his face. Hime smiled as she walked over to Shoto with a first aid kit to offer aid as Recovery Girl was still en route to their location. After Izuku had managed to calm Eri, he walked over to join his wife. Looking at Shoto, he extended his hand and smiled at the teen. Izuku Midoriya Class 1A. Shoto looked up at the green-haired teen holding a child and extending a hand. Shoto took the sight in this teen had run out and helped him and his sister without question. He could see the teen had scars covering his body and had obviously had a hard life, yet he still helped them. This was what a hero should do, Shoto thought. After a brief pause, Shoto extended his hand. Shoto Todoroki 1A. Nice to meet you, Shoto. This is my daughter Eri. Say hi, Eri. Eri, whose face was buried in her father's shoulder, turned slightly and muttered a quiet hello. And you have met my wife, Himiko. The siblings all had a look of surprise. Not only had these two run into battle with their father, not only were they students, but they were also married. With a kid? Fuyumi immediately could tell that the girl was adopted, but who in their right mind would trust a child to children? Somewhere, Nizu sneezed. Himiko stood after applying some first aid to Shoto and moved to Izuku, taking Eri from his arms. Recovery Girl will be here soon, but that should do the job until she gets here. Hime smiled and extended her hand, introducing herself properly to Shoto. Soon, they all were introduced. As Recovery Girl arrived, their family stepped back and withdrew to their home after getting permission from Aizawa. The siblings and Vlad departed for the recovery wing, but not before Fuyumi looked over at the sleeping form of their father. What will happen now? She asked Midnight and Eraserhead. Midnight turned her attention to the girl. Vlad King is going to take all three of your statements, and once this dumb wakes up, we will take his. As far as what happens from there, it will depend on the results of the investigation. Your little brother is already enrolled here. Your other brother was here by chance, meeting with his friend, and well, there is you. But don't worry, dear, we will ensure you are safe. Fuyumi nodded, going to join her brothers. She glanced over at the cottage, promising herself that she would thank the strange family that had risked themselves to help her endeavor. Consciousness slowly found its way to him as he came through. He was in a dull gray room, his arms behind his back. He was handcuffed with Quirk suppression cuffs. His mind began to replay the encounter in his mind. Not only had Shoto and Fuyumi tried to run from his home and defy his authority, but somehow Natsuo had become involved. Then there were those two other meddlesome interlopers, the blonde girl and the green-haired boy. He admitted that his anger had clouded his mind during the fight, but if it wasn't for Midnight sticking her nose where it didn't belong, part of him was impressed and infuriated that his three children had worked together to attempt to fight him, though they had only used ice. He couldn't blame the oldest two, but Shoto's stubborn determination to spit in his face had finally crossed the line. They would all learn a harsh lesson, and when he was done, they wouldn't dare stand against him again. His musings were broken when the door to the room opened, and in walked Nizu perched on the shoulder of Aizawa. Well, hello, Enji, how was your nap? Nizu said with a smile in his trademark high-pitched voice. Damn it, Nizu, get these cuffs off me. This is a private matter between me and my children. Endeavor demanded. You see, that is where you are wrong, Enji. It was a private matter until you brought it to my doorstep. Now, it is my business. You assaulted 3 students, which is not something I can overlook. I am afraid official complaints will be filed, and there is the question of charges as well. Nizu said, grinning. What are you playing at, you damn rat? Enji growled. I am not playing at anything. I want you to be aware of what is going to happen. Aizawa will not remove your cuffs. Instead, he will escort you to a transport that will take you to the police station, where there will be proper questioning. Niz, still smiling, and I am sure lots of media. What charges? Enji sputtered. Assault with a quirk, unauthorized quirk usage, trespassing, assault with intent to cause harm, false imprisonment, coercion, domestic violence, child abuse, and I am sure some other things will come up during the investigation. I mean, that is what we have learned so far. You truly believe that you can make all that stick? Endeavor spat out, offended that the rat would even attempt to take things that far. I don't need to being charged will drag you out of the top 10, maybe even lower. The story will get out, trust me, Nizu said, the last part dripping with malice. A slight vibration was heard as Nizu looked at his watch. Oh, look at that, the HPSC is calling. Excuse me, I must take this call. With that, Nizu leaped from Izawa's shoulder and exited the room. I always thought you were in Gap, Enji, but I didn't realize how much of a piece of you were until today, Izawa said. You can shut your mouth, you know not what you speak. His voice dripped with disdain for the underground hero. I read your children's statement, I wonder what more we will learn when we talk to Rei. Endeavor's eyes widened. Yeah, Nizu found her. Namuri has already contacted her. You know they went to school together, right? Oh, I mean, of course you do. She was at your wedding. Nice facility you locked her in. By the way, how much did the HPSC charge you for that one? It doesn't matter, Izawa, I will be fine. I'll make an apology and step away before coming back. Humbled and such bull. I will return to where I belong in what, a year or two tops. Endeavor sneered. You think so? Do you think the HPSC will save your like in eBay? Yeah, we know about that too. Izawa said with a sense of satisfaction. Endeavor couldn't contain the shock. There was no way only 4 people knew about that: the president, the fixer, himself, and the 4th was dead. Dawning comprehension passed Endeavor's face. Ah, there it is, I understand why Nizu gets such enjoyment out of it. I used to think the rat was crazy, but the more I learned, the more I understood 2 things. 1, he is crazy. 2, sometimes, you need to introduce some chaos into the system. I hope you freeze in hell, Enji. In Bay. We are here with breaking news that the coastal town of Ina in the Kyoto region is in ruin today after an unknown villain on the run from local heroes started a fire that quickly ran out of control, destroying the town and killing most of the residents. The fire was said to be deep crimson red and to have even boiled the very water, leading to a tragedy for those attempting to flee the village. An investigation is underway, but it is believed that the person responsible for this devastation was a victim of a collapsing building. The local hero's fishmonger and his wife, Wave Lady, are also said to have lost their lives. A representative of the HSPC. Flashback. Namuri and Izawa sat stunned. Sitting in front of them was Kana Tsutsumi, Lady Nagant. There in front of them was the woman who had just killed the head of the Hero Commission and died in a battle with the high-speed Hero Clock and the wild cats. Yet here she was, drinking tea in Nizu's office. Namuri leaped over the table and almost tackled Kana out of her seat. Nizu asked Izawa, would you care to join me down the rabbit gap? Kana looked over a crying Namuri's shoulder at Izawa, come join us. We have cookies. She said with a smirk, her eyes damp. Kiana, what are you doing here? Izawa managed to spit out. In eBay. End flashback. Nizu walked back in with a cold smile. Endeavor sat shaking as his gaze fell upon the principal. Now Enji, if you want any sort of life, this is what you will do. The Todoroki family. Shoto sat in the infirmary of UA with his siblings seated on either side, Fuyumi to the left and Natsuo to the right. The room was deafening in the silence between the 3. So, you 2 finally decided to break free from the old man? Natsuo said, breaking the silence. After you left, he just got worse with Shoto, and then with Shoto leaving, I had no reason to stay anymore. I know he wouldn't just let me go. He had said some things. Fuyumi shivered, her voice wavered. I had always hoped that we could be a family. I realized that we can be, just without him. Tears pooled at the corner of her eyes. She quickly wiped them away. What were you doing here, Natsuo? Shoto asked. I was visiting my girlfriend. She is in her 2nd year in the business course. Her name is Hina. I was leaving when I saw the gap come barreling overhead. He responded. You have a girlfriend? Why didn't you say something? Fuyumi asked. I was going to. That is what we were talking about. But what are you going to do, Fuyumi? Shoto is starting school here soon. I was still working that out when we had to run. I need to do my internship to finish my teaching degree. she said, looking down at her hands. The door to the room opened, and recovery girl, Vlad King, walked in with the smiling principal of UA riding on his shoulder. Am I a mouse? A bear? Or a dog? Neither. I am the principal of UA, he said as he leaped off Vlad King's shoulder. The three Todoroki children turned and looked at him. What is going to happen? Fuyumi said, standing in front of her brothers. There is no need to fret, Miss Todoroki. Your father is being taken care of as we speak. You three have nothing to fear there. I couldn't help but overhear that you need an internship for your teaching degree. I have an opportunity for you. You see, we here at UA have an opening for a teacher's assistant in our daycare program and a dorm mom position for our first-year hero course. It would include room and board, a generous salary, and allow you to be near Shoto as he begins his journey. If such a thing interests you? He said, a smile still on his face. Shoto spoke first as Fuyumi was in shock. I would like that, Fuyumi. Fuyumi looked over at Shoto, a light smile crossing her lips. I would like that to Shoto. Oh, and your mother is also being transferred to our care. She should be here by the end of the week. He said with a dismissive hand wave. Wowahat? Yelled the Todorokis. The Midoriyas. After the morning incident, their daughter decided that being away from both parents were out of the question, so another of Izuku's plan for the day went out the window. They both had to be interviewed by the police and a member of the HPSC. Luckily for the interviewers, Namuri was present for the interview as questions were asked about the fitness of Izuku and Himiko to be parents in a somewhat backhanded manner. After they left, the oldest and youngest Todoroki came by to express their thanks for earlier. Izuku and Himiko were slightly cautious, but with some encouragement from Namuri, they could offer tea and snacks while talking. Izuku and Himiko talked with Fuyumi. Shoto only spoke a little and seemed confused about Eri climbing on her parents or running up for hugs. It was her parents' reaction to providing hugs and answering her questions without anger or yelling. Shoto had recently understood that his upbringing was far from average and wrong. He didn't understand what normal would be. During the conversation, it was revealed that Fuyumi would be taking on the position of dorm mother for 1A and teaching at the preschool. This made Hime and Izuku more curious about the girl as she would often be around Eri. Hime led the charge in getting to know Fumi while Izuku attempted to talk to Shoto. Shoto would answer the questions, but Izuku could tell he was uncomfortable. Izuku didn't want to press the issue after they had such a difficult day. Izuku and Hime walked their guest to the door. When the door closed, they took a deep breath. That was a lot harder than I thought, said Izuku. Hosting guests is difficult. Midnight and Eraser are different, but I know I kept wondering if they would attack at some point. Dealing with people s. She replied. Yeah, but we must get better at it for Eri's sake. We are pushing her to make friends, so we must also try. He said. They seem nice, though I hope the rest of the class is easy to handle. Doesn't mean it isn't mentally taxing. Himiko smiled and pulled Izuku into a deep kiss. What do you say to me after dinner? You and I take a bath together. That sounds like a wonderful idea. He smiled. Maybe something good will happen today after all. The next few days, Izuku and Himiko continued to push themselves, saying hello to the Fuyumi and Shoto whenever they saw them. They even helped them move some belongings into the main dorm building. Fuyumi even made soba for them as a thank you. Eri seemed interested in Shoto, peeking at him and watching him often. When asked about it by her parents, she told them he was sad. That his eyes told her so reminded her of her eyes before she got her mommy and daddy. It was the day before the rest of the class was supposed to move in that the news of Endeavor's arrest had been leaked. As details were not readily apparent to the media, the news cycle was filled with speculation and rampant rumors. Shoto and his sister paid the news scant attention as this was the day their mother was coming to UA. Shoto looked at his sister, his eyes downcast, his hands in his lap. How do I face her? What if she still hates me? Shoto said. Fuyumi leaned over and hugged her brother. Oh, Shoto, Mom instantly regretted what happened. I am sure she is just as scared of you hating her. What she did was terrible. I am sure she understands that. Everything will not be magically fixed now. It will still take time. I am mad at her for what happened. Even if I understand the why, it doesn't mean I am not upset at what she did to you. And that is okay. Shoto looked at Fuyumi as his sister continued to talk as she held him. It's okay to be upset. It is okay to be unsure. We can take our time. Yue is not going to take her away. They are going to make sure she is getting the proper help she needs. We should do the same. Shoto and Nizu also talked about therapy being open to us. I already have signed up. You should, too. Shoto leaned into his sister. Fuyumi had always been there for him. She had been his mom and his sister. She was the one to step in and try and keep his father away, to sing him lullabies and read him stories. She had been the safe harbor in all the anger, hate, abuse, and chaos of living with their father. She always tried to take care of him. She cared for the house, went to school, and found time to hold their family together. Shoto slipped his arms around his sister and hugged her tight. Fuyumi was surprised Shoto didn't show much affection. She rested her head on his and held him. I never got a chance to say thank you, Fuyumi. After mom, you were my mom and my big sister. You always did the best you could for me. If you think it is a good idea, I will join you in therapy. I don't want to be like this. I want to be able to have friends. I don't want to be alone like him. You don't have to be. Neither of us do. We can start new. Natsuo is waiting. Let us go re-meet our mother. Muvian day. Today was the day. Well, for Izuku and Himiko, it would be an exciting day as they would welcome their new classmates or, at the very least, observe them through the window. Hoping to see your redhead again? Himiko teased as she whispered into his ear. It was more of an orange, but are you looking for your pink alien? He responded by taking a drink of his coffee. She was cool and pretty hot. I wouldn't toss her out of bed. She giggled. I love it when you talk dirty, he said with a smirk. Of course you do. You are a man, after all. Izuku raised his eyebrow. Last I checked, and last you checked. They turned to each other and started to kiss. As the kiss deepened, a giggle disturbed it. They turned and saw Eri rubbing her eyes, carrying one of her stuffed animals. Silly. Izuku walked over and scooped up his daughter. What do you want for breakfast? Pancakes. She yelled. You are going to turn into a pancake, he retorted. Then I will have to smother you in syrup and eat you all up. He buried his face in her tummy and made nom-nom sounds to the delight of Eri. Her giggles filled the room as Hime went to the kitchen to cook breakfast for her family. Shoto. He awoke and wandered downstairs. Fuyumi had made a big fuss about today. As the new dorm mom, she had been up late baking cookies and cupcakes. He came down and saw her and their mother sitting in the kitchen. On many fronts, it was a strange sight, one seeing his mother, two seeing his mother. Their reunion had been tearful, but there was still a tension that lingered. He wanted to hold her and be comforted. His mother wanted the same, but there was something between them. It wasn't a mystery. He was angry, and she was guilty. The therapist had identified it for him. Quickly sitting and talking to someone for a few hours 3 times a week was strange, but he liked the aura the man gave. Calm and peaceful, the man didn't force him to talk, didn't press, and let Shoto dictate the pace. A lot of his talking was about Izuku Midoriya and his family. He likes to talk about Eri. The therapist had told him that his fascination with the little girl resulted from his troubled upbringing. Seeing a child interact with her parents with no violence or tension between the parents sparked a sense of longing for a similar experience. Shoto was agitated at the thought that he wanted such an experience with Endeavor, but as they talked it out, it was more of a wish for a better life than what he had experienced. It was good for him to see how a semi-normal family operated. Shoto was confused by that statement, but the therapist would not elaborate. In the end, Shoto realized that he liked the Midoriyas. Izuku and Hime leaped to their defense without expecting any reward when he asked the couple what made them want to be heroes, especially with a young child. I don't, Hime said, I want to be able to take care of Eri, and I just have to do this so I can do that. For Eri, Izuku said. There was no talk about being number one or the best. Himiko wanted to care for their daughter, and Izuku did it for her. He wondered what that was like, but then he thought of Fuyumi, how she would do things for him, like make cold soba for dinner when he knew she didn't like it. Or tuck him in, check on him, everything. Shoto realized he wanted to be a hero for her so he could protect her and make life better for her. If he could do that, then he could consider it a success. He didn't need to be number one to spite Endeavor, he didn't need to do it to prove anything to that monster, he could be a hero to make things better. Little steps. Shoto walked into the kitchen. He wished Fuyumi good morning before he reached out and gently squeezed his mother's hand briefly. Good morning, Mom, I am happy to see you. He offered a small smile. Fuyumi smiled and turned quickly so her brother wouldn't see the tears she disposed of. Rei Todoroki smiled at her son. Good morning, Shoto, I am happy to see you too, Rei said with a smile. It wasn't much, but it was something. Rome wasn't built in a day, and her relationship with her son could not be rebuilt in days, weeks, or months. It would take time. Thankfully, for now, they had time. The arrival. Soon enough, the students started to arrive after some prodding from Aizawa and Namuri. The Midoriyas joined the Todoroki in welcoming the new arrivals. Rei enjoyed interacting with Eri while she watched Fuyumi greet each student and direct them to their assigned room. She got joy from watching her daughter push her son into introducing himself and having him help with boxes. Shoto wanted to say no when Fuyumi volunteered him, but he found it amusing that Izuku was also being roped into assisting. Eri had somehow convinced Fuyumi that she could check the boxes, which the parents were finding adorable, as were those moving in. Himiko kept an eye on Eri and helped to direct traffic as she used the opportunity to scout their classmates. Izuku was doing the same to see if he got any strange vibes from anyone. First to arrive was a cute brunette with a permanent blush on her cheeks named Achiko Uraraka. She didn't have very much, so the boys could handle everything in one go. Next was a blonde boy with a backstreak, Denki Kaminari, who arrived with his parents. Rikido Sato was next, to whom Izuku struck up a conversation as they were in the same testing area. The boy was tall with thick brown hair and large lips. Tsuyu Azui called her Tsu, and her family arrived. Her siblings immediately saw Eri, and the three of them, under Rei's supervision, had run off to the play area. She had a frog Quirk with large eyes. She blushed a little when Himiko commented on how pretty they were. A spiky redhead named Ijiro Kurashima arrived next. He gladly accepted the help, especially when Achiko, who had taken care of her meager belongings, had made his weight set super easy to transport. Achiko had joined the welcoming committee. A squeal to end all squeals erupted when Himi saw her pink-skinned girl. Izuku smiled, watching Himi skip outside, following her to meet her parents. Mina Ishido was super excited. Not only was Ijiro in the same class, but Himiko was also. Tenya Ida and his brother were next to arrive, along with several sidekicks. Fortunately, he didn't have to sign too many autographs, but Izuku and Himiko noticed him giving them long looks as he walked in with his brother. Yuga Oyama stepped out and dazzled, much to the amusement of Izuku and Achiko. His over-the-top hello had them wondering till his parents stepped out and did the same. The twinkling blonde happily accepted the help. Koji Koda arrived with his mother, who shared the boys' rocky appearance. They were both rather shy and took their belongings up on their own. Mizo Shoji said hello and carried his luggage on one trip, all on his own. Hyokujiro and her parents were another story. It took all the helpers to get the instruments and boxes upstairs. Itsuka Kendo stepped out of the moving van and stretched. She was nervous, wondering if she would get along with her new dorm mates. Her friend Setsuna had also gotten in, but she was in 1B. Then she saw him, the boy from the test. He was walking over. Izuku walked over with a smile and extended his hand. Hey, I'm the cute boy from the test, Izuku Midoriya. Kendo, with a smirk, who said you were cute? You did right before you passed out after I saved you. First off, I saved you, and I sure as hell didn't say that. Izuku flashed her a smile. I believe I saved you from being trapped and then the 0-pointer. I saved you from the 0-pointer. She smiled back. Well, how about we agree we both knocked that thing on its. Fine, for the sake of starting off the school year nice, Itsuka said, and she played with her ponytail, a thing her mom noticed. Deal. Need any help with your boxes? Yeah, that would be cool, but don't you have to get your stuff taken care of? No, already all situated. Itsuka heard a cough behind her and saw her parents smirking at her. Introductions, dear? Her mother said. After the introduction and Izuku had departed with her father, her mother leaned in and whispered, Is that the cute boy you mentioned? MOM. Itsuka responded with a blush. More arrivals. 7. Count that 7 moving vans arrived for Momo Yaoyorozu, and a small army of professional movers. The stunning girl stopped some traffic with her beauty. Eri brought everyone back when she had run up and asked if Momo was a princess. Toru Hagakure arrived and became an immediate favorite of Himiko. Fumikage Tokoyami and Dark Shadow arrived. He gladly accepted the help and seemed rather polite. He seemed upset when Eri ran and hid from him. Izuku and Himiko gave each other a look. Izuku signaled he would talk to Fumikage and that she should check on Eri. Once they were in the room, Izuku briefly explained that Eri had a terrible experience with someone with a bird mask. Fumikage nodded. That is most tragic. I hope my vestige does not bring the young girl nightmares. Izuku answered the boy's fears the best he could. Minoru Mineta had arrived with his parents while everyone was distracted. Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku was on his way back down when he heard a voice that he had thought he had forgotten but had been pushed deep down into the dark corners of his mind. DKU? Is that INGU? How in the did they let you in here? Izuku looked down into the lobby, and there he was, older, of course, but there stood Katsuki Bakugo, or Kachin, another lifetime ago. Izuku said nothing and continued his walk down the stairs. He caught Hime looking over at him with Eri from the kitchen, her eyes narrowing, as she casually reached for a knife to slice an apple for their daughter. What the hell is a useless like you doing here? There is no way they let you in here with that villainous quirk of yours. Izuku walked into the entryway, saying nothing. He went to walk past the angry blonde. He felt a hand land on his shoulder, and a slight explosion followed. Your superior is talking to you, you piece of. You better answer me. You have 2 seconds to remove your hand from me before I break it, Izuku said, looking over his shoulder at Bakugo, his eyes narrowed, a snarl on his face. Ing make me then. Izuku was about to do just that when he felt a cooling, gentle touch on his arm. He turned and looked directly into Fuyumi's eyes. Please, Izuku, let me handle this. Izuku just nodded. Katsuki Bakugo, you are to remove your hand from your classmate. In this instance, failure to do so will result in immediate disciplinary action. Classmate? Yes, Mr. Bakugo, your classmate. As it is, I will be reporting this incident directly to the staff. If you continue this course, then I can assure you that you should leave your belongings here in the common room, as your expulsion will be forthwith. Katsuki was about to say something but noticed a boy with different colored hair standing off this woman's side. They were related. He saw an ice in the guy's hand. A blonde girl had emerged from the kitchen holding a large knife. He noticed the other students present fanning out, ready to react. Katsuki clicked his tongue, removed his hand from Izuku, and, hoisting a box, walked upstairs. Tai ingdku, they don't know you and your damn quirk. I will make sure they know that you don't belong. I am the future #1. All these ing extras will know it soon. Everyone turned to the door being yanked open as another ash blonde entered. Hey brat, her voice froze. The duffel bag over her shoulder crashed to the ground as she sprinted past and around everyone and tackled Izuku to the ground. Fuyumi and the rest were about to react when they heard the woman begin to sob. Izu, is that you? Please tell me that's you. She pulled up and took his face in her hands, staring intently at him. Izu? Hi, auntie. He replied. The woman collapsed into his arms and continued crying as Izuku patted her back. It's okay, auntie, it's okay. Slowly, they sat up, and the woman disentangled herself some. Oh, my God, where have you been? Terrible until recently, he responded as he made his way to his feet and pulled her up. Can we talk outside? Mitsuki Bakugo nodded and followed him outside. In a daze. Izuku gave Hime the look of explaining later, which caused her to back down. So, the son hates him, but the mom loves him, and he called her auntie? I am so confused. Ochiko said as the door closed. Mitsuki. Okay, brat, spill it. Where have you been? Where is Hisashi? He abandoned me right after I turned 6, well not that he was around very much, you know that. I would have starved if it wasn't for you and Uncle Masa. I went into the system and then sold into a fighting ring. I got out not long ago and made a plea deal to avoid prison, and here I am. What the actual? She yelled. How can you drop that so ing casually like? Because honestly, I wouldn't want to overwhelm you with all the details right now because, well, he rubbed the back of his head and drew her attention to his scared arms. It is pretty ing bad, and I don't want to drop that on you. Mitsuki wrapped him in a tight embrace. I looked for you for so long. I had promised Inko that I would take care of you, and then that piece had just disappeared, and you along with him. I am so sorry, Izu. If I had looked harder, I could have found you. It is okay, Auntie. He hugged her back. It is okay. Did Katsuki see you? Yeah, he did. Don't worry about it, Auntie, it will be okay. It would be best if you went to help him get settled. I am sure that we will see each other again. You can bet on that, Izu, she said, wiping her tears and kissing his cheek. With that, she returned to the building with Izuku trailing her. Common room. When Izuku entered, he went over to his daughter and wife. He leaned in and whispered a quick explanation into Himi's ear before Fuyumi came over and handed him a form. I need you to fill that out and hand it to me tomorrow morning about that incident. Izuku was about to protest till Himi placed her hand on his arm. If that happened to Eri and she didn't fill out that form, what would you do? She said as her eyes bore into his. Besides the obvious. I would be upset with her. I will have it filled out for you in the morning, Miss Todoroki. Fuyumi giggled. Thank you, Mr. Midoriya. Now, dinner should arrive soon after everyone eats you, and we have our meet and greet. The three are free to retire to your cottage. Soon, Mitsuki came downstairs and hugged Izuku again, wishing him good night. Katsuki came down and grabbed his belongings, carrying them up on his own. Any offer of assistance was met with a growl or off. He ignored the call for food, not that anyone complained too much. The newly formed class of 1A was soon eating and talking in the common area, as it seemed everyone had their food. Fuyumi gathered everyone's attention, reintroduced herself to the class, and laid out the ground rules. She then called each student and had them introduce themselves, their quirk, and any hobbies. Shoto was the first to be called up. Hello, everyone, I am Shoto Todoroki. Fuyumi is my sister. We are the children of Endeavor, and no, I will not answer any questions about him. My quirk is half hot half cold. I enjoy cold soba and recently discovered that I enjoy movies and cheese popcorn. Achiko stood up. Hello, Achiko Uraraka, please call me Achiko. My quirk is zero gravity. I can remove the gravity from anything I touch with these pads on my fingers. I love mochi, enjoy action movies, and hope we can all be friends. She finished with a bow and sat down. Denki loved video games and hoped to get to know everyone better. He looked at the girls as he said it. Sato loved to bake and became an instant favorite of the girls. Su liked to knit and cook, and Ijiro enjoyed working out and playing video games. Mina stepped up and smiled as she talked about her love of dancing and hanging out, and she looked forward to getting to know everyone. Tenya robotically explained his love of reading and studying. Yuga has a love of French cinema and poetry. Koji said his name and love of animals. Mizo loved martial arts and action movies. Kyoka had a love of music and songwriting. Itsuka smiled and told Mizo she loved martial arts and action movies. She smiled at Kyoka, telling her that she could also play some guitar. Momo smiled at Ida as she shared his love of reading, Kyoka, and Inari when she said she could play the piano and was also a cinema fan. Toru pointed at Mina and told her about dancing, hanging out, and Sue about knitting. Fumikage professed his love of poetry, and the dark shadow also mentioned how he loved apples and that Fumi ran a mean DD game if anyone was interested. Creepily, Mineta stood there and professed his love for the ladies. Himiko stood up. Hello, everyone. My name is Himiko Midoriya, and my quirk is transformation. It allows me to shapeshift into anyone, but the catch is I need their blood first. I like plushies, watching movies with my husband and daughter, cooking, and I look forward to getting to know every one of ya. She said with a wink. Before anyone could react, Izuku stood up. Hello, Izuku Midoriya. My quirk is blood strike. If I ingest someone's blood, I can absorb their physical strength, which stacks for everyone I consume. Himiko is not my sister. She is my wife and this little girl, he said as he picked up Eri, who shyly waved at everyone. This is Eri, our daughter. The class was silent, and Itsuka's heart sank to her feet. Thank you, everyone, for a wonderful day. We will see you tomorrow. Izuku took Himi's hand, and they walked out. As the door closed, they heard the class scream, "What? Itsuka!" Itsuka was at a loss for what to do. Well, the obvious thing to do was to push down these silly romantic fantasies. She would go through them, put them in a box, put them in another box, then throw that son of a into the mothering ocean. Of course, he was married and had a kid. All 18-year-olds she found hot were that way. She had never really found anyone attractive before. She dated a few boys and even a couple of girls, but nothing clicked, and it didn't last long. So now, when she finds someone that invades her dreams and her thoughts randomly, of course, he is married. It wasn't like she was in love, she was crushing on Izuku, but damn it. She ignored the ache and the heat between her thighs of all the rotten luck. She lay on the bed looking up at the ceiling before sleep came to claim her. Light smut. Mina. Damn it, why didn't Himiko say something about being married earlier, and why was Himiko being all flirty in her room today? Maybe they had an open marriage or something. Izuku was hot. She wouldn't mind being in the middle of that sandwich at some point, but that was for a later date. First things first, Himiko. Mina closed her eyes as one hand began to dance on her boba point, and the other snaked down between her thighs. Smut warning. Izuku and Himiko. Izuku buried his face in his favorite place between Himiko's thighs. His wife tangled her fingers in his hair as it ground against his eager tongue with a throaty sob. Izuku gently slipped 2 fingers in as he licked her womanhood. After years of listening and being taught, he curled them up, finding the magical spot to make Hime explode. Patiently, he brought it out of her, that sweet kiss of the little death. Her explosion left her gasping for air, her body glistening in a sheen of sweat. But Izuku was not done with her tonight. He quickly slid up and buried himself inside her. Hime exploded again and again. Himiko was multi-ic, and her husband knew how to bring that out. Like tonight, he was taking and ravishing and worshipping her, and she loved it. He was going to her into oblivion, and she couldn't wait when he turned her onto her stomach and began to press her into the mattress. She knew she was done. She wasn't going down without a fight. She knew what her man liked. Looking over her shoulder, she said, "Put a baby in me, fill me up, Izuku. Don't stop." She felt his trust increase. His sobs were a sweet symphony to her ears. She felt him explode deep inside her, driving her over the edge again. She smiled when his standing manhood ion lapsed but sprang back to life. "Give me more," she purred, pushing back into clenching her inner walls around him. She came as she did just from that. Her sobs and cries filled the room as he pounded into her with reckless abandon. When he grabbed her hair and pulled her head back, she knew she would be in heaven tonight, especially when she heard the throaty growl of mine rumble in his throat. Himiko Midoriya was in pure bliss. Smut end. Morning came. Eri awoke to find her father in the kitchen cooking Sunday breakfast. She watched as he turned from a video to the stovetop, carefully flipping bread. And in another pan, he did something with bananas. The bacon was cooked decently. Eri giggled at her father's intense look, which, of course, announced her presence. He bade her sit as he served up banana French toast. Eri smiled and waited till her daddy sat next to her. "Where's mommy?" "Oh, she is tired today, so I thought I would let her sleep in." "You ready to start school tomorrow?" That's my princess." Himiko emerged close to noon wearing short black shorts and a tank top, her hair pulled into her traditional buns. Eri ran over to get her kisses before returning to her coloring book. Himiko smiled when she saw Izuku slide over a plate with a hearty sandwich and chips. She kissed her husband deeply. "You were certainly worked up last night, baby," she smirked. "You know how to push my buttons, and after my encounter with Bakugo, I needed that so badly." "You were raring to go. Is it because of a certain curvy, pink-skinned girl?" "Oh, she had something to do with it, but you know I love it when you dominate," she said with a wink. "I promise you, though, as soon as we graduate and we are doing okay, you are putting a baby in me." "Yes, ma'am," he said with a smile. Before he could say anything, there was a knock at the door. Both looked at each other as if neither were expecting company. Izuku walked to the door and peeked outside, seeing Mina and a floating set of clothes he took to be Toru. He opened the door and smiled. "Hime is in the kitchen." "Eri, do you want to go play outside?" Eri dropped her crayon and ran over to put on her shoes to go outside with her daddy. Mina and Toru smiled and made their way to the kitchen, much to the delight of Himiko. "Izuku, Eri plus Tenya makes 3. Izuku led his daughter to the field in front of the dorms, grabbing a bouncy red that his daughter loved to kick around. She was having a blast running around, occasionally kicking the and stopping to pick some stray flower that caught her attention. They weren't out there long when he felt someone walking up behind them glancing over his shoulder. He was surprised to see Tenya. "Good afternoon, Midoriya," he offered as a greeting. "Hello, Tenya. Is there something I can help you with?" Izuku responded, giving the brunette his full attention. "I noticed you were outside, and I just had some questions I was wondering if you would answer?" he said, stopping a few feet from Izuku. "Go ahead," Izuku said carefully. "Are you and Himiko married?" he inquired. "Yes, we are legally husband and wife," Izuku responded. His voice betrayed a hint of curiosity at where this conversation was headed. "And Eri?" he added. "Legally adopted." Izuku was no longer curious. Instead, he instinctively began to feel defensive. "You both are too young to raise a daughter, don't you think?" An edge crept into Tenya's voice. "Not really. Is there something you are building up to?" Izuku noticed, and it was a threatening note in his voice but, instead, one that sounded like they knew better than him. "Then let me ask plainly, why are you here at UA?" he said. "Plea deal. We come here, graduate, and be free," Izuku said, quickly scanning the area to see if he was being set up. "So you are, in fact, a criminal. My brother whom you saw yesterday is Ingenium. He was there at the raid and said you murdered a villain already in custody. Is that true?" "Yes, it is," Izuku said calmly as he lightly kicked the back to Eri. "That is a dastardly deed, and you admit to doing so in such a callous manner. Do you even desire to be a hero?" Now, Izuku detected some anger. "Of course, it is a means to an end. I graduate from this place, my record is clean, and I get to be a hero and care for my family. If you are asking if I am here for some foolish notion of being number one because I believe in the system, then you are seriously wrong. If anything, Himiko and I will probably go underground due to our quirks. Does it not bother you that you killed a defenseless man?" Tenya spat, working himself towards a self-righteous fury. "No, I sleep better knowing I did it, and so do my daughter and wife. So, murder is just something you can brush off? Depends on who we are talking about, and are you talking about murder or killing? What you did was murder," Tenya barked. "Chiseki or overhaul was a disgusting piece of that. I would go to any lengths to kill. He was a stain upon this planet, and being gone is a good thing," Izuku replied, fury coming to the edges of his voice. "You are not the courts. It is not your place to be judge, jury, and executioner." Tenya nearly growled back. Izuku just shrugged. "Well, unless you can travel back in time, what's done is done. You should not be here. I ask that you and Himiko withdraw from this academy to not stain its reputation and allow those who truly desire to be heroes to assume your place." The way Tenya said it came across as a demand, not in any way a request. "Nah, we are good, besides a condition of the plea deal, remember. If that's all, you can leave now. You are a black mark upon this class, and I shudder to think I will have to deal with you for the next 3 years." Tenya's anger rose. Izuku showed indifference, simply disregarding another's life. How could this person in front of him not understand that he and his family leaving UA was the proper course of action? "You can always go to another school and tell your brother if he has a problem with me. He knows where I am," Izuku said, adding a small smirk at the end. "How dare you make a veiled threat against a true hero like my brother?" Tenya's anger was boiling over as he spoke. "That wasn't even close to a threat, but if you want one, here it is. If you want to do this, we can. You wouldn't be the first speedster I put in the hospital or the morgue. You sit in your ivory tower and look down upon all the little people trying to survive in this little world. Ask you, dumb brother, what overhaul did to my daughter or me and Himiko? Then, if you can even form an original thought in your small brain, ask yourself what you do." "I will not tolerate such behavior," Ida said, stepping into Izuku's personal space. "Eri!" he yelled. The little girl stopped what she was doing. "Mom." The little girl took off in a mad dash towards the cottage. "If you don't step back out my face, Tenya, something bad will happen to you," Izuku said. "I am not afraid or intimidated by you, Midoriya." His tone was lofty and self-righteous. "Then you have never been in a real fight before." Izuku swiftly brought a knee into Tenya's, followed by a swift strike to the throat that dropped the boy to one knee as he grasped for air. A follow-up kick dislocated Tenya's knee. Tenya screamed in pain before he felt an elbow to the side of his head, knocking him out. It was over before anyone could come out of the dorms. Fuyumi came running out, yelling at Izuku to step back, which he did, holding his hands up. You should reach out to Recovery Girl. He has a dislocated knee and damage to his trachea. As more students spilled out, so did Himiko, followed by Mina and Toru. Himiko ran to Izuku while others rushed to check on Tenya. Achiko, can you float him so we can transport him to the infirmary? Shoto, go with her, please, Fuyumi said. The two students jumped into action. Izuku, you know it is against school policy to assault another student. I will have to report this to the staff. Please return to your cottage until Mr. Aizawa comes to discuss this incident with you. Sure thing, Fuyumi, Izuku said, lowering his hands and walking back to the cottage as Hime asked what happened. Mina and Toru heard the brief overview. They were shocked that Tenya would do something like that, and the talk about Izuku and Himiko being here as part of a plea deal. The couple walked past as Mina and Toru returned to the dorms. Himiko called back after them. Hey, aren't you guys going to come back with us? She said. Is that okay? Don't you two need to talk? Toru asked, confused. No, not really. You might as well come over. We can have dinner while we wait for Aizawa to show up. Hime said, so casually it was almost like her husband had not just beat their classmate down on the lawn. Still trying to figure out how to answer, Mina and Toru followed the couple back to their cottage. The cottage. Mina was the first to speak after the couple saw Eri, and she was happily coloring in her book again. Izuku, why did you attack Tenya like that? Mina asked. He was talking out his, demanding that Himiko and I drop out of UA. Then he stepped up. I warned him, but he didn't listen, so I put him down, for lack of a better term. He ate around and found out. Izuku said, opening a bottle of water. Why did he want you two to drop out? She pressed. Izuku looked over at Hime, who nodded. I will tell you too if you want to know, but I will tell you now that you will not like what you hear. He said, taking a seat at the counter. Is it that bad? Toru asked. It is pretty brutal, Himiko answered. Why would you tell us? Mina said. Because I want to be friends with you too, and it will come out sooner or later. I might as well tell you now so you can decide if you want to be friends or not, Himiko said. I want to be friends too, Toru responded. If you are comfortable telling me, I will listen. I am in, too, Mina said. I already have many questions before what happened, so give it to me. Izuku put some tea to brew before he began. My mother died when I was 4, and my father abandoned me when I was 6. I was dumped into the system, but soon, I was taken in by a foster family that sold me to an underground fighting ring. Thankfully, with my quirk, getting blood in a fight was the easy part, and I was held there till I made a deal with our homeroom teacher to give him evidence to bring the whole thing down in exchange for immunity for Himiko and Eri. My parents tossed me out when I was 13. I tried to survive before getting caught up in the same group as Izuku. They tossed me into a cell that he was in, expecting us to kill each other, but instead, we bonded. He didn't try to or steal my food, so he seemed decent in my book. They left us isolated, and we were both so lonely that we latched onto each other. They did it to control us, that is what Midnight says, and it worked. Himiko said, pouring the tea. The fights in the pit were kind of like gladiator fights, minus the lions, but there was that one time. He waved his hand, dismissing the thought. Some were to the death, and some they wanted me to lose. I wouldn't throw the fights, and accidents happen. So sometimes people died or got crippled when they weren't supposed to, Izuku said. They wanted me to do some assassinations or sleep with clients. I had complied sometimes, but I was pretty wild, so they couldn't rely on me, but I had a very useful quirk, so they didn't want just to kill me off. Hime said as she poured the tea. Wait, they made Izuku do fights to the death, and you had to kill people or have with them? Toru asked. Yeah, I had to sleep with people sometimes, but that was rather rare, but that is the short of it, he said casually. So, Hime and I latched onto each other, and they essentially let us play house, and between requests or fights they soon dumped Eri in with us to further our bonding. We immediately did all we could for her. The man who ran the pit was named Ringmaster. He worked with the man in charge of Eri, Overhaul. Eri's quirk is called Rewind. It can dodge anything organic, moving it back through time. Tree to sapling, person to dust, you get the idea. Overhaul figured out how to use Ares cells to make a quirk-suppressing bullets. He even managed to make some quirk-erasing ones. His goal was to wipe out all the quirks on the planet. He did this by harvesting Ares' blood. He would use his quirk when she ran out of blood to give. Himiko said before looking down. Overhaul's quirk disassembled things at a molecular level and put them back together perfectly. He used it on Eri all the time. Izuku spoke, staring directly at the girls so they could understand what he meant. He was running out of ways to control her, so he put her with us when they would come for her. They would let us fight to try and keep her till he would come and explode one of us till she complied. He would do it to her to make us do whatever the ringmaster or he wanted. Toru began to sniffle, looking at the little unicorn happily coloring. Mina dabbed at her eyes. On a run to collect some money owed to ringmaster, I met our homeroom teacher and made a deal to help him bring down the pit and Overhaul in exchange for immunity for Himiko and Eri's safety. Wait, what about you? Toru said. This big dummy didn't include himself in the deal, Himiko said. The raid happened, and we all fought to be free. I was there fighting Overhaul with All Might. Of course, All Might managed to beat that, but they would just take him to Tartarus, and I couldn't let him live knowing that he might escape one day. And I had to let Eri know that the monster that haunted her dreams was gone forever. I stole blood from All Might and punched Overhaul's head clean off his shoulders. Tenya's brother is the pro-ingenium. He was there that day and saw what I did, so he told Tenya, who had a problem with it. What about Ringmaster? Mina asked. He didn't survive either, Himiko said with a hint of steel. I thought it was all over, but all I cared about was that Himiko and Eri were free. The principal of UA made us an offer. We had to get in and graduate. If we did, our records would be clean. Izuku said, shrugging. It was a no-brainer. I didn't want to do it at first, but we have no skills to get a job or even take care of Eri properly. I would have had to turn to robbery or prostitution to try and take care of her. She deserves better than that, so we took the deal. Himiko said. That sums it up. Before they could continue, a knock at the door interrupted the conversation. Izuku opened it, seeing Namuri and Aizawa. Outside or inside, Aizawa said. Outside, we have company, Izuku said before stepping out. That is terrible, Toru said, coming over to hug Himiko. Damn girl, how are you? Not a psychopath? Mina said, hugging Himiko as well. Izuku and Eri. Lots of Eri whenever my back is against the wall. I think for Eri and push through. Izuku does the same. You know what that idiot's idea of heaven was? Himiko said, wiping her eyes. No, Mina said softly. Seeing Eri and I playing in a park on a sunny day. That was all he wanted, all he dreamed about. He told me he would go to Tartarus for the rest of his life, knowing that Eri and I could go to a park. That's beautiful, Toru said. Outside. After explaining the fight, the two teachers looked at each other and then back to Izuku. First, Ingenium will be censored and reprimanded for divulging classified information. Second, for your assault on Tenya, you will serve 1 week's detention. You need to remove yourself from the situation or attempt to before resorting to physical assault. Third, damn it, kid, you need to control yourself better, or you will lose what you are trying to build. Am I understood? Aizawa said. Yes, sir, Izuku said. Any other student and Aizawa would have assumed it was sarcasm, but he understood that with Izuku, he responded to orders. As long as he respected Aizawa, then their relationship would work. Izuku, I know your environment and that your standards restrained your reaction to Tenya. Thank you. But you need to adhere to different standards. I want you and Himiko to come for conflict resolution training on Tuesday and Thursday, Midnight added. Are you telling those girls your history? Yes, Himiko wants to befriend them, and they seem nice, Izuku said. Now we read Fuyumi's report about the incident with Katsuki Bakugo. Would you please elaborate? My mom was friends with his mother in school. We grew up together until my father abandoned me. When Bakugo's quirk manifested, everyone told him how great it was and how he would be a great hero. The fact that my quirk is blood-based, when it manifested, it was seen as criminal, as most blood quirks are. He would tell me I couldn't be a hero because only a villain would have a quirk like mine. His parents are why I would eat or have my basic needs met after my mom died. I remember them fondly, but Bakugo hated me for my quirk and, I think, for the attention that they gave me. When he saw me, his superiority complex had only gotten bigger. I am sure we will fight sooner or later, but I will do what you asked Sensei to try to remove myself from the situation. That is all I can ask, Izuku. Now, we will let you return to your guests. Don't stay up too late. Tomorrow is your first day. The two teachers left with Izuku and waited till they were down the path before heading back into the cottage. After all, tomorrow would be a new day. Izuku. Izuku was pleased to see the girls still talking and being friendly with each other as he walked back into the cottage. Hime was smiling, and to him, the only thing second to that was Eri's smile. What made it better was that it was genuine. Seeing that it originated from outside their bubble made it sweeter. While there were the Bakugos and Idas of the world who would judge them and more than likely ridicule them, it was nice to see that some would reserve judgment. He was not naive enough to think that after anyone hearing their tale would understand and want to be friends, there would be those who would tell them they should have acted differently or that they should have just let themselves die. Those people, of course, had and would never experience anything like what they went through, but such was the case with life. And he was okay with that. No one should have to go through what they did, and fate willing, others wouldn't. Hime and he could help to make a world where that was true, where people were safer, and where Eri was safe. Leaving the girls to talk, he made his way over to his daughter and sat next to her on the floor as she was engaging in her favorite pastime of coloring. Nothing was drawn in dark colors. It was all bright and vibrant, completely ignoring what would be considered normal, and it was beautiful. He took up a teal crayon and began to add to her artwork. Eri didn't say anything. Instead, she leaned against his chest, and he hummed a tune absently. He didn't know the words, but he remembered it clearly. His mother had sung it to him. It was a struggle to remember her. He could remember the feelings she gave him more, the safety, love, comfort, and peace. Things that he had lost for a while but were being reclaimed, things that Eri hadn't experienced but was now getting the chance to. Something he would fight for with all his breath. Things he realized that everyone deserved and should have an opportunity for. Himiko. As Himiko talked with Toru and Mina, she stole glances at the lights of her life, coloring and cuddling. She couldn't help but smile as Mina told a story about this big scary man who had people running from him only to find out he was trying to ask for directions. She just soaked in how she was living what, at one time, she would have thought of as a fantasy. She had dreamed of being able to be herself, not wearing a false mask, and talking to someone, girls her age who wouldn't give her side eye or shun her for her fangs or quirk. Of a person who would love her for all her eccentricity or desires. A lover that well loved her. And someone who looked at her with an unconditional love that wasn't predicated on anything other than pure love. She had all that, and Mina and Toru allowed her to be her. Izuku loved her and her desires. Aries was just pure despite everything she had gone through. And something pure had to be protected. Midoriya House. Would you lovely ladies like to stay for dinner? Izuku asked, entering the kitchen. We wouldn't want to impose, Toru responded. Please stay. I want to keep visiting for a bit, Hime said, taking the invisible girl's hands. Mina? Toru asked her friend. I'm in. Mina said, smiling, what is on the menu? Izuku smiled, pulling out a large package of ground beef. Hamburgers on the grill. He said, smiling bigger as he got to work assembling the patties with some help from Eri. Himiko rolled her eyes. So, he sees this show one night about barbecue and grilling, then he asks Sensei about it, and those two spend 2 hours talking about it. Next thing I know, they are looking at websites, watching videos, comparing notes, and then he bought a grill and has been dying to use it, Himiko said. Hey, now it was nothing like you and Midnight with your paint and cloth samples, looking at them all day and at different times, Izuku responded. Because you have to see how the colors change, all three girls said simultaneously before bursting into laughter. No one is ever on my side, Izuku grumbled. While Izuku was cooking, Eri wanted to play outside, and Toru volunteered to watch her, leaving Mina and Hime alone. The two started on the sides for dinner, with Hime cutting the condiments while Mina did the salad. Are you okay with everything? Hime asked. You know we dropped a lot on you today? I am, Mina responded. I am glad you trusted us to share. Oh, I am more than happy to share, and so is Izuku, Hime added suggestively. Mina paused as her brain was processing. I was wondering about that. Good, I was hoping you were. I would have to think about that some, Mina said with a small gulp. How do you guys, share? That would depend on you. I would like share with you, and if you like, you can share with him or not. Or we can all share together. Mina blushed, turning a lovely shade of lilac as they danced around the topic with innuendo. I have thought about it, Mina whispered. So have I. Let me know if you want to make your thoughts a reality. Hime said, giving Mina a quick, playful smack on the butt. The bedroom. Izuku emerged from the shower, toweling off his hair as Hime sat naked on the bed rubbing in lotion. They seem like good people, Izuku said. Yeah, I propositioned Mina, Hime said. Izuku raised an eyebrow as well as something else. How did that go? I think she is interested. I don't know how far, but we will see, Hime said, smiling at his reaction. Rising to her feet, she sauntered to her husband with a devilish smile. She sank to her knees in front of him. Now, my king, let me show you my appreciation. She said with a lick of her lips. The first day. Himiko and Izuku left the house, each holding one of Eri's hands, making their way to the little girl's preschool. Of course, along the way, Eri may have had to swing and jump over the cracks in the name of safety for Himiko's back. Fuyumi's smiling face greeted them as she took Eri's hand and led her in, though she did shoot a look at Izuku. They went to the main campus and engaged in light conversation about the first day. Hime had jogged off ahead when she spotted Mina and Toru after giving Izuku some puppy dog eyes and a big kiss when he just sighed and shooed her along. He smiled, watching her laugh and carry on like any other students. He spotted a familiar head of orange hair. He smiled and jogged over. Good morning, Itsuka. Itsuka stiffened hearing the voice. As because of her dreams last night, she had awoken in the middle of the night in a sweat. She had been cursing herself the entire time for the dreams. Oh hey, Midoriya, she replied. Midoriya? He said. I thought we were on a first-name basis. What's up? Nothing. Do I need a reason not to call you by your first name? She snapped back. Whoa, Izuku said, putting his hands up defensively. My bad, I thought we were cool after the exam and movie day. Sorry for misreading the room. Yeah, well, whatever. She said, her walk speeding up. He just kept walking at his usual pace when suddenly she whirled around. Why are you following me? We are in the same class. He said. Kendo, what the hell is going on? She winced some hearing him calling her Kendo. You didn't tell me you were married. You should have said something. The topic didn't come up. We didn't have a chance to talk about it during the exam, and sorry for being happy to see you when you moved in, my ing bad, he said, his voice tinged with anger. I was happy to see you too, but then you had to go and end up married. What does that have to do with anything? Can we not be friends or something? Well, I am sure your wife wouldn't like that. Where is she anyway? She went to walk with Mina and Toru. I saw you and thought he let me say hi to the girl I thought would be a friend. Itsuka took a deep breath. He hadn't done anything wrong. They had an encounter with the 0-pointer he had helped her move in, and she was the one with a crush, and when she found out he was unavailable, she was being about it. This was different from how the successor to All Might should be behaving. Look, I'm sorry, Izuku, she said, dropping her hands in an exasperated manner. I just have had a hard time sleeping the last few nights, the first day of class anxiety, and some other stuff. Can we just pretend this didn't go all to and I wasn't being a total to you for no reason? She looked at him, waiting for an answer. When she saw him turn around, she felt like she had royally messed up. She saw him jog around a tree beside them and come back smiling. Hey Itsuka, what's up? She just started laughing. You are such a dork. Yeah, but a cute dork. You even said so. Itsuka blushed. I didn't say anything like that. Now come on, we will be late, Dorcas. You are going to take that away from me? He pleaded, walking after her. You. Class 1A. As everyone entered class, they could hear Ida yelling at Bakugo to take his feet off the desk and Bakugo threatening violence. Izuku looked at Hime and shrugged. The yelling stopped, and the two boys turned their attention to Izuku. Bakugo clicked his tongue and turned away while Ida made a beeline straight toward Izuku. You. Yes, it's me, Izuku responded. I filed a formal complaint after your actions, and you are still here. He bellowed. What is the meaning of this? It means when you ate around and found out. In case you're wondering, I do have a week of dentition and I do have to attend a special class on conflict resolution. I will kindly ask you to lower your voice and step back, or do I need to remind you what happens when you don't? Izuku said menacingly. Tenya stepped back. You are still a black mark upon this university, and I will not tolerate your presence. Cool, you may want to see about transferring to a different class or school then, Izuku said, stepping around Ida and taking his seat. Unfortunately, that seat was in front of Bakugo, but it was next to Itsuka, so you win and lose some. See, I haven't even taken the class yet, and already I am a master at conflict resolution, he said to Itsuka. Dork, she responded as she rolled her eyes, but she couldn't help but smile. Surely I cannot be the only one who feels that he and his wife have no place in this school, Ida said, looking at the rest of the students. Some of us would like to make our own decisions, Denki said. Stop being a bully. Ochako added. I, for one, am quite thankful they are at this university, Shoto said. Look, man, you took an L, just be a grown-up about it and train for the rematch, Ijiro said. I don't care what happens as long as people stop yelling, Kyoka said. That hurts my ears. There are standards that must be upheld, and I will see that they are. Ida stood, fists clenched at his side. Again, with the yelling, Kyoka sighed. MRIDA, Eraserhead said as he entered. You can find your seat in class or outside the principal's office. But sir. He protested. Fine, Mr. Ida, Eraserhead said. Let us do this your way. You have earned yourself a 1-week detention for instigating the incident the other day, same as, Mr. Midoriya. Izuku just smiled. There have been official sanctions against your brother for sharing classified information and a damages claim filed. If you have a problem with this, I can transfer you to 1B, or you are welcome to leave the school. Now, everyone else at your desk are gym uniforms. Get changed and meet me at the athletic field in 10 minutes, or you will be expelled. Izuku and Himiko immediately grabbed the uniforms and hurried out the door. It spurred their friends into action, and the rest of the class followed suit. The boys found their way to the locker room and began to get changed. Shoto was changed when, as he was walking out, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning, he saw Izuku, who smiled at him. Good morning, Shoto, he said. Good morning, Izuku, he responded. How is Eri? She is doing good, Izuku said with a smile. She likes school and has made some friends. It's all I could ask for at the moment. How are you and your family doing? Fuyumi is still upset with you for the fight with Ida. You should talk to her, Izuku nodded. It is still a difficult road, but I am happy to try and work it out. They stepped out onto the athletic field and continued some small talk. It was good practice for the both of them. Also, it was another step on the road to friendship, something both of them needed. Aizawa just watched and smiled as the two boys talked. It was hidden behind his capture scarf. Once the whole class was assembled, he stepped forward. Usually, Aizawa would use a logical ruse to see if the students had any talent or if he would expel or demote them to general studies. But this year was different, and the difference was the Midoriyas. He watched as they pushed hard with their studies to pass the written exam, how seriously they took their therapy, and their love for each other. The other central point was their respect for Namuri and himself. Izuku especially was one to follow his orders and listen when he spoke. He could break it if he introduced deception into their relationship. Breaking it could lead to horrible consequences for the family and himself. He didn't want to ruin what they were trying to achieve. This year was going to be different. Good morning, students, he began. Before any of you start about the opening ceremony, it is a complete waste of time, and you will find that time is your most precious resource, the one thing you cannot get back. Your appointments with guidance counselors have already been set, and you will find them in your email. Remember to check your email daily, as important bulletins will be sent there. Understood? Yes, Sensei. Today, we are going to participate in the same physical fitness tests that you have done your entire life, but unlike all those other times, this time, you will use your quirks. That sounds like fun, Mina burst out. Aizawa's eye twitched. This is not time for fun, Ms. Ishido. I will not only be grading your results on the test but how you use your quirk in each different test. If you fail to improvise, then you will be demoted to general ed. If you fail to take this seriously, you will be expelled. I am here to push you, and you are here to push yourselves. Some of your quirks will not affect these exams. Pushing beyond your physical limits is part of the test. This is the starting line for all of you now. First, Ms. Kendo, you scored first place in the practical exam. We are going to start with a throw. Step into the circle and throw the. I want to see the same effort you put in when you punched the 0-pointer. He finished by tossing her the. Itsuka took a deep breath. Her control over One for All was lacking. It responded to her, but it still would break her. All Might had been little help as he told her he could use it at 100% from the beginning. She turned the over as she walked towards the circle. What am I going to do? She thought back to the 0-pointer, but her memory was more of Izuku, his arms around her, the feeling he stirred in her. She chased the thoughts and thought about when the 0-pointer attacked. She turned and punched without thinking. But as she thought about it, she could see Izuku doing the same thing. She focused on the image of his arm wrapped in those blood-red wraps that were part of his quirk. The wraps weren't just on his hands. They extended up his forearms. His quirk was spread out, his strength was not all concentrated in one spot, and his legs were stronger. His entire body had to be, or else he would tear his shoulders out or break himself. Instead of concentrating it all in my fists, Itsuka stood in the circle and felt One for All spread out all over her body. It was intense. Her body cried out, and she felt like she was going to explode. Quickly, she dialed it back. Sensei, a moment? She called. Aizawa raised an eyebrow but nodded. She turned to the class. Izuku, can you come here a moment? Izuku nodded, clearly curious, and jogged over. Everything okay? He asked. Yeah, I just have a quirk question, but it's kind of weird, she said. I will help only if I get my cute title back, he said with a smile. Really? She said, blushing slightly. Fine, you. Excellent, he said. Now, seriously? When you absorb strength, how do you keep your muscles from exploding? Izuku was confused about why she was asking him such a question but obviously needed the answer. I don't use it all simultaneously. I hold some back like a spare tank in case I need to push it farther or into a certain area or maneuver. Hold some back, huh? She looked to be in deep thought for a second. Then, it was like a light bulb had gone off. You are a ing genius, thank you Izuku. Glad I could help, I guess, he replied, returning to class even more confused. Don't use it all. Hold some back so I don't blow my muscles up. It is so simple. Clever and cute, god damn it, why do you have to be taken? I'm ready, she said. This time, she did it just as before, but instead of letting it flood her, she held some back, then some more and more till she could feel the familiar tingle running throughout her body, but not enough that it would break her. She enlarged her fist and adjusted more into her hand, reared back, and let loose. Izuku saw that same red energy flood the girl's arm, but this time, he saw it go all over her body. It was beautiful. This red aura surrounded her, giving her the look of a war goddess. He was awestruck. The windstorm kicked up by the sheer velocity of her throw left everyone shielding their eyes. It sounded like a cannon went off, and the whistled through the air. Once the dust settled, everyone and Aizawa held up the recording device. 2,185 meters. Itsuka was stunned, and so was the entire class. Her body was sore, but she didn't care. She had made a breakthrough. When she turned, the class stared at her in shock, but when she locked eyes with Izuku, that wasn't shock. It made her heart flutter and her body warm in a different way. She shyly walked back to stand by him, giving him a nudge with her shoulder. Why are you staring at me like that? You looked beautiful out there, so fierce and strong. It was amazing, he said, the sense of wonder still in his voice. Itsuka blushed furiously. You shouldn't say things like that. You are married. The last part came out, betraying her pain some. What does that matter? He responded. Itsuka, you looked beautiful out there and are damn attractive. Himiko knows. I thought that when I first met you at the exam. But you're married? She said. Aren't you? We are, he replied, but it is an open marriage. Look, we can talk more about this later if you want. But no two things. Right now, when you were out there, you were beautiful, and when I first saw you, I thought you were then as well. As Izawa called the next person to step forward, Itsuka was a blushing, smiling mess. He thinks I am beautiful, but if they have an open marriage, does that mean he is not off the table? Himiko is cute, but yes. Himiko and Izuku did well in the tests. They always had a vial or two of each other's blood. Depending on the test, Himi switched between her form and Izuku's, with minor privacy breaks, to avoid standing naked in front of the class. Mina and Toru, sure, but no one gets a free show if she doesn't want them to. When the results were read, Himi, who placed higher, leaned over and whispered in Izuku's ear, "I won, therefore you're my toy tonight." Izuku smiled, whispering back, "Yes, master." Himiko could hardly wait for tonight. Kyoka blushed furiously as she had heard everything. Himiko was cute, Izuku was pretty handsome, and Kyokujiro had overheard that they had an open marriage. The university was shaping up well. Boys' locker room. As Izuku had just finished getting dressed, Bakugo walked over and slammed his locker closed. "I did better than you out there, you worthless piece of. You don't belong here with that damn villain Quirk or that you call a wife," he snarled. The room went quiet. "Yo dude, that is going a little too far," Denki said. "You want some Thai lightning," Bakugo retorted. Izuku took a deep breath. He was told to try and distance himself. Izuku said nothing and went to walk away. "Don't you turn your back on me," Bakugo roared. As he shoved Izuku from behind, Izuku stumbled but quickly found his feet. "Bro, calm down," Ijiro said, stepping between the two. Bakugo shoved Ijiro violently to the side. "Get out of the way, stupid hair." Bakugo closed the distance and pushed Izuku, causing him to step back. "What, you will step up to Four Eyes but too scared to deal with a real hero?" "You are acting more like a villain than a hero," Izuku replied. "What did you just say to me?" "I am going to be the next #1 hero, and there is no way I will have you hanging around tainting my legacy, so take that of a wife and joke of a daughter." Bakugo didn't get to finish that sentence as Izuku stepped in with a left hook that sent Bakugo stumbling to the side, crashing into the locker. Izuku leaped off the bench and connected with a right kick to Bakugo's head, sending him sprawling. "Say something again," Izuku yelled. "Say something about my family, I dare you." Ijiro rushed to try and hold Izuku back as the locker room descended into chaos. Rikido and Mizo were helping Bakugo to his feet when he shoved Rikido off, used his explosion to launch himself out of Mizo's grasp, and came crashing down on the Ijiro and Izuku. As he pinned Izuku to the floor, he threw his hand back and blasted Ijiro in the chest, sending him flying into Mizo. The initial explosion in the confined room defeated everyone. The girls immediately knew something was wrong as they frantically pulled on their clothes. Himi leaped over the bench, bursting out of the locker room in her skirt and bra. Izuku shifted his arms under Bakugo's, activated his quirk, and launched him off into the lockers. Bakugo got his arm up to block some of the damage as he whirled around. Izuku pushed off the ground and speared him back into the lockers. Bakugo placed his hands on Izuku's sides and blasted at point-blank range. Izuku bit his teeth at the pain, but he held around Bagwo's waist. He hefted him up and turned, slamming him into the bench with a sickening clang as he bounced off into the middle of the locker room. The door burst open as Himiko tore into the room. She saw Bakugo and Izuku in the center of the room. Bakugo came in with a wild right hook. Izuku slipped under and delivered a vicious hook to Bakugo's floating rib. Spit flew from the mouth of the blonde. Bakugo threw a clumsy downward strike, but it was cut off by a rising knee that landed underneath his jaw, launching him skyward and into the lockers. Himiko screamed his name but to no avail, as their ears were still ringing from the explosions. Izuku followed up with a vicious elbow strike that connected flush to Bakugo's temple, his head bouncing off the locker. Another followed, breaking Bakugo's nose. Bakugo got his hands on Izuku's chest and fired. Izuku flew back into Koji, keeping them from crashing into the lockers behind them. Bakugo spit out some blood and went to push off to re-engage when Mizo grabbed him out of the air, tackling him to the ground. Izuku pushed off the dazed Koji to continue the assault when Ijiro grabbed him and spun him in the opposite direction from Bakugo. Bakugo tried to fight Mizo off, but the boy created additional limbs holding Bakugo's arms away from him as he took the explosive blonde back and slipped an arm under his chin, locking in a choke. He squeezed, cutting off his air. Bagwo passed out in seconds as Mizo released his hold. Izuku, unsure who grabbed him, brought his foot down on Ijiro barefoot. He let out a yell and released his grip. Himiko could see the fury in Izuku's eyes. He was on the verge of killing Bakugo. She stepped up and slapped him as she yelled his name. His gaze snapped to her, full of rage, but as her voice, though distant, filtered into his ears and his brain processed who was in front of him, he snapped to and stopped cold, looking at her. "I didn't attack you, did I?" he asked quickly. "No baby, you're okay," she said, wrapping her arms around him as the other girls burst into the locker room. The boys looked around at the chaos around them, and they suddenly realized they were all in various stages of undress, and there were girls in the room. The shouting began. Momo created a simple white t-shirt and yelled as she tossed it to Himiko. Himiko quickly slipped it on, realizing her state of dress and where she was. The girls were outside as the faculty came running up. Aizawa and Present Mike ran into the locker room as Midnight stayed with the girls. Bakugo regained consciousness as they entered. Izuku was far from him, with Himiko with him. Her hands were on his face, forcing him to maintain eye contact. It was like they were in the pit, and he had just returned from a vicious fight. She was calming him down. "Mike, get Bakugo out of here and to the infirmary. See if you can get a statement," Aizawa ordered. Mike just nodded and quickly got the dazed blonde out of the room. "Midnight, get statements from the girls. Himiko, take him outside, but don't leave the hall." Izuku went and apologized to Ijiro before he left the room. He of course accepted the apology right away as he understood Izuku's reasoning. Himiko nodded and led him out of the room. Aizawa turned to the rest of his class. "Well?" Slowly, the scene replayed. Aizawa was surprised when Mineta stepped forward, holding his phone as he had recorded much of the fight. Mineta was very direct in saying that Izuku tired to walk away till Bakugo insulted Eri. The rest of the boys were able to help back up Mineta's statement about the verbal altercation that led to the whole battle. Ijiro was escorted to the infirmary as well by Ectoplasm when he arrived. Mizo was ready to accept discipline for choking Bakugo out, but he didn't feel there was much other choice. Aizawa rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I will need full statements from all of you for now. Head back to class." As he exited the room, he gave the same orders to the girls as most of them were standing by Himiko and Izuku. He told Himiko to return to the room. Himi looked at Izuku. "You good?" "Yeah, I'm good. Thank you," he said. She kissed his cheek and left down the hall with the others. "I tried to walk away, I swear," he said to Aizawa. "Tell me what happened." Aizawa said he stood there and listened to Izuku's story, which lined up with his classmate's statement. He simply shook his head. "You did like I told you. Head back to class and fill out a report. Tell the class to wait for me to return." Izuku nodded before heading down the hall. Midnight came out from around the corner. "How now, brown cow? I think I get to keep my streak alive and expel somebody," he responded as they walked down the hall to the infirmary. Katsuki Bakugo had never had to wake up from being choked out. It was a sensation he did not enjoy. As his mind put together what had happened, he quickly made a mental note to make sure Octopus's arms knew his place, and soon. It took a moment for him to realize he was restrained to the bed. "What the?" he muttered as the door opened, and in walked his homeroom teacher, Recovery Girl, and Professor Midnight. "Oh, goody, you are awake," Aizawa said, walking over. "You're goddamn right I am awake. Why am I strapped down?" he roared. "Why?" "For fighting, of course," Aizawa said. "But let me get those off of you. You won't need those anymore. Now, let Recovery Girl examine you and ensure you are in tip-top shape, and we get down to business. Sound good there, Mr. Bakugo?" "Yes, whatever," Bakugo replied as the restraints were removed and Recovery Girl came and did her thing. "He is good to go," Recovery Girl said, exiting the room. "Now can I get the—" He started only for Aizawa to hold up his hand. "Now, Mr. Bakugo, please bear with us for a moment longer if you would." Bakugo didn't even notice the sickly sweet undertone of his teacher's words. Instead, his mind interpreted it as if he was being given the respect he deserved. "Now, tell us what happened today in the locker room." Yeah, that ing villain DKU you have running around attacked me. Bakugo bellowed. For no goddamn reason. No reason. How horrible, Izawa said in the same tone as earlier. He leaned back in his chair, looking shocked. Midnight, did you hear that? There is no reason at all that Mr. Bakugo was viciously attacked. Was it only Mr. Midoriya? Hell, no others jumped in because there was no way DKU could beat me. That octopus arm guy jumped me from behind. How horrible, Izawa said as Midnight pulled out her phone. Now, this was all for no reason at all? No, I told you all from day one that he was a villain, him and the with him. I don't even know why you let them in here in the first place. Bakugo ranted. What do you just say to me? I am going to be the next #1 hero, and there is no way I will have you hanging around tainting my legacy, so take that of a wife and joke of a daughter. Bakugo's voice came out roaring to life from Professor Midnight's phone. No reason at all, Izawa said. Mr. Bakugo, did you think you could say such things about Mrs. Midoriya and their child without ramifications? Especially after you were the one who started the confrontation and shoved Mr. Midoriya in the back. Before you say something, we have video evidence and eyewitness testimony. Bakugo was silent. Now, the thing I love about the first day of school is that I get to expel someone. Normally I remove them from the hero course and kick them right down to general studies. Removing them from the school would be terrible, but lessons do need to be taught. But this year, it seemed I would deny my little pleasure, but then you happened. Isn't that great, Midnight? I don't know about Great Eraser, but it will make today interesting. Midnight said. What he started, only for Izawa to hold up a finger and shush him. It was such an unexpected action that Bakugo shut up. Katsuki Bakugo, you are, as a result of this, expelled from UA, not just the hero course but the whole school. Do not pass, go, do not collect 200 yen. Your parents will be notified of your expulsion and must be present before you are released from the hospital. Due to the nature of your crime, with your parents and faculty present, you will be allowed into the dorms to collect your belongings at an appointed time. This mark will be part of your permanent record. I wish you luck in the future. Izawa said all this clearly, and with each word, he watched as dawning recognition danced into Katsuki's face. Are you insane? You are expelling me while that piece of walks around here with those jokes hanging on him. I am Katsuki Bakugo, the next #1 hero of Japan. What the does a underground nobody and a wannabe star know about heroics? I want to talk to someone who isn't Dekus. He raged. Midnight raised an eyebrow. She hadn't heard that insult since she was stuck on a bus full of nuns. She watched as the boy climbed off the bed in a blind fury, beginning to froth at the mouth. His rampage continued into nonsensical words and ramblings, mostly centering around how he was the best and that everyone was either jealous or too damn stupid to recognize it. Or some combination of both. He flipped the bed and machines and made ludicrous threats to her and Izawa. Izawa let him finally sputter to a stop, looking at his phone occasionally. Good, your parents are here and have just finished meeting with the principal. We will escort you off campus now. Class 1A. The entire class was sitting in the room when Izuku entered, took the sheet from ectoplasm, and approached his seat. He stopped at Ajiro's desk. He had already been released from the infirmary. Hey man, I just wanted to apologize again for stomping on your foot, he said as he bowed. You were just doing what was right. I got startled when I got grabbed and just reacted in instinct. It is all good, man, Ijiro said with a smile. I saw that grill outside your house. Just cook me a meal, and we can call it good. Deal. Izuku turned to look at the rest of the class. I owe all of you guys a meal. Thanks for trying to step in, and sorry for everyone getting caught in the crossfire. If you weren't here to cause the problem, then maybe things wouldn't have escalated, Tenya said under his breath. Kyoka just turned and glared at the speedster, who shrunk in his chair. As soon as everyone finished, the boys mostly finished their incident reports, as the girls didn't have much to add, so they were talking more. The boys soon followed suit, with Izuku joining in after he finished. Tenya kept himself apart, annoyed at the whole situation. Izuku, Ijiro said, walking over, what the hell is that guy's problem with you? He has a problem with my quirk. He never thought it was heroic when we were children because of its nature. I hadn't seen him for a while, and apparently, his attitude never changed. Izuku shrugged. Your nature doesn't help, Tenya said. Okay, what is your problem? Surprisingly, Ochako spoke up. Are you just a bully or a quirkist? I am neither such thing, he bit back. Well, you seem to be, she said. Why are you being in gap? Tenya was shocked, as was most of the class, by her words. That man is a murderer and a stain upon this university, he said once he collected himself. That woman is the same, he pointed to Himiko. It would be best for the rest of us if they were to leave this university, their daughter. Careful with those next words, Himiko said, her voice cold and emotionless. Tenya gulped, would be better off being placed with a suitable family rather than being raised by those two. How can you say that? Toru almost leapt out of her seat. Have you seen them interact? They love Eri with all their hearts and are doing everything they can to give her the life they never had and a future. I was there all day, and they just loved her so much, and she loved them. You are just an elitist gap. And you are ignorant of the truth about them. He yelled. No, we are not. Himiko and Izuku told us everything. Himi wants to be our friend, and she told us everything. She didn't hold back, you. If you knew what they both had gone through, you wouldn't be acting this way. Mina said, standing up next to Toru. Then, if you understand, you should agree with me. The speedster said, shocked that if these two girls knew the truth, how could they stand with, let alone defend the Midoriyas at all? You know that feeling when you walk into the middle of a movie and have to decide, but you don't know what the hell is going on? Denki said. If taken at face value, it would sound like Ida is a quirkist, but it seems there are some pieces of truth in what he is saying. Momo said, standing up. Killer more than a murderer? Himi shrugged. Same, but yes, I did murder someone in custody and would do it again without hesitation, Izuku said, glaring at Ida. Whoa. Denki sputtered. Is there a difference? Mineta said, looking warily at the duo. Yes, explain the difference so they can see who you both truly are, Tenya spoke with a hint of smugness. Okay, let's get this over with. I don't want to have to go over this 18 more times, Izuku said, standing next to Himiko. She took his hand. Himiko and I were sold into an underground fighting pit. She was forced to do all kinds of things, including killing other people for the guy that ran the pit. I had to fight in the actual pit for the enjoyment of the paying customers. Sometimes the fights were to the death and others not. Accidents happen. This wasn't some regulated thing. It was all out, and there was no guarantee that you would be allowed to live even if you yielded. That sounds like ancient gladiator fights? Mizo said, leaning forward. That is accurate, Himi said. I need blood for my quirk and to stay sane. My parents didn't like that very much and denied it to me till I went crazy. When the pit got a hold of me, I was not the picture of sanity you see before you but much more feral. She let go of Izuku's hand. They threw us in a cell together to force us to bond, and we did, and we fell in love. When their threats of violence against the other weren't working either, they threw Eri in with us. The man that controlled Eri's quirk could destroy you on a molecular level and then reassemble you. Izuku stared at Tenya. Now imagine him repeatedly doing that to a little girl for his experiments. Then he is doing that to someone you have grown to love and the little girl you have begun to think of as your daughter, in front of your eyes, till you comply. They would do the same thing to Eri, make her watch us fight for her and then get destroyed and reformed before her eyes till she complied. It was a game to them. They would allow us to fight and bond and then do that till we complied. Izuku met a hero who cared and was not in the pit's pocket. He helped feed them information that led to the place being raided. And when he saw the man that tortured all of us, he took the opportunity to ensure that Pisa would never have a chance of touching Eri again. That Eri could sleep knowing the monster was dead. He didn't know if he would be there to protect us and had to make sure the monster was gone. She turned her glare to Ida. So tell me about how hard your life had been? Tell me about how you had to fight and kill people you considered friends. Or how did you give your body to people so your family wouldn't die? Come on, tell me, her voice breaking some. Tell me what you have had to do in the world to see tomorrow? What have you had to put in your body so you can eat tomorrow? We are here to be heroes to provide for our daughter. Not anyone else's, ours. We want to make the world better for her and ensure that no one else goes through what we went through. Tragic as that is, it doesn't exclude murder, Ida said. You are not the law, it is not your place. Did you kill him while he was in cuffs? Sato asked, looking at Izuku. Yes, I did, he responded, looking to the class. I had to make sure he was gone, that his influence or some other bull wouldn't allow him to get free and come for my family one day. I hope and pray that none of you are ever in that situation. While some of you can argue that we should have had faith in the system had failed us at every turn. If anyone threatened my family, I would shove my orbs down their throat till they choked and then call the police, Mineta said. The glass turned and looked at him. No one else with my family. If someone did that to my little sister and brother, I would do the same thing, Sue added. I want to say that you should have found another way, Sato said, standing up. But I haven't been in that situation, and it is too easy to sit here and pass judgment when the hardest thing I have ever done was pass the entrance exam. Did you have to kill friends? Denki asked. Us pit fighters lived and trained together a lot while some people were there to make money or live out violent fantasies. I was put there when I was 6. I fought kids my age, I saw kids younger than me fight. You both died if they told you to finish your opponent, and you didn't. Izuku closed his eyes. I can see them and tell you their names if you like. No, that isn't necessary, he responded. I have something to say. Shoto stood up. I stand with these two. They came to my and my family's aid when needed. They took action without question and with any expectation of reward. That is all the proof I need of their character. We would love to be friends with all of you, Hime said, pulling everyone's attention. But you don't have to be if you don't want to. We want to graduate and become pro-heroes like the rest of you. My reasoning may differ greatly from yours, but our end goals are the same. As long as we can get along, that is fine. That is the point, Aizawa said, entering the room. The world out there is not black and white. There are shades of gray, Mr. Ida. Without listening to him, I could have arrested Mr. Midoriya and gone about my day. But I did listen, and I chose to believe him, and by doing so, we were able to bring down a vile organization that had operated for decades in the shadows. Drugs, prostitution, assassinations, child trafficking, money laundering, you name it. Mr. Bakugo has been expelled from UA in its entirety. The entire class looked stunned. You are here to be heroes, not carry your petty grudges. Mr. Ida, the Midoriya are here to stay. You can transfer to 1B or another school. I will no longer tolerate your attempts to turn other students against them. They have told you all about their past, and it is up to you to decide what you do from here. Himiko is right. You do not all have to be friends, but you do have to get along and work together. For the rest of your time in the UA and the field, you will find your lives in each other's hands. Wouldn't you like to know that the person covering your back is someone you can trust? He looked over the class. You are dismissed back to your dorms. Get some rest because tomorrow is your first heroics class. Hime smiled at Izuku. I will pick up Eri. I will meet you at the cottage. Do you mind starting dinner? I would love to, he smiled. What is for dinner? Spaghetti and meatballs. I made sure it was something you can handle. He smirked and gave her a salute before he headed out. Hey Himiko, Itsuka ran over to her. Himiko stood back so they could talk, telling Mina and Toru she would catch up. I am not looking to cause trouble, but Izuku said that you guys. Himiko smiled. Yes, we have an open marriage. If you want to chase him down and kiss him or anything else you have in mind is just fine. Just make sure he doesn't ruin dinner. Just like that? Just like that, he told me how much he likes you. Himiko smiled. I can tell you like him too, and I am okay with whatever happens. Ok thanks, Itsuka said, I guess I will see you later. Stay for dinner, Himiko said, stopping her. I want to get to know you better if things progress with you and Izuku. I want to know the kind of woman he is running around with, and that will be around Eri. You know that is completely fair. I would like to get to know you better, Himiko, Itsuka said, running off to catch up with Izuku. Mina smiled as she caught up with Mina and Toru. She was surprised to see Ijiro waiting with them. I cannot imagine what you and your family have been through. I want to get to know you better. Would you mind if I walked with you guys? The more the merrier, Himiko responded, smiling broadly. Spaghetti dinner. The home was full of life, as the boys were all in the kitchen doing their best to make dinner. Thankfully, Ijiro was there as he seemed to know what he was doing. I used to have to make dinner when my parents worked late, he said with a smile. My little sister said she liked my spaghetti better than our mom's. Hey, Izuku, was it all true? It is, he said, preparing the loaves of garlic bread. When you first said it, it put me on edge, but then I started thinking about my little sister. And I realized that I would probably do the same thing to protect her, and I knew I couldn't judge you for it. He stirred the sauce. If you're cool with it, I would like to be your guy's friend. I think there are many ways to be strong or show strength, and what you and Himiko have done is one of the strongest things I have ever seen. You guys shouldn't be as nice as you are, yet you have us in your house and are feeding us dinner. Thank you for that, Ijiro, and it would be very cool, Ijiro, if you were to be our friend, Izuku said, and Shoto slowly and deliberately was cutting the tomatoes for the salad. He caught the other two looking at him. He just said, Fuyumi usually only has me cut the lettuce. Did you tell her you were staying for dinner? Izuku asked. I don't want to get in trouble with her. I did, he replied, continuing to perform surgery on the tomato. She will be hosting a dinner at the dorms tomorrow night and wants you all to attend. We would love to. Izuku said as he slid the bread in the oven. The next morning, Izuku awoke with the first rays of light poking through the window. Himiko was draped across his chest, her leg tangled over one of his. He smiled at the peaceful feeling that greeted him as he awoke, the sense of peace knowing that while he may have to fight today, it wouldn't be to the death or for his family's survival. It had taken a while to settle into the peace of living in UA, but the move to the cottage, Himiko, and midnight decorating, painting, and making it into a home had solidified it. With peace and calm, Eri was safe and, most of all, happy. Not only was Eri happy, but Himi and he were finding happiness in their developing relationships and with each other. They had figured it out during their time in the pit, but now, with that pressure off them, it was this rediscovery process. Making love and enjoying each other completely had been the most fantastic part of their rediscovery. There wasn't an urgency to try and cram everything into every moment they could breathe. They didn't realize they were even holding their breath. When they finally did breathe, it was a whole new experience, knowing that an accident might happen and the certainty that came with knowing that you were fighting in the pit area were two different things. There was no day off. Izuku remembered fighting back to back with broken limbs. There was never any certainty in their previous life. Whenever one of them walked out that door, there was a real fear that they might not return. He lay in bed thinking of how different things were. Their past had been laid bare for the class, Katsuki had been removed from the hero course, and no one was at their door attempting to lynch them. The day was new, and who knew what the afternoon might bring, but it was something, at the very least. He never understood fully whenever their newbies were brought in, depending on their age, they would cry for home or their parents. He was so young when his mother died that all he had were vague memories. There was one instance where he had to kill his opponent. The boy's name was Osakazu. He was a big old kid who talked a great game and had won about 8 bouts, killing or seriously injuring 3/4 his opponents. That night, battered and bloodied, Izuku stood over his broken opponent. The ringmaster, like Roman emperors of old, had given the thumbs down. Osakazu started crying. It was his begging for his mother that Izuku remembered, the desperate call that if she was there, it would be okay. He had long forgotten that sense of protection and safety he had felt in his mother's arms. Now, here on a blood-soaked dirt arena, he was being reminded of that as he was about to rob someone of that opportunity. Izuku didn't even know if it was possible. He could have spared him, but it would have meant both of their deaths, and Izuku knew he didn't want to die. At the time, he wasn't sure why he wanted to live. So Izuku killed him, and Osakazu's voice would still come to him on stormy nights. He wasn't lying to Ijiro. He knew all their names and faces. Osakazu, 14, 6 feet 2 inches, black hair and eyes. His face was slightly rounded, still showing baby fat, the small scar on his left temple, 3 black moles and a triangle pattern on his right cheek, scar under his chin. He knew that sleep wouldn't come to him and that seeking it was useless. Instead, he slipped out, meaning he told Himi he would cook, and she nodded, snuggling under the blankets. He showered, dressed, and walked into the kitchen, looking at a video on how to make an omelette. It turned into a scramble in the end, but he tried fried potatoes, a salad, and toast. With a devilish grin, he sent Eri to pounce on Mommy. Eri had a level of stealth that an elephant would be envious of due to their muffled giggles and Himi immediately waking up when the door opened, but being a good mommy, she knew the game. Right when Eri was about to pounce, the dreaded blanket monster made its attack. His daughter's peals of laughter with Himiko monster noises just reinforced home. For the happy thoughts, the dark thoughts of the morning were not gone. He wondered if Eri had called and cried for Himi and him when Overhaul had taken her to do what he did. All he could do was promise that if she was ever in that position again, he better be dead, or someone was about to be killed regardless of the rules. Eri pulled him from his dark thoughts as she ran into the kitchen and hid behind his legs, telling him about the return of the blanket monster with feigned shock. He told her to stay and guard breakfast while he went into battle. Through a closed door, mock sounds of battle but more the two parents making out, he emerged victorious. His second reward was kisses and hugs from Eri, a good battle all the way around. Like the day before, some of their classmates came to the door to walk with them to class. Eri grabbed Shoto's hand again, dragging him off with her to her daycare, Izuku smiling as he followed. Once again, the great debate was renewed almost immediately with Eri bound and determined to bring Shoto over to the side of pancakes. Once the two young men were on their way to class, Shoto smiled. She is very stubborn. I don't know what you are talking about, and nothing you can say will change my mind on the subject, Izuku responded quickly. Shoto opened his mouth to retort but immediately stopped and laughed. It wasn't a sound that Izuku had heard from the boy. He was very quiet and what would be called reserved. But Eri seemed to be his kryptonite, as she was for most people. The duo walked into class a few minutes before the bell. He noticed some of the looks they were being given. It seemed the boys in the class still hadn't made up their minds, but girls had rallied around Himiko. They were even talking about a sleepover. Himiko was a smiling flower amid all the girls, at the center, not on the fringe, not being held at arm's distance, but being part of the circle. Class began, and with it came a slight nervous energy. The empty seat in the class was part of that, but as was the fact that today would be their first heroic class ever. No one had talked about it, trying to keep it casual when bringing it up. Hey, isn't our first heroic class tomorrow? Person A would say. Yeah, I think so. Honestly, I don't know, Person B would respond. They both knew, they all knew, it had been circled on the calendar since it had been announced. Sadly, the Midoriya had provided an unplanned distraction, but now, with the day upon them, nothing would distract them from that moment. Aizawa walked in as the bell rang, taking his customary spot at the front of the class. Alright, class, as I am sure all of you are aware, today is going to be your very first heroic class. He paused as the kids cheered. But that will not be till after lunch, so I need you all to focus on today's classes, as the referenced information will be important going forward. He looked over his students before his gaze fell on the empty chair. As I told you yesterday, Mr. Bakugo has been expelled. His seat shall remain vacant for now, but it will be filled. He crossed a line that cannot and will not be tolerated. Despite whatever notions you have in your head, all of you are here to be heroes. Your reasons, your motivations, and your desires to do so are all different. But you have all decided to go into a career choice where you will be asked to put your life on the line nearly every day. You will be asked to put your life in the hands of those next to you and those you have only heard of. That empty seat will be filled. Someone will step up and show the desire and will to follow the same basic dream you all have. He paused and started walking down the rows of the class. It will be the same thing that is asked of you when a hero falls. You will be asked to step forward to fill that need. To carry on that dream your fallen brother or sister left behind. Make no mistake about what I said. Should you graduate and become a pro hero, you will become part of a fraternity in that you all share the same basic dream to be a hero. Your methods will be as different as you imagine. A torch was lit since the first hero stepped onto the scene. A torch that has fallen only to be picked up by another, and another to today. The class could hear the passion in their teacher's voice, the passion with which he spoke. A torch you will pick up and carry farther into the future, a fire that the fates willing you choose to one day put down yourself, that another take from your hand, move it further into the mythical day called tomorrow. So today, when you put on those costumes for the first time and step onto the training grounds, you are doing so not just with your classmates but your family, your brothers and sisters in arms and in a dream. He stood in front of his class once again. Families fight, siblings fight, you don't even have to like them, but remember that they are willing to lay their lives on the line to save others, to protect those that cannot protect themselves. You will bleed for each other, cry with each other, and die for each other. So do what you need to do, solve whatever problems you need to solve, but get it solved. He could see the resolve springing to life in their lives, students looking at each other, even some not looking at each other. Now that you are ready to run through a brick wall, enjoy heroic law. It warmed his heart to hear them start to cheer, only for it to turn into a groan as he walked out of the class. They could hear his laugh fading down the hall. Professor Phoenix taught heroic law. He was a spirited, passionate, practicing lawyer. Unlike most lawyers, what made him unique was that he had been both a dominant prosecutor and was now a renowned defense lawyer. His shift in position was tied to his quirk. When he died, he would be reborn with a subtle shift in his personality. He was rather old but looked young. It was this lovely example of how strange quirks could be. This class was straight ahead, right wrong, black or white for some. It suited some of the class. Heroic theory, on the other hand, was anything but. Professor Quan Nan, or the pro-hero Cyblade, was also a unique teacher. She had been a young up-and-coming hero in her home country of the United Kingdom. She was Japanese by birth but had lived in the UK her whole life. She was beautiful, 5 feet 11 inches, black hair, purple eyes, and a stunning figure. When she walked in, they noticed that she looked at Momo and smiled. Some noticed a resemblance between the two. That was all fine and dandy, but what made her such a unique case was that she was an up-and-coming hero in the UK, rising through the ranks like a rocket. Her beauty, quirk, and attitude was the blending of greatness. Then, it all came crashing down. She had gone rogue, a criminal, killing a member of the royal family and a cabinet member. What followed was a 5-year hunt for the former hero who was not laying low. Instead, she was all over the kingdom, committing more crimes. She rose to the most wanted criminal in the UK. Then she surrendered on national television with a video exposing a level of corruption and vile that rocked the nation. It was still recovering. She went to jail for 5 years and then was released and reinstated as a hero, only to leave the UK and come home to Japan. She was a hero. She was ranked in the top 20 and peaked in the top 5 at one point before stepping back to teach. Her class was the shades of grey that heroes had to deal with, how there was no correct answer, that it was more than just a broken law, and this is the punishment. This was a decisive topic, with people taking sides in the scenario she had presented. Those splintering into other sides with the class all separated, trying to persuade the others to their side. For some, it was immediately centered on their favorite class. The history of heroics entered the room, and Fumi immediately developed his first man crush. The man entered in a floor-length black cloak that, when it opened, he was wearing Western medieval armor, black trimmed in a dark gray, except a brilliant silver lance on his chest. His armor made no noise, and when the hood came down, some girls were smitten. He was European, with black hair and storm gray eyes. His features seemed to be chiseled out of stone, and when he spoke, his voice had this enchanting tone that drew the class in. Professor Shialones, the international hero, the Black Knight, was on the tiny list of a handful of heroes the global government licensed. He could arrest every continent on the planet. No one knew his home country. No one even knew where he was born. He wasn't ranked in popularity polls, with most of what was believed to be his cases never being reported to the public. The class was over before they knew it, much to their dismay. With the bell signaling the call for lunch, it put heroic class only 1 hour away. Momo, do you know Professor Quan Nan? Mina asked as they stood in line. Momo smiled and blushed slightly. Yes, she is my cousin. She is cool. Toru added. Do you think you can introduce us? I would love to. Momo couldn't stop smiling. The class all took their seats and wondered who would be their heroic teacher. Speculation was running wild, but Izuku noticed that Itsuka was strangely quiet. You know something, don't you? She jumped a little while in a cheesy daydream about a date with Izuku. No, why do you say that? She said quickly to defend herself. You seem to either not care who the heroics teacher is, or you know who it is and don't care. Which is it? nudging her with his shoulder, making her blush slightly. I have no idea who it is. I am hyped for it no matter who it is. She lied. Izuku raised an eyebrow at her, but instead, he just smiled. Heroic class. They all sat in their seats before the bell rang. Not one of them was sitting still, though one was faking it. Here I am coming through the door like a normal person. The voice bellowed from the hall. The class erupted as the #1 hero of Japan walked in. Comments of how he was in his Silver Age costume, pinch for they had to be dreaming, stunned silence, absolute bliss, and one girl rolling her eyes. If you all knew him like I know him, you wouldn't be reacting this way. He is a dork and so damn awkward. Itsuka did smile, though, seeing that Himiko was impressed to see the hero. They didn't react like the rest of the class, though they were impressed. Alright, my future fellow heroes, today is the first day on your journey to become pro heroes right alongside me. He paused as they cheered. But you can't begin your journey dressed like that. He pulled a small remote from his hand. The far wall slid open with a single press, revealing shining briefcases. Inside, you will find the hero costumes that you submitted with your enrollment paperwork. They have all been approved, reviewed, and looked over by your very own support course, as well as some of the faculty. He paused, making all of them hesitate. Some of your designs, shall we say, needed help. There were glaring flaws, and those have been addressed. We will be having a meeting with the support course to go over some designs and possible improvements for your costumes after today. But that is tomorrow. Today we have a heroic class to attend. Get dressed and meet me at Training Ground Theta. The class ran, grabbed their cases, and left to change. Itsuka saw Izuku and Himiko pause as they placed their hand on their cases before she heard them mutter, for ERI. Before you go and get changed, I would like to have a discussion with you. Imar Midoriya, All Might called out to Izuku before he and Himiko left. Izuku nodded his head, and Himiko continued off to get changed. Izuku set his case down and turned to face Japan's #1 hero. Yes, sir, Izuku said. He kept his tone casual. All Might noticed that, but he also noticed the boy's muscles tensing in case the situation turned violent. You can relax, Mr. Midoriya, I have no intention of harming you or your family unit. All Might said, coming a bit closer. To say that I was surprised when I learned of the offer that was made to you by NEZU would have been an understatement. I appreciated your aid in the battle with Overhaul. What you did once he was defeated and in custody is a different matter. I can appreciate your sentiment, but I would do it again, Izuku replied. A hero needs to strive to be better than others to hold themselves to a higher standard, even if that standard is unobtainable. There are times when in the course of battle, it may be necessary to take a villain's life, but we must always resolve to use that as a final result, not to kill a man who was already beaten and subdued. There is a system in place. We must trust in that system. All Might said as he came to a stop a few feet from Izuku. I don't trust your system, Izuku said. All Might, you don't understand what Overhaul represented to my family. To you, he was just a villain that needed to be brought into custody. In fact, I bet you didn't know more that he was an extremely dangerous target, so much in fact that they needed you to bring him in. Is that correct? All Might nodded. He had been brought in at the last minute after reuniting with his old sidekick, Sir Night-Eye. He would have almost died during the raid if it hadn't been for Izuku's daughter, Eri. Then why are you here if you do not trust in the system? First, so I don't go to jail, Izuku said with a smile as he held up one finger. Second, so I can have a chance to watch my daughter grow up and hopefully have something of a normal life, whatever she defines as her normal. Third, to change the system. The system failed Eri, Himiko, and me at every turn. The system is corrupt, police and heroes. It is broken and needs to be changed. Sometimes, you have to burn it down to rebuild it properly. Is that what you intended to do? Burn it down? All Might asked, studying the young man standing before him. If need be, Izuku looked at All Might, the bright costume, the smile, the heroic pose, though no one was beside them. He stared deep into All Might's eyes. You understand loss, Izuku said. All Might raised an eyebrow. You understand pain and what it is like to look at death and do all you can not to flinch. Whoever put that on display in front of you, did you try to drag them in, or did you kill them? All Might didn't say anything. I bet you killed them because not only did they kill someone you cared about, maybe even loved. If it was someone on that level, I bet they were pretty bad, maybe even a monster, so you didn't bat an eye when you killed them. That night, you probably whispered something to the person you lost. All Might just nodded. That was overhaul not just to Himiko and me but to Eri. We both know what it is like to have blood on our hands, but we do it so others don't have to. The other kids in this class don't know what it is like to make the hard choice, to know what it is like to have to take a life. I have killed other people besides Overhaul, but his face doesn't come to me when I sleep. Izuku paused. He took a deep breath before he bowed to All Might. I am sorry that you used your strength to kill him. I wasn't capable of doing it otherwise, but when I did it with the belief that I was going to prison and that I knew for a fact my family's monster was gone. With your permission, I would like to go get changed now. Izuku took the hero's silence as consent. Amar Midoriya, All Might called after the young man. Izuku stopped and turned back around. Why do you want to be a hero? So my daughter doesn't have to be, he replied, picking up his case and leaving the room. Himiko. She walked into the locker room and whistled at all the girls in various stages of undress. They all paused. Momo blushed, but Himiko noticed that she had turned slightly. She kept looking back at Himiko. She would have to file that away for later. Ochiko huffed, seeming more annoyed, staring at her costume. Torwell, Himiko had no idea she was staring at a pair of gloves and boots. Hyoka gave her a wink as she slowly pulled her tight leather pants over her thong. Mina looked at Himiko, twirled her bra over her head, and threw it into her locker. Itsuka flashed her a smile as she continued to get changed. She wondered what Izuku's outfit would look like and if he would think she looked pretty. She blushed and chastised herself slightly. Here she was, the ninth wielder of One for All, and she was wondering if a boy she liked would think her hero outfit was cute. She stood there and closed her eyes, let her mind indulge for a moment, but pulled it back. She had things to do. She needed to get better, and All Might didn't have the time for fantasy. Later, she could giggle and enjoy these feelings after school, but until then. Sue looked around the room at the girls. We are pretty hot. Which caused the room to laugh. Himiko took a deep breath as she went to her locker. She set her case down, slowly undid the lock, and raised the lid. A smile started to spread across her face. Izuku. He stepped into the boys' locker room as the other guys were already stripping down. He went to his locker and removed his uniform. It wasn't long till Mineta called for all their attention. Feast your eyes, boys, he said, standing on a bench, hand on hip and the other, pointing towards the girls' locker room. I am sorry that all of you will be forgotten in the minds of the semi-nude hotties on the other side of the wall once they, he paused dramatically, lay their eyes upon the glory that is Mineta Minoru, the future top-ranked hero, and harem king. His voice dramatically. Please refrain from drawing attention to our classmates' hypothetical state of dress and becoming a harem king. Such goals have no such place in heroics, Ida commented. What is a harem king? Izuku said, setting his case down. How the hell do you not know what a harem king is? Denki said, staring at him in disbelief. Have you been under a rock? A few other guys rolled their eyes and slapped their foreheads. Ijiro did the honor of reaching over and slapping him on the back of the head. No, you idiot, he was living in a pit. Oh, my bad, Denki said, rubbing his head. Well, let me explain to you, Mineta said, rubbing his hands together. A harem king has a beautiful woman who is in love with him and has all with him. He is worshipped like a god. Do they love each other? Or just him? Izuku responded. Just him. That is what makes it so great. Mineta responded with a smile and thumbs up. Nah, I'll pass, Izuku responded. But you keep shooting for that, Mineta. But have you never watched anime? Denki asked. No, I watched some when I was super little, and some cartoons with Eri after we got out. He shrugged. What do you do at night, then? Siro asked, his curiosity piqued. Try to help with dinner, but I am not very good at it, he paused. Homework, play with Eri, clean up, watch something on television together, give Eri her path, spend time with Himi. Oh, and work or try to look things up to cook. I can give you some pointers or even teach you some simple cooking things if you like. Sato said with a smile. That would help, he responded with a sheepish smile. I tried to learn when Lunch Rush gave us some lessons when we first got her, but I still have a hard time. Izuku got into his costume. It wasn't nearly as flashy as others, but he felt it was practical. Black cargo pants, steel-reinforced boots, armor-reinforced shirt. Deep crimson-red gauntlets ran up his forearms, with small blades that curved back for drawing blood, a matching vest with reinforced pouches on the inside containing vials for blood, and a hood. He attached his half-mask and looked at the mirror in the locker. It worked, and he liked it. He felt he could mood, nothing flashy, perfect for the underground. Not bad by man, Izuku said, patting him on the shoulder. Let's go do this thing. Training grounds. The boys were all chatting, discussing the others' costumes and things to change and improve. Mineta was talking about the girls. Then they arrived for a brief moment, and all their conversation stopped. Momo's hero costume includes a crimson high-collared, sleeveless leotard with silver lines at her waist and around her arms. Her arms are open to expose her skin from her neck to just below her navel. She wears calf-length red boots with heels that dip sharply down in the center. She also wears 2 gold utility belts around her waist and a thinner one around the top of her chest below her shoulders. Her costume design is intentional, allowing her to create items on her body from as many points as possible. This is because her quirk can only be used if her skin is exposed. Toru stepped out in gloves and boots, and immediately, every boy could assemble them. That meant if those were visible, then it must mean that she was wearing nothing else. Mineta's nose began to bleed as he passed out. Tenya looked away so fast it was almost like he gave himself whiplash. Jiro's hero costume comprises a black leather jacket, a long salmon-colored shirt with a few rips at the collar and hem, tight black leather pants, and boots featuring stereos incorporated into their shafts. She has 2 minor, triangular red paint marks below her eyes, a plain black choker, and white fingerless gloves. Denki's eyes lingered on her, as did Izuku's. Her punk rock vibe was rather hot when she paused and applied dark purple lipstick. He blushed and looked away. Tsu's hero costume is a bright green turtleneck bodysuit with 2 black lines running down it, each framed with yellow. She wears tan-colored gloves with large buckles on each wrist guard and a headband and goggles with dark green tinted lenses attached on either side. Her costume also includes 2 matching belts, one above her bobas, a strap at either side going around her shoulders, and one around her waist, with little green dots embedded all the way around. She wears tight black boots with markings of AV on her thighs and green webbed flippers resembling frogs' toes on her feet. It just hugged Tsu's body. It showed off every curve the girl had, and boy, did she have some curves. She noticed the boys looking at her, and though her face showed nothing, she was happy inside. Knowing that others thought she was attractive was something she had battled with in high school. Mutant quirks sometimes made things hard. That was why you saw a lot of mutants with other mutants, as finding real love was hard. They tended to get fetishized a lot. She was thankful they weren't making naughty comments, though she didn't want to have to smack someone on the first day. Mina wears a tight bodysuit with a camouflage pattern ending just above her bobas. She also sports a plain white domino mask over her eyes. Her look is complete with a tan-colored sleeveless waistcoat, white fur along its collar, cropped and unbuttoned, and custom-made plum violet and beige boots. The mask stands out beautifully against her pink skin, and a few of the boys immediately flush at the thought of Mina in a white bikini or something even more scandalous. Achiko felt uneasy as she wore her hero costume. The outfit was a black full-body suit with a pink design running down the middle of her torso. Her chest had 2 black semi-spheres, and pink stripes started at her midsection. The costume had a deep pink choker and 2-toned pink sleeves with cuffs. She also wore matching accessories, including round gauntlets with handles, chunky knee-high boots, and a 2-piece belt with a round buckle. She noticed the looks the boys gave her, making her blush even more. Her costume was supposed to be more puffy, like a spacesuit, not so tight. And Achiko had the figure to fill it out. She was round in all the right places, and things bounced when she moved. Itsuka stepped out immediately, looking for Izuku. When she saw him look at her, she started to blush. She saw him mouth the word wow. In her hero costume, Itsuka wore a knee-length turquoise cheapao dress with a black double-bobed corset that stopped below her chest. Underneath the dress, she sports black short pants. Her outfit is accessorized with a brown utility belt around her hips, with a pouch attached at the back. She also wears a thin black domino mask around her eyes and white-heeled navy blue boots with wide vamps that reach down to her toes, filled with white slips. Okay, so she would indulge some now and later as well. Last to emerge was Himiko. She wore black-heeled knee-high boots and blood-red leather pants that merged into a black corset around her chest, accentuating her pale skin. A blood-red leather trench coat was over the top with tiny blades that hung down from other points, her piped black mask, the black-handled knives strapped around her thighs, a utility belt around her waist with more boxes attached to it on either side. She had a unique appearance, with a black mask hanging loosely around her neck. The mask was adorned with pale gray metal pieces arranged in a menacing grin. On either side of the mask were 3 large silver canisters, with needles connecting them to 2 larger cylinders hidden under her jacket and strapped to the back of her belt. Izuku walked forward. "Wow, you all look amazing," he said, smiling. "Finally, someone compliments us," Mina said, laughing. Izuku nudged Ochako. "I like your hero costume, it looks good," doing his best to reassure the girl. Ochako blushed some more. "You think so?" she said, looking herself over. "I wanted to be more poofy, like a spacesuit, but I guess I wasn't specific enough with the design department." "Well, I think you look cool," he replied. "And if you don't like it, you can always put in for a change later." "You're right, Izuku." "Thank you," she broke out in a smile. "I like your costume also, it's pretty cool." Izuku smiled and walked over to Himi, taking her hand and giving her a twirl. "Holy Himi." Himiko laughed and briefly kissed him. "You like baby?" Izuku nodded, and some of the other boys started to come over and add their compliments. Izuku stepped up to Itsuka. "You look so hot right now," he whispered. Itsuka blushed and playfully punched his arm. "Thanks, you look pretty good yourself, stud," she replied. "Well, children, they say the clothes make the hero, and I see all you look quite dashing in your outfits," All Might said as he emerged his trademark smile. "Now, first, young Yaoyuzu and young Hagakure, please come here." The 2 girls took a nervous gulp and walked over to All Might. "Young Hagakure, I want you to go to the design department immediately. I cannot and will not allow you to run into battle naked. Now, off with you, do not worry about what you will miss today, as seeing that you are properly protected is more important. If you hurry, you may still be able to participate in the training." "Thank you, All Might," Toru said with a hint of awe. She had come to terms with running around naked. In fact, she enjoyed it at times, but the thought of being interfered by people she didn't want to be grouped by had been something she had to deal with and try to come to terms with. "There is nothing to thank me for, young lady. I may have strides to take in learning to be a teacher, but ensuring that you are properly protected is something I cannot overlook. Now run along." Toru was smiling, though no one could see it, of course, as she ran off. "You are to do the same but after class, Ms. Yaoyuzu, for the same reasons. I understand the need for such skin exposure, and I am glad the design department had enough sense to reject the first proposal." Momo blushed. "But your protection is important as well." "Thank you, All Might," she responded, still blushing. "Now, rejoin the class." He smiled as she ran back to her classmates, and he noticed how most of them immediately went to check on her and make sure she was okay and that Toru was as well. All except for Mineta, who groggily got to his feet before looking at the girls, and a fountain of blood sprouted from his nose, sending the boy back to the ground. All Might shrugged. He was sure the boy would be fine. "Now, today's lesson is going to be about adapting and overcoming with the aid of Professor Shokin. We are going to have you split into teams of 2. All Might smiled. "Now bear with me, this is the first heroic class for all of us." Itsuka rolled her eyes when he pulled out index cards and a small pair of glasses that sat on the end of his nose. All the students smiled, seeing the number 1 hero so unguarded. "Now Professor Shokin has taken up a position at the end of the street in teams of 2, you are going to have to approach the building at the far end and secure the bomb in the lobby. Rest assured that it is not an actual bomb but paper." "Mache, ha, he said slightly robotically, pause for laughter. The class groaned as he read his stage notes out loud. Itsuka's faces palmed. "To determine teams, we are going to have a random draw. Then everyone will take a vest from the crate. These will be your sensors to tell you if you have been hit 3 hits, and you are out. The focus of this exercise is to learn how to work together to approach a hostile situation within a defined time limit of 15 minutes. After everyone competes, we will have hand-to-hand combat training and then 1 hour of Quirk training. All Might put his glasses and the index card away. I will oversee this portion of your exercise before I turn you over to Professor Quanon for hand-to-hand, then Professor Shialonis for Quirk training. Now my little zygotes, draw your lots and don your vests, and the large sensor goes center mass. He smiled. The students came to draw their lots and grabbed their vests, communication relays, and a map of the area. Team 1, you will have 10 minutes to figure out your approach. The rest of you will join me in the control room. When it is your turn, you will have only 30 seconds once you enter the starting area, so make sure you observe your classmates and formulate your plans. Well, that kind of S for us, Izuku said with a smirk, just the man stacking the deck against us. Hyoka smirked, damn the man, save the empire. Teens. Hyoka Izuku. Himiko Sato. Mina Ijiro. Itsuka Tenya. Fumika Jachiko. Tsu Denki. Mizo Yuga. Koji Shoto. Momotoru. Mineta? Hyoka and Izuku. Any ideas? Izuku said as they walked into the starting area, looking at their maps. Well, I am going to hazard a guess that Professor Shokan probably has some sort of shooting quirk, Hyoka said, looking toward the end of the block. Stands to reason, Izuku said, rubbing his head. If we can figure out where they are shooting from, that could help us with some angles and everything. If it is a loud shot, then the echo will make that hard for me. A quieter one, I may be able to help locate them, Hyoka replied. We can stick to alleys for the initial part till we get about here, then we have to cross in the open to get to the other side. She ran her finger along the route. Once we hit that point, it is all open ground, Izuku said. We have no idea what the cover will be like. So I think we stick to the alleys, try to find something to provide us cover when we have to cross the open areas, Hyoka said with a smirk. Think you can keep up? I will do my best, he replied. So I am curious, she said after silence. You and Himiko seem to love each other very much. What is with the open marriage thing? She held her jacks. I have excellent hearing. Well, I wasn't expecting that, but you are right. I love her madly, he replied. Part of it is about control. While in the pit, we were sometimes required to serve some special guests. Hyoka's eyes widened. Most of the time, it was about as bad as you want to imagine, but sometimes it was rather pleasant. Well, at least it was as pleasant as it could be. Hime likes girls as well as boys, and well, I like girls. After living where we didn't know if we would die tomorrow, we want to live freely and enjoy ourselves. What does one have to do to get an invite? Hyoka said with a smile. I swing both ways, and I don't want anything serious. I want to have some fun, so my wild oats. Observation room. I wish we could hear what they are talking about. Denki said, looking at the screen. All Might blushed and said, they are just discussing strategy. Hyoka Izuku. We can talk about it later at the cottage if you like. He smiled, looking over her body with a naughty full twinkle. Hyoka returned the smile and a look as she admired his muscles. Sounds good. Do you think we are going to pass this thing? Honestly, probably not, he said, looking at their target. But I look at it as I hope we can help the rest of the class. I think the latter teams are going to have the best chance. The buzzer started as soon as they exited the start area, and before they could even make it behind a building, Izuku's sensor went off. They dashed behind the building. Well, it wasn't a loud shot, he said. We are too far. I didn't hear anything, Hyoka apologized. That was a stupid good shot, though. Yeah, that is some bull, Izuku replied, let's go. Whoever this professor was, she was deadly with her accuracy. They managed to get past the first clearing but were tagged, 4th floor from what I can guess, Hyoka said, what they are using is very quiet. They ran through the next set of alleys, pausing before they would have to enter the clearing. How now, brown cow? Hyoka said, not hazarding a peek out, open area at least 50 yards to any cover. Even then, it was minimal. There is no way I am going to make that clearing, Izuku said, looking around. You take any gymnastics classes? I took a tumbling class, learning how to fall. Why? Himiko replied, curious. Okay, would you mind giving me some blood? Izuku paused. I am assuming for your quirk, Izuku nodded. I am not that strong. I don't know how much it will help. Well, all I have is Himi's and my own, any extra will help, Izuku replied. This is what I am thinking. I will power up and then expend it all in one throw. You want to throw me like a lawn dart? Himiko replied, surprised at his suggestion. Is this an excuse to grab my? She smirked. It is a nice, Izuku said. Can't it be both? He said with an innocent smile. So we run out, your lawn dart me as far as you can, I land and make a run for the bomb? He nodded. That sounds dumb as hell, but it. Don't let my death be in vain? Izuku said dramatically. We shall sing songs of your sacrifice in the halls of heroes tonight. She responded. So, how do you want to take the blood? Izuku pulled out a syringe, easiest way, the least fun way but the easiest. Himiko smiled, removing her arm from her jacket. Izuku noticed she had great muscle tone in her arms. They were still slender, but he could see that she worked out consistently. She gave him her best demure look. Jesus, you are ing. You charmer, she teased. After he drew some blood, she had to admit it was weird to see him drink it, but it was also kind of hot. She did have a bit of a secret vampire fetish. She watched him pop another vial, and the crimson wraps formed on both arms before they all shifted to one. She let out an eep when he placed his hand on her stomach just below her belly button and lifted her one-handed. He used his other hand to hold her steady as he adjusted his hand placement, making her giggle. So you're ticklish, he said. Say anything, and I blow out your eardrums, she threatened her jack, moving threateningly. Okay, it is going to be 3 steps the throw, he said. Good luck, he said with a smile. He ran out and took 2 steps on through Himiko, expending all his strength at once. His sensor lit up with a third hit, and an electric jolt went. Ow! He yelled. Observation room. Did I forget to mention that would happen? All Might said sheepishly. Jiro. This mother just threw me like a lawn dart, she thought. She heard the shot better this time than the sound of a chamber being clipped. They are reloading. As Himiko hit the ground, she rolled and dived to the left instead of forward, but no sensor hit. Getting her feet under her, she pushed off and ran for the building entrance. She could see the bomb through the glass door. Reload. Himiko stopped moving forward. No hit. She dashed again to reload. She zagged left. Hit. One more. She was done. Reload. Hero time. Himiko dived, throwing her arms in front of her face, and crashed through the glass door. She rolled, wincing at the cuts, and tagged the bomb. The hero team wins. The battle trials continued, with each team steadily trying to improve on the other's tactics. All Might was happy to see them taking notes, talking with their teammates, and sharing ideas around the room. Himiko and Sato took the field second after Himiko and Izuku. They used Sato's strength bursts to move past clearings as quickly as possible, using the elements of surprise to get them in position to go for the bomb. They deployed a similar tactic as the first team, but Sato was able to run with the dumpster as a shield, with Himiko hiding inside, to get them in place to score a victory, with both of them alive at the end. Mina and Ajiro surprised people by not going the same route, but instead, Mina used her acid to cut through buildings, keeping them from having to take unnecessary risks by exposing themselves. The problem is that the process took time and drained Mina pretty bad by the time they had to make a break for the bomb. Also, Professor Shokin changed location, giving them a better view of the final approach. A bit of levity was added when Mina dove heroically in front of Ajiro, allowing him to secure the victory. All Might even allowed Mina to give her death speech before falling dramatically dead, and Ajiro screamed to the sky. Itsuka and Tenya took straight down Main Street using sheer speed and strength. It was a wicked, foolin' assault that saw them achieve victory by Itsuka ripping car doors free for them to use as shields. They won with the fastest time. When Fumikage and Ochako took to the field, it was clever use of Dark Shadow and Ochiko's gravity negation that saw them initially take to the roofs, forcing the professor to change location again and then drop to the streets. They made excellent use of elevation changes and Dark Shadow, making them extremely difficult to pinpoint. Ultimately, they won, with Ochako only having been hit once, when using her quirk made her unleash the rainbow. Denki was the sacrificial lamb in their assault. He did all he could to give Tsu time to use her mobility to claim victory, including shorting out the power to the testing facility for 20 minutes. In his disoriented state, he was taken out of the match. Mizo and Yuga were interesting in that they used Yuga to play counter-sniper. Mizo would relay their opponent's position, and he would come out and fire his naval laser. His need to sparkle came in handy as his movements were not initially predictable, allowing him to avoid a few shots. In the end, the professor was a better shot, ending the Frenchman's assault and nearly taking out Mizo. Shoto protected them with a wall of ice, and Koji swarmed their professor with rodents. They easily cruised to victory. Professor Shokin voiced their displeasure rather vehemently. Toru made it back just in time for her to join Momo. Did it work? Momo asked Toru. It is just a pair of bicycle shorts right now and a sports bra, Toru said excitedly. Hold on a moment. All Might? Yes, young Hagakure. He was surprised when she ran over and hugged him briefly. Thank you so much, Toru said quickly. I can't tell you how much it means to me too. Think nothing of it, young Hagakure, All Might said softly. As I said, it is my job to ensure that not only do I try to teach you how to be the best heroes you can be but that you are also adequately protected. Now take the field. Momo created some shields, but instead of handing one to Toru, she rigged them up on a pole so it looked like they were moving together. Toru crept straight down the middle, securing the victory. Mineta sighed as he was about to run alone when Izuku volunteered to go again. Why? Mineta asked as they walked out to the field. You came in clutch with that video in the locker room, Izuku said. When we told the class, you understood what we did to protect Eri. Family matters, Mineta said. Did they make you guys? Izuku nodded. That's no offense, how are you both not homicidal psychopaths? Love is a mother, yo, Izuku said with a smile and shrug, making Mineta laugh. Hey, could we use your OBS to climb the buildings? Mineta nodded. Okay, I saw we go airborne till we get close, then dashed from both sides and see if we live. That is chaotic and wild, Mineta smiled. Let's do it. Once again, Izuku fell on the battlefield. Once they finished the scenario, they moved on to hand-to-hand with Professor Kwanon. The boys and some of the girls froze when she emerged. She wore a purple one-piece purplish-black bikini wrapped around her chest and neck, matching thigh-high boots, gloves, and a red sash around her slender waist. If I can get some of her blood, Himiko whispered to Izuku, who nodded foolishly. Welcome, my dear heroes, to hand-to-hand training, she smirked. Today, we will have some light sparring so I can see where some of you are and develop a lesson plan from there. I am also skilled in weapons and can provide you with training in that as well. I am not here to force my style on you but to help you find and develop your style. Itsuka and Izuku, you're up first. Itsuka smiled as they stepped into the ring, and so did Izuku. His excitement was building. No quirks, take your marks and begin. Izuku pushed off, coming in fast. Itsuka deflected his right hook, attempting to deliver a spinning kick to his midsection. She marveled as he spun back away from the kick, and with a spinning back fist, she was able to block, making her take a step back. The class watched as a devilish smile spread across both their faces. They raced in, ready to combat, only for their bodies to freeze up, and they fell to the floor. Light spar. Kwanon called out, and they could move again. They both apologized sheepishly and began again. Once they were started, the professor got others going with some light sparring and others practicing striking. They were all battered when they moved on to quirk training with Professor Shialones. Everyone in the class was astonished when he moved effortlessly between them. He seemingly understood their quirks and had plans for them to work on strengthening them. Himiko and Izuku were shocked that he could even address their blood quirks. By the time he was done, the students were exhausted as they made their way to the showers. Toru, Himiko. Most girls had already slipped into the showers when Toru approached Himiko and got her attention. Himi? She said hesitantly. Himiko turned to the floating towel. Everything all right, Toru? Himi replied as she wrapped herself in a towel. Today, getting clothes so I didn't have to run around naked was something I had to come to terms with when I decided to become a hero. It wasn't the ideal situation. But today, when All Might sent me to get those clothes before the trial, Toru paused, struggling for a moment. I didn't realize how much it bothered me until I had them on. Just because we make peace with something doesn't mean it doesn't bother us, Himiko said, placing her hand on Toru's shoulder. What can I do to help? You don't get people's quirks when you transform into them, Himi nodded. Could you use it to transform into me? Himi could feel her shoulder tense. I want to see myself. I haven't seen myself since I was 5. If you don't. Himiko's heart broke some. Toru, I would love to help you out. She wrapped her arms around Toru. I can't imagine what this must have done to you. But you have gone through so much worse. Toru tried to complain as she returned the hug, some tears escaping. Just because we haven't gone through the same trauma, it doesn't minimize yours, Himiko said. Therapy has taught me that we all have our crosses to bear, and that doesn't make what you are going through any less traumatic for you. And if I can help you out. Thank you, Himi, Toru whispered. Himiko paused. I copy whatever you are wearing now, so I will just be in a towel. If you put on your uniform, we can even do a school photo for you, something nice you can send your parents. I want to see myself, all of myself, Toru blushed. Maybe we can do a school photo this weekend. Understandable, Himi smiled. I don't have my syringes right now, so I will have to take it the old-fashioned way. I can make a small cut or bite you. Is there a way you prefer? This is about what you are comfortable with, Himi responded. Biting is intimate for some people. How about we do a small cut? I promise it will be all right. I am extremely good with a knife. You can bite me, Toru said after a pause. You have shared so much with me, and knives scare me. You are also about to see me naked, so that a little intimacy wouldn't bother me. Have you ever done that with Izuku? I mean, transform in the bedroom. Himiko laughed. No, we joke about it, but that would be a massive invasion of privacy. Now if they were in the bedroom with us, that would be a different story. Then that means you could turn into Izuku. Toru froze as the thought ran through her mind, and her whole body heated up. Naughty girl, Himi teased as they both laughed, their moods lightening. Now, let's shower together. She grabbed Toru's hand and led her into the shower. Himiko brought Toru's wrist to her mouth and slowly sank her fangs in. Toru was trembling slightly when Himi's fangs sank in. There was a pain, and then it just felt numb, but as Himiko drank, it sent a shudder through Toru. Himiko's eyes were lidded, and she seemed to be in pleasure hearing this deep throaty sob escape Himiko's throat as she held Toru's wrist. Did ignite some exciting thoughts in Toru's mind. As this was the most intimate act she had ever experienced, it was a bit of surprise at how much it turned Toru on. When Himiko broke away, Toru marveled that her wrist was sore. Did you like that? Himiko teased as she licked Toru's blood off her lips. Toru froze seeing the act, the sensual way that Himiko spoke, the way her tongue dragged temptively over her lips. I think I have a vampire fetish, Toru whispered, immediately clasping her hands over her mouth. Himiko laughed. Izuku is good at it as well. I just wish he had fangs like me. Toru nearly fell over at that part, but she managed to maintain control. Then, she watched as Himiko's skin began to morph and change. A short girl with long, messy, wavy chartreuse hair, pink specs, bushy eyelashes, and big round eyes appeared in place of Himiko. Her pupils were teal on the outside and yellow on the inside. Himiko disappeared quickly, and the new girl took her place. Toru was stunned as the towel fell. She just stared at her naked body, her eyes drinking in every detail. She reached out and touched Himi, her hands lightly tracing over her doppelganger's arms and sides. Himiko giggled, and a sensual sob escaped her lips as Toru's hand passed over her bobas. Toru was in a trance, staring at herself. She gently tugged Himiko's arm to get a complete look. Himiko sat with her back to Toru, looking over her shoulder at the invisible girl. When Himiko heard Toru begin to cry, she wrapped her in a tight embrace as they sank to the cool floor of the shower stall. Thank you, Himiko, Toru managed between the tears. Thank you so much. Anytime, Toru, Himiko said as she stroked Toru's head. Once Toru had composed herself, Himiko put the towel back on. I am going to go shower now. Are you good? Yes, thank you again, Toru said as her friend stepped out. Izuku Shoto. Izuku had stepped out to pick up Eri from daycare, and he was surprised when Shoto asked if he could join him. Everything okay, Shoto? Izuku asked. Yes, Izuku, things are going well, Shoto responded. I was hoping to invite you to dinner tonight in the dorms. I am sure you must be exhausted. Fuyumi and my mother are preparing a feast to foster some goodwill between the class. It sounds good, Izuku responded with a smile. I am tired after today. Thankfully, except for Ida, most of the class is accepting. Those who are not don't understand the situation you have come from, Shoto said. Most would look at Fuyumi and myself and see that we are children of endeavor and assume that our home life was ideal, with us being afforded every opportunity to explore our quirks. That was not the case, Izuku said. Exactly when you are in those moments, you feel alone, never thinking nor daring to dream that someone would dare to stand by your side. Shoto stopped walking, causing Izuku to do so as well. I want you to understand how much that day meant to me and my family. Whatever happens, know we are with you wherever you find yourself. He extended his hand. I will always come when you call. Izuku took Shoto by the forearm. I appreciate that, Shoto. I want you and your sister never to hesitate to call on Himiko or me. Maybe we can all go do something this weekend. I was about to suggest the aquarium, Shoto said unexpectedly. I have never been. It was one of the things I longed for, a sense of normalcy in my childhood. Eri and I have never been to an aquarium. Maybe Hime has. Izuku paused, hand to his chin. But we have never been together. I would love to share that memory with you. Then please allow us to pay for the tickets, Shoto said before Izuku could protest. This is what friends do, is it not? Izuku knew he was defeated. Then we will pay for lunch. Shoto smiled as they broke apart and continued to pick up Eri. Eri leaped into her father's arms, turned, and looked at Shoto. Have you come to admit that pancakes are superior to waffles? Quite the contrary, Shoto smirked. Not only are waffles superior, but I will contend that French toast is also superior to pancakes. How can you be so wrong? Eri said. Pancakes are amazing and work better with all kinds of fruit. They are a staple all over the world. Not only that, but some restaurants serve only pancakes. I dare you to find a waffle-only restaurant. Shoto smirked and pulled out his phone. I thought you would say such a thing. I present the Waffle Castle. They have 5 locations just in Tokyo alone and 18 across Japan. They are opening one here next month. I expected as such. Eri crossed her arms and smirked. Father, phone. Eri took Izuku's phone. A quick search later. I give you the International House of Pancakes, in business for over 350 years, with 89,000 locations and a menu sporting over 187 pancakes. Shoto smiled. I see that you swayed Fuyumi to your side. She has come to her senses as soon as your mother, Eri said, sounding like an adult. Izuku made a note to pay more attention to her television programming. We shall see, Eri. This battle is not yet over. Shoto smiled. Izuku just enjoyed hearing them keep going back and forth as they headed back to the dorms. Bakugo. Why Katsuki? Mitsuki demanded. What in the world made you attack someone in the locker room? And why would you attack Izuku of all people? Katsuki clicked his tongue and looked away. No, Katsuki, you don't get to answer me. She said as the volume of her voice increased. You are lucky you are not in jail. Do you know how much your tuition is? Are you aware that it is non-refundable? Who cares, you damn hag? Katsuki bellowed, getting to his feet. Don't you understand? The more important thing is that he is still there. That damn villain is still in the hero course. How is Izuku a villain? What has he done? She retorted. He and that damn both have a blood quirk. You can't trust those people. He stomped his foot. Why can't anyone else see it? Mitsuki stopped. Is that why? Her tone was no longer angry. It was rife with disbelief. You are saying your hatred for Izuku is because he has a blood quirk? Not just any blood quirk? He steals other people's strength. He feeds on them like some vampire. Katsuki started to pace. Doesn't anyone get it? Mitsuki turned, stunned, to her husband Masaru, who had been silent this entire time. Katsuki, he said, his voice calm. Katsuki stopped pacing and stared. You have chosen to attack another student based on their quirk? You don't. Masaru held up his hand to cut him off. Yes or no? Yes, Katsuki answered. Is there any evidence that when he uses his quirk, he weakens someone either at the time of usage or in some permanent manner afterward? Masaru said, his tone still calm and even. No, he saw Masaru raise an eyebrow. No, but I know it. Deep in my soul, I know he and that girl are in trouble. He is a villain, a killer, and a dangerous man. Katsuki, I don't know if a single word out of your mouth is true, but I will make an inquiry, Masaru said. But do you, instead of bringing this to the staff, choose to act violently and have been expelled from UA? Now tell me, what hero school is going to take you? Are you nuts? With my quirk. You attacked another hero course student because of the nature of their quirk. Masaru walked forward. No one is going to care about your damn quirk, you idiot. You are a quirkist. You idiot, your dream of being a hero is for all intents and purposes over. Masaru grabbed Katsuki by his shirt. I am disgusted with you. Katsuki went to grab his father's hands, but when those words struck him as if he had been slapped. You have no idea what he has been through. And just because he has a blood quirk, you decide to sit in judgment. Who the hell do you think you are? You are some dumb kid whose head was filled with this nonsense that somehow you are superior to others due to your quirk. Masaru's grip tightened and he lifted Katsuki off the ground. I don't know who filled your head with this nonsense, I don't care. He dropped Katsuki, who fell to the ground. Get your unpacked and start filling out applications for a late enrollment. You will not leave this house without my or your mother's permission. Katsuki scrambled to his feet and started moving towards Masaru, who stopped and spread his arms. You better take your best shot and pray you put me down with it. Katsuki froze. He had never heard his father speak like that. Katsuki didn't move, and Masaru stepped out of the room. Your father, Mitsuki said. He wasn't always the same man you have known all your life. He changed when he found out I was pregnant with you. I don't know who filled your head with this nonsense, but I know I failed you. Katsuki looked at his mother, stunned, not only by her words but also by her tone and the hurt he heard. I am sorry, Katsuki, she said as she left the room. Katsuki sat on his bed and stared at the boxes in the corner. Fuyumi. She sat proudly as all the students in the dorm sat down to eat. She had prepared a menu of spaghetti with meatballs, salad, and bread. She watched as everyone passed the bowls around, and then they all turned and looked at her and Ray, waiting for them to serve themselves. Ray giggled as she had been distracted by Eri sitting between Ray and Himiko. Once they were served, Sato stood up. I would like to thank Ms. Fuyumi and Ms. Ray for preparing dinner for us tonight. He paused as the students all said their thanks. I would also like to say that I am happy that we all have a chance to sit together and eat. I hope that we can all do this again. He took his seat as everyone gave thanks for the meal, and they all began to eat. Despite the fatigue from the day, Fuyumi watched as most of the students smiled and laughed about their day and battle trial. She noticed her brother smiling and laughing as he talked with Izuku. She was excited when Shoto came home and told her about the trip to the aquarium, but he asked their mother if she would join them. Ray couldn't contain her happiness or excitement at the opportunity, especially when they heard Natsuo would also be there with the possibility of him bringing his mystery girlfriend along. Everything had not been perfect. There was a fight between Izuku and Tenya, who was absent from the dinner due to a family obligation. Then, there was the incident with Bakugo in the boys' locker room. She had been informed of his expulsion and had to watch as his parents came to pack up the boys' room this afternoon. It was a solemn affair. They didn't ask her many questions. All his mother asked was if any of the other students had been hurt. There was an energy coming off the boy's father, an energy that Fuyumi recognized. A storm raged underneath the surface. There was a fury there at first. Fuyumi feared for Katsuki. But the more she studied Masaru Bakugo, the more she could feel the raging storm pass with every object he packed, with every box he carried to the elevator. She saw the storm of rage dissipate into disappointment with a hint of regret. As she watched, Masaru packed his boys' room, pausing and looking for every item as he packed it, questioning how everything had come to this. When they left, they thanked Fuyumi. She watched them talk with Aizawa and Midnight briefly before they left. Fuyumi shook the thought of the day away and focused on the dinner. When it was over, she was happy that some of the boys took to the dishes before the students had to break to tackle their homework. She watched as they crowded around the table, pulling out their notebooks. Ray took Eri to the common room to color and watch cartoons. She saw the class pulling around Himiko and Izuku, helping them with their homework. She had almost forgotten that they were behind academically compared to the rest of the class. Himiko and Izuku smiled as the class lent the maid Momo sat between them. Momo was the #1 student in the class and seemed adept at teaching them. Soon, the raven-haired girl was floating around the table, offering her expertise to anyone who needed it. Fuyumi was watching the beginning of friendships blossom, the foundation of which would hold them for the rest of their lives. Tenya's family engagement. Tenya sat in his brother Tensei's office. It was easy to see that the two were related, as they looked remarkably similar, except that Tensei's hair was cut short and spiked. "Do you understand what you have done?" Tensei said as he paced the floor, the anger apparent in his voice. "I told you that information so you would be aware and to keep an eye on the situation, not to go running your mouth." "Tensei, I was telling them that they didn't belong in the UA and hoping that they would withdraw on their merit," Tenya said in an attempt to defend themselves. "And I told you to keep it yourself," Tensei said. "I told you just so you were aware. The principal of UA gave them this deal. Do you not understand what your fever had done?" "No brother," Tenya said. Tensei grabbed a paper off his desk and shoved it toward Tenya. He took it and began reading. As he started reading, the color drained from his face. Due to his actions, Tensei received an official sanction from the Hero Commission. Every member of the Ingenium Agency would have to undergo training about handling classified information. The final thing that caught his attention was the 3 million yen fine that had to be paid to the Midoriyas. Tensei, once his brother had finished reading the letter, then explained to Tenya that because of this official reprimand against not only him, he was going to remove him from the ability to participate in higher profile cases for the next 5 years. Tenya's carelessness had hurt the agency's growth, the ability to hire new sidekicks, and even take on interns. Tensei, aka Ingenium, was known for the number of sidekicks he employed, numbered in the 60s. Tenya knew his brother took pride in taking on sidekicks and finding their roles within the agency. If you had a speed quirk, you knew you would find a spot at the Ingenium Agency. Tensei was proud of the 4 heroes who had started with him and had moved on to begin their agencies. They would call for advice or assistance. Tensei was there for them. "Do you understand now that your inability to keep your mouth shut has done?" Tensei said as he slammed the paper on his desk. "But brother, he killed that man while he was in custody," Tenya said, getting to his feet. "I was there, Tenya," Tensei barked. "I helped take him into custody. I am the one who told you about what he did. I told you that so you could watch him and ensure they behaved. Did I ask you to do anything other than that?" "No," Tenya said as he hung his head. "Do you know why?" Tenya shook his head. "Because they gave me the file afterward. They read me in on what had happened and what had been done. Now, because of your actions, this." He snatched the paper off the desk. "Brother," Tenya protested, stepping forward. "Get out, Tenya, get out and keep your mouth shut before you cause any more harm," Tensei said, not turning around. Tenya hung his head as he walked out, heading downstairs to the waiting car that would take him back to UA. Fuyumi. Fuyumi Todoroki had woken up early. She noticed her pants felt a bit tighter lately. Her exercise routine since the escape from Endeavor had been practically non-existent. Living with many young, healthy female heroines in training made her self-conscious. Even the thicker girls, Mina and Achiko, were thicker in all the right places, unlike Fuyumi, who was getting soft in the wrong place, namely her stomach. She had decided that she was going to do something about it. While she pulled on her leggings, she had also been trying to tackle the question of her future. She had earned her teaching degree and was getting her intern hours, which she loved. She enjoyed working with children, especially the younger ones. Working at UA had opened her eyes to the fact that there was a certain degree of luck involved in these students making it, and not just the lottery of their quirk, though that did play a large part. The lottery of their upbringing, of having parents and family that supported them. She heard some students discussing hardships due to their quirks, viewed as villainous or less than ideal. But there was more than that she had heard about. Even those with powerful quirks and strong abilities who had struggled with control had struggled to find that control. Unless you came from money or the home of a pro hero, a training space was unlikely. These students had broken laws in attempts to practice and train. Achiko had talked about sneaking into condemned buildings or construction yards to practice her quirk. Then she thought of Katsuki Bakugo. He had such a powerful quirk, a massive potential for heroic work or villainy, a push one way or the other. His biggest enemy was himself, but it was complicated by those around him who either looked the other way or encouraged such behavior, leading him down the road of intolerance and gross stupidity. Children needed guidance, and someone to step in and help them. A gentle nudge or hand could make all the difference. Maybe Fuyumi couldn't be a heroine. She loved children and could help protect them. Use her family name to her advantage. The sun had yet to rise as she stepped outside the 1A dorms. The campus was quiet. Everyone was still asleep, wrapped in their blankets, engulfed in what she hoped were good dreams. She was stretching when the sound of someone's feet striking the pavement caught her attention. She looked on the outskirts of the trail that ran outside the dorms. She saw Izuku running, bare-chested. She noticed he would close his eyes for several steps. What grabbed her attention beyond the handsome, toned, chiseled body was the smile on his face. He had this look of pure joy on his face. The only time she had ever seen him that happy was when he was in the company of Himiko and Eri. But this was different. This was a personal joy, a sense of freedom. He looked so beautiful, handsome, and positively enchanting. She felt a brief swell off naughty as he ran out of view. She shook her head and slapped her cheeks. Bad Fuyumi, she thought. She started running along the inner course, music playing on her headphones. She ran, letting her mind drift to thoughts of yesterday and tomorrow, of what she wanted for herself, of the mark she wanted to leave behind. Such thoughts and ideas were hard as they were foreign to her. Most of the time, she had spent thinking of her family and siblings and trying to help them survive in their father's household. Rarely had she thought of herself, focusing on the needs of others. Even the thoughts she was focusing on of trying to leave a mark. Leaving a legacy, was it for herself or others? Having constantly thought of others, thinking of herself made her feel a bit guilty, selfish somewhat. As she ran, she saw him with that same look on his face, the smile that wouldn't quit, and every time she saw it, it made her heart skip a beat. He looked like a completely different person. She had seen when they arrived at the campus, from the fight with Ida to the night before at dinner. When she had reached her limit, she came across him again. He was in the middle of his cool-down walk. He spotted her and walked over. "Good morning," he said, a greeting that she mimicked. Her curiosity had gotten better, so she had to ask him. "I saw you running, and you had this look." She smiled at Izuku's blush. "You looked so happy. I don't mean to pry, but unless you are with Himiko or Eri, I have never seen you look like that." But even then, this was different. Izuku looked down. As he looked back up, she felt his gaze drift over her body, a feeling she didn't dislike. "When we were in the pit, do you remember what I said about my idea of heaven?" he said. How could Fuyumi forget? It was the most beautiful, romantic thing she had ever heard. A man saying that to her would need an four when she was done. "Your idea of heaven was watching Himiko and Eri play under the blue sky. A sentiment you understand," he said, catching her off guard. "Shoto didn't see it, but I did that first time we met. You were willing to die that day if it meant he was free." All Fuyumi could do was nod. "The private thing I dreamed of, just for myself, was to run. I would dream and fantasize about being able just to run." "I don't understand," she said. "Most of my life, the outside was a fantasy, aside from faded memories of my mother," he said. "Being locked up most of my life, I dreamed of running, the freedom of it, the wind across my face." He looked at the brightening horizon. "The thought of it held this magical allure," he said. "If I could run under the open sky, I would be free. When I run, I am free." "That is kind of beautiful," Fuyumi said. "Why don't you, Himi, and Eri come over for breakfast?" "Sure." Izuku started walking away but stopped. "Fuyumi, would you care to come running with me tomorrow?" "That sounds nice," Fuyumi said. Ray was overjoyed at the prospect of breakfast with her children and the Midoriyas, mainly little Eri. She was not expecting to see Eri and Shoto pouting about breakfast before them. After some coaxing, it was due to the lack of pancakes, according to Eri, and waffles, according to Shoto. Her daughter's attempt to avoid conflict had left them both feeling sullen. Rei's inquiry then sparked the debate over the superior breakfast item, with each attempting to sway Rei to their side. She looked to the others for advice and was instead met with teasing smiles. Then Rei committed the most grievous of folly when she confessed to not liking either that much as she didn't like sweet breakfast items instead of savory. Eri and Shoto both looked betrayed as if she were an alien. The look was so bizarre that Rei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Eri and Shoto started pouting. Fuyumi, Izuku, and Himiko started to laugh, becoming a vicious circle. The laughter from the kitchen was a siren song to more students as they drifted down to start their day. For some, it was an easy transition from the night before Momo came down and asked Himiko and Izuku for their homework so she could review it. With how they sat watching her look over their work, one would have expected they were before a firing squad. Watching Momo point out some corrections before telling them the good job was heartwarming. The smiles on their faces as they asked some questions for clarification and Momo offered her future assistance made the couple look visibly relieved. Tenya Ida came downstairs to the thunderous cacophony of laughter and morning joy. He saw Izuku smiling and talking with Momo, oblivious to the trouble and chaos he had brought. He wanted to leap off the stairs and pummel Izuku into submission. His brother's words were still ringing in his ears. Maybe I could get him to withdraw the complaint, he thought. Mina, Toru, and Himiko departed to take Eri to school, sparking everyone else's exodus. Fuyumi even excused herself, leaving Rei alone. Rei was washing dishes, humming an ancient tune to herself, absently lost in her little world. It was a tune her grandmother would sing in the kitchen with a little Rei running around underfoot. The same tune she would hum or occasionally sing throughout her life was soothing for Rei. This was one of those moments associated with happier and better times. Freedom meant she was allowed to dream and make those better memories. It was building a metaphorical new foundation for her and her children. But in moments like these, no matter how pleasant, there was a bit of loneliness when she returned to her home on campus, at night when she would stare out. She sighed internally, chastising herself for being so greedy. She had her children back and was working on a relationship with Shoto. All she could ask for was the ability to travel or raise the dead so she could have her beloved Tuya back. But of all these friends and lovers, no one compares with you. And these memories lose meaning when I think of love as something new. A woman's voice sang the lines from behind Rei, startling her. Standing behind Rei was one of the professors, Professor Shokin, to be exact, a woman with a curvy body and long black hair with scattered dark purple streaks. She often ties her hair in a ponytail, with two full shoulder-length strands framing her face. Her eyes are black with purple flecks. Rei hadn't had a chance to meet the woman, only a brief introduction as Shokin walked out the door. Rei had met every other professor, but Shokin seemed to be avoiding her, and when Rei did see her, the professor would ignore Rei or leave the room. Professor, a startled Rei said, her hand over her heart. I am sorry, I didn't hear you come in. Rei expected the Shokin to say something, but instead, the professor just stared at Rei, looking her over, through her, taking the measure of her. Not many people know that song, Rei said, feeling a bit nervous, but she didn't feel threatened. She felt safe and protected. How do you know it? I know it from my grandmother. Back in school, there was a girl ahead of me, Shokin said as she slowly moved forward. I thought she was very cool. She had this air about her, was very nice, and had helped me out when I messed up something during sports day. Rei looked intently at the woman's features. She was a mentor to me, helped me find my footing, helped me study. She always made time for me. I would follow her everywhere, try to do my hair like her, and watch the same shows. I guess you could say I was smitten. A case of puppy love. Shokin smiled. I don't think she ever noticed, not that I said anything or gave her the dozens of letters I wrote her telling her how I felt. Shokin was getting very close to Rei. I would tell myself tomorrow, or maybe at the bonfire, or think about getting up on stage and shout it out. But she would always hum that song. It was like her personal theme song. I noticed she would hum it when she was off in her little world or felt nervous. It would soothe her. Shokin looked around as if she was about to tell a secret. She would sing the words when she was happy, just quietly, to herself, and she would do this little dance. Rei's eyes were watering as she knew the woman standing before her. She couldn't stop giggling, watching Shokin mimic Rei's little dance. I even learned how to play the song on guitar. Shokin blushed, not good, mind you, but well enough. I would think about going to her house and singing it outside her window. One time I even got as far as her block before I ran back home. Shokin was directly before Rei now. Then she was gone, just like that. Shokin snapped her fingers. We heard that she had married a big-time hero, and he came in and swooped her up into the happy ever after of every fairy tale you could dream of. But I never forgot about her or that song. I would sing it to myself when I would think about her. Or when I did well on a test or was nervous about something. Shokin tilted her head slightly. I promised myself that I didn't care if she was married, a villain, whatever, that one day I would see her again and tell her, Rei Himura, I have been in love with you since that sports day. I don't know if you feel the same about me, but I want to be a part of your life. Having you in my life makes it better. It inspires me to be better, and even when it was the darkest, you were the light I held close to my heart. Kana Rei whispered as he pulled Professor Shokin, aka Kana Tsutsumi, aka the deceased Lady Nagant, into a tight hug. I don't know if. Shoo, Kana said. This is good enough for now, Rei. Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya. They both shared a collective headache, and that headache's name was school. Himiko and Izuku were behind in schoolwork. They had studied hard and worked diligently to pass the entrance exam. They had succeeded, but not my wild metrics, but they had passed. They had learned to answer the questions on the test, but the lack of prior knowledge was coming into play. They could answer the question, but the building blocks that got them there were outside their preview. It was like studying to give a speech in a foreign language. They could give the speech flawlessly, and they may even know what the words meant, but having a conversation or using different tenses of the words was out of the question. As they listened to their professors and stared at the textbooks, both felt that each subject was a foreign language that they only had a passing knowledge of. Coupled with the conditions of their parole, they were expected to maintain a certain GPA. So, the feeling of pressure was mounting. This wasn't something they could fight their way out of. Himiko was thankful that, while Momo, Itsuka, and Shoto looked to have things well in hand, she could see that Mina, Toru, and Ijiro had a headache as they walked toward the lunchroom. Are you all right, my friend? Shoto said, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku nodded. There were just many things I didn't understand. I don't have the whole story, but I must tell you how it ends. I understand, Shoto smiled. I would be willing to offer my assistance if you require it. That would be greatly appreciated. Izuku laughed. Maybe you can have Fuyumi explain it to me like I am in primary school so I understand it better. Do not fret, my friend. I believe I can secure you some crayons, Shoto retorted, forcing Izuku to laugh. I will help you, too, Itsuka added, giving him a shoulder bump. He gave her a grateful smile and brushed his hand against hers. I won't let you drown either, Izuku, Kyoka said from the other side. You are not alone anymore. You got some backup. That you do, Shoto added. Momo laughed as Toru, Mina, and Himiko hit her with the big kitty's eyes, asking her to help them. By the time they made it to the table, there was a large study group being hammered out, with Momo promising to make sure none of her new friends would be left behind. The way that Momo said it was adorable. There was this hesitation as she said the word friend, but when she was embraced in a group hug from the three little lost cats she blushed and looked incredibly happy. It helped with the day's uneasiness after lunch. When classes resumed, it was a bit easier to digest the things thrown their way, knowing that while they may not understand everything, they had people willing to help them. Izuku and Himiko were walking to pick up Eri. There were plans in place for them to go to the dorms to start getting some tutoring from their friends, but the couple was talking about attending some after-school lessons with Midnight and Aizawa, as the two professionals had sent them a message offering their services. Who would we trust to babysit Eri, though? Izuku said that as their schedule was booking up quickly, alongside the extra studying they needed, there was training and working out. All our friends are in the same boat as us. They are out of the question, Himiko said, taking Izuku's arm and snuggling in. Maybe Midnight might be able to help, or what about Rei? She is fond of Eri, and Eri seems to like her. We can't take advantage of her, though, Izuku replied. Maybe we could offer to pay her? I think we can offer something. I must consider the budget. I don't want to cut what we are saving by too much, Himiko said. I wanted to ask you something, Izuku said, giving Himiko his full attention. Do you have any idea where that sizable deposit came from? No, Izuku shook his head. I haven't looked at the account in a while. It was 3 million yen, Himiko said. How much? Izuku stammered. There has to be an error of some sort. We should talk to Aizawa about it, maybe he knows. But don't spend any of it just in case we have to pay it back. I wasn't about to spend it, though aside from pretentious things, I couldn't think of anything off the top of my head to spend 3 million yen on. Himiko laughed. But what? Izuku said, looking at his wife dubiously. If we do get to keep it, maybe we can put some aside for Christmas and stuff and put some in savings, but I want to invest the rest, maybe, Himiko said. Neither of us know anything about investing, Izuku said. Yes, but Momo and Nizu do, Himiko said. We could always see if they could point us in the right direction. It will just be something that will take care of us or Eri later. Himiko took his hand. I don't want us running around being heroes our whole lives. I want a life, to raise our babies, and to make sure they are taken care of, especially if one of us gets hurt or… Nope, Izuku said, kissing her cheek. I don't want to think about that. Neither do I, my love, Himiko wiped the stray tear from her eye. I don't want to imagine a life without you, but if something happens to us, the other has to press on for Eri. Okay, I get it, Izuku said. I don't like it, but I understand. For Eri, they said as they approached the school. They paused at the fence, watching Eri running around with the other kids, laughing and playing. The simple, pure innocence and joy were heartwarming and all the motivation they needed to keep fighting for their tomorrow. Private study session. Izuku was not quite sure how he ended up in Itsuka's room. It was not that he minded it. They were going over the English lit assignment from Present Mike. They were seated at a small table on the floor in her room. She was sitting next to him, pointing something out. He was having difficulty concentrating. She had changed out of her uniform and was in a pair of cloth shorts and a loose shirt that hung off her shoulder. A tantalizing view of a black bra strap was the culprit of stealing his gaze at first. It had started simply with them going over the assignment. Still, she leaned over the table, and the loose shirt fell open, revealing a remarkable peek at the orbs hidden beneath. So now he had black lace to complete his imagination and fuel the fire of whether her underwear matched and what style they may be. So, English lit homework was much more complicated than it should have been, as she unconsciously teased him. A tuck of her hair, tucking of one leg under her chin, the stretch above her head that lifted her shirt exposing her luscious abs. Izuku felt thirsty and was getting thirstier by the second. Now she was next to him, her hair off to the side, her tender neck exposed, her perfume filling his nose. Her soft words drifted in one ear and out the other. Itsuka was not flying blind. She had engineered all of this to entice Izuku. She knew what she was doing and ensured he caught glimpses and hints. She was using every tool in her arsenal. When she slowly turned to face him, his eyes were on her and not their homework. She felt her heart skip a beat. She could see him looking from her eyes to her lips. When he slowly leaned in, she closed her eyes, welcoming the contact of his lips to hers. His hand was on her cheek as she turned to deepen their kiss. She started to gently pull him to the floor, pulling him down on top of her, his body resting in between her legs. The intimate position added gasoline to the fire that was already burning between them. His hand caressed her thigh, lifting her leg to wrap around his hip. She almost whimpered when he broke the kiss, but instead bit her lip to contain the sob when he began to kiss and at her neck. Instinctively, she had her legs wrapped around him as small jolts of pleasure ran through them and their hips rocked against each other. Itsuka could feel his standing manhood ion straining against his clothes, and he could feel how badly she wanted him by the motion of her hips. He grabbed the hem of her shirt, and in one deft motion, it was pulled over her head and tossed aside. She undid the tie from his uniform and nearly broke the buttons on his shirt, freeing him from his clothes. She blushed as his eyes were on her lace-clad chest. As his hand slid lightly up her stomach, she shuddered and pulled his hips tight against her. She gasped when she grabbed the clasp, and her bobas came free of their lace prison. She wiggled and writhed under him as they kissed, and his hand fondled her boba, playing and teasing her standing manhood boba points. She broke the kiss, and his name escaped her lips in a pleading tone. He kissed her jawline and down her neck, moving ever closer to where she wanted his mouth. Her eyes closed as a deep throaty sob filled the room as his mouth closed over her boba point with each swirl and flick of his tongue. She sobbed his name, calling to him not to stop his actions, encouraging him more as he switched to the next boba. She reached down and rubbed his hard through his pants. Fumbling her way, she freed him. Taking it in her hand, she began to stroke him up and down to his delight. His simple sobs of encouragement were all she needed. She felt his hand trail down her stomach, dance playfully across her abs, then it was at the inside of her thigh as she opened her legs for him. She felt the fabric of her shorts shift to the side as his hand found the outside of her panties. She blushed at how her desire had already made a mess of her underwear. He pushed the damp fabric aside and began to lightly touch her wet. As she continued to stroke his, their sobs became louder as they brought each other closer to release. The way he fondled her womanhood was nearly enough to break her. She nearly screamed when his fingers slipped inside of her. She could hear him playing with her dripping. She listened to his sobs in her ear, begging her not to stop, that he was almost there. The way he called her name and the attention he was paying to her. Not just mindlessly her, but his other hand was at her side, caressing her hip and legs, squeezing her bobas. They kissed, he nibbled on her neck and shoulder, he was worshipping her body like she was a goddess. His appreciation of her brought her to that edge as he called for her again, the whispered cry of his impending release. "For me, Izuku. I want to feel you," she begged him. Her words sent him over the edge. He called her name as his rocked his body. He struggled to keep pleasing her. She felt his splash against her stomach, she felt the tension in her body begin to tremble, and she felt a scream about to escape her lips. She bit down on his shoulder, as waves of pleasure rocked her. She clung to him desperately, afraid that if she let go, she would drown in pleasure. This wasn't the first time that Izuku had felt in, but it was the first time that it had been brought on by someone else. The difference was noticeable. Her toes curled so hard she feared they would break, and her senses of the room were gone, as she could feel his body against her, hear his words and sobs. Nothing else mattered or existed. She twitched and spasmed against his hand as the storm of pleasure assaulted her body and senses. She bucked violently as she clung to him, and with each crash of the wave, it lessened, bringing her back to her senses. She was finally able to fall back. She found his eyes staring down at her. The look of caring and naughty wormed its way deep into her soul. She pulled him down into a tender but passionate kiss. "Is this enough for now?" she whispered. "I was afraid I had pushed too far," he said. "I got so swept up in you." She smiled. "I would have told you no. I wanted you, I wanted this." They cleaned up and put back on their shirts. She pinned him to the door, stealing another kiss as they said goodnight. She felt like she was floating as she made her way to her bed and off to dreamland. As Izuku was walking across the lawn towards his home, he was passed by a blushing Mina, who looked at him and giggled. "See you tomorrow, Mina," he said. "Yeah, tomorrow," she whispered. He found Himiko sitting on the couch, looking quite happy with herself. "That girl can kiss," Himiko said with a Cheshire-type grin. Izuku smirked, then walked over, lifting Himiko. He threw her over his shoulder and slapped her on the butt. "Sounds like you have been quite the naughty girl," he said. Himiko went to protest, but a quick smack across her turned her protest into a sob. "I think you need to be disciplined." Himiko let out a sob of desire. "Yes, I do. I was very naughty. Please teach me a lesson, make me a good girl." The day had begun like all the others. Hime and Izuku had dropped Eri off at school and made their way to class, albeit with a slight detour by a new coffee cart that had opened up. They arrived in class and greeted friends and classmates before the day began. Today was going to be special rescue training, so after they all changed into costumes, they were on the bus riding toward the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. The conversation was lively. Himiko constantly teased Mina, which had the girl blushing. Izuku tried to remain calm as Izuku's hand traced small circles on her inner thigh, dancing delicately higher, but not too high, just enough to tease. He maintained a conversation with Shoto the entire time about a trip to the aquarium over the weekend as calmly as possible. When Shoto turned around, he leaned over and whispered in her ear about studying some more later and nipped her ear, making her cover her mouth to hide her sob. She didn't even realize she had opened her legs wider till his hand found its way over her. Her eyes went wide. She closed her legs quickly. She wanted to kiss him so badly that when the bus disembarked, she made sure they were the last to do so and claimed her kiss. "You are a very naughty man," she whispered. "You are a very woman," he replied. They made their way with the rest of the class. They got a good laugh at how excited Ochako was to meet 13. It was shaping up to be a good day. The first week was coming to an end. Their past was in the open, so their classmates were free to make their own decisions. Bakugo had been expelled, Hime and Eri were happy, and he was pleased. This new life was going well. Aside from when the press had broken one of the gates a few days ago, everything was going well. Momo and Ijiro had been voted class presidents, and Izuku's name had been mentioned. However, he had been able to talk his way out of the nomination, citing that he was still behind academically and his family, that trying to do more was too much for him. Izuku nominated Ijiro, citing his actions during the locker room brawl, in which he stepped in and did all he could to stop it from escalating. Most of the boys voted for him. He barely lost to Momo by a few votes, and one of those votes was his own. Aizawa was annoyed when he saw that All Might was missing. He pulled 13 aside to find out he was running late and would not join them that day. After a brief talk from 13 about the focus of their training today, they were all led into the USJ. They arrived at the plaza and were getting their team assignments when Ijiro noticed the portals calling it out to the teachers. Everyone froze when the man who identified himself as Shigaraki stepped out. The hair on the back of Izuku and Himiko's neck stood up. He was a killer, and they knew it before he opened his mouth. A slim man with pale skin, tinged gray. He was wearing plain red sneakers, black pants that exposed his ankles, and a matching long-sleeved neck shirt covering his arms and shoulders were what appeared to be hands. A hand was attached to his face, acting as a mask. The wildness of his eyes conveyed everything Izuku and Himiko needed to know about him. They would have been nervous if he had been alone, but he wasn't, and that made it feel like they were in the pits again. His second, who seemed responsible for the portals, was a man whose entire body was made out of a dark purple mist, save for his glowing yellow eyes. He wore an exquisite suit with a tie and had a metal brace from around his collarbone to just below his eyes. The third scared them. It was a giant, black humanoid monster with a very muscular body and many scars. His brain is exposed on the top of his head while his large eyes surround it. He has a beak-like mouth with an array of sharp teeth. It only wore beige pants and metal knee pads designed to emulate skulls. His feet and torso are left bare. The way it moved was what set off their alarm bells. It was almost like it was trying to walk like a person, a monster who wasn't human trying to mimic what a human would move like. "I am Shigaraki of the League of Villains," the slim man proclaimed. "We have come here to kill All Might, but he seems strangely absent. Instead, we shall summon the raid boss." With screams of these useless mobs before us. 13, get the students out of here. Aizawa shouted. "I will hold them back. Sensei." Izuku yelled. "I understand, Izuku. Retreat and get the class to safety, that is an order," he said as he leaped over the railing. Izuku ground his teeth, but he did as he was told. The class followed 13, only to be cut off when the mist villain appeared. 13 tried to use her quirk, but he turned it around on her, tearing open the back of her suit. Denki was trying to raise the school with the communicator built into his costume, but he told them he was being jammed. Ijiro and Mizo launched an attack only to be swallowed up by a portal. He saw Ochako rush to 13, and he went to help her as there was no way they could leave their teacher behind. He didn't see the one open under him before it was too late. He also saw Himiko falling into a portal. They reached for each other but grabbed nothing but air. Izuku. Everything was dark, and then suddenly, he was falling. He was over a destroyed cityscape. Thankfully, he was falling at an angle and not to the street below, where he would make a nice splat on the pavement. Not that landing wouldn't hurt, but at least he would live. Rolling with the impact the best he could, he tumbled across the roof before stopping against the ledge. Making sure nothing was broken, he got to his feet. If they wanted them dead, then why didn't they drop them outside over nothing, he thought. None of them could fly. Maybe Ochako could have saved some of them, Momo a few more if she could make some parachute, but other than that, they would have been dead. They must have something else in mind. Get him, he heard from the alley below. Izuku looked over the ledge and saw Koji holding his arm, being pursued by three thuggish-looking male villains. They were all dressed somewhat similarly in loose-fitting jeans, white shirts, and yellow bandanas. The one in the lead had these black spikes poking out of his body. Izuku watched as he extended his arm and fired off toward Koji, who barely rounded the corner to avoid being hurt. The second one leaped to the side of the building and ran along it. The third hand's skin began to peel away, revealing jagged bone fingers that extended into hideous-looking claws. Izuku ran to the other side. Seeing a fire escape, he descended as quickly as possible, leaping down the steps to the landing below. Koji, round the corner coming towards him, saw Wall Runner come around just shortly after him. Izuku dove from the second-floor landing, tackling him off the wall and into a pile of trash below. Koji spun around as Spike came into view. He panicked momentarily before he dove for cover to avoid another shot. Izuku quickly grabbed Wall Runner's face, fishhooking him, and yanked his head to the side. He brought his bladed gauntlet across the man's face, cutting it open. The man yelled in pain as Izuku took some of his blood and activated his quirk. Wall Runner landed a rigid rib shot to get away. Spike turned towards Izuku, ready to shoot, only to be speared away by Koji, who came barreling in like a missile. Koji began to strike at anything he could target when he was unable to avoid getting shot in the arm, forcing him to fall away in pain. Bone Claw was next. Izuku barely managed to dodge back away from the attack. Wall Runner kicked him in the back of the knee, sending him down. Izuku rolled to the side to avoid a downward swipe from Bone Claw, sweeping his legs and sending him down. As Bone Claw scrambled, Koji lifted his heavy foot across the villain's hand, snapping the claws. Izuku kicked Spike in the gut and blocked another kick from Wall Runner. Koji grabbed Bone Claw off the ground and hurled him into the wall. Izuku's bladed gauntlet cut down Spike's chest, drawing blood from the villain. He added the villain's strength to his own. Bone Claw staggered to his knees somehow, only for Koji to knee him in the head, trapping it between his knee and the wall, sending the villain down. Wall Runner tried to tackle Izuku in the back, but Izuku only staggered. Now, having the strength of Wall Runner and Spike, he turned and grabbed Wall Runner, tossing him away. Koji grabbed the unconscious Bone Claw and threw him at Spike, sending that villain down again. Izuku took the opportunity to add Bone Claw blood as he ran and punted Wall Runner in the head, sending him down. Spike kicked Koji's leg out, sending him down. He got to his feet and didn't even see Izuku come from the side and hit him with a clean shot to the jaw. Another kick to the head ended the skirmish. Izuku pulled Koji to his feet. "Damn good job," he said. "May I?" he said, pointing at the wound on Koji's shoulder. Koji just gave him a thumbs up before looking away before Izuku took some of his blood. Izuku's eyes widened at how strong Koji was. His classmate was much stronger than anyone would have given him credit. He looked big and strong, but how he carried himself carried such a gentle giant to another level. Izuku looked at the downed villains. He didn't know when they would get up. "Help me get them into a dumpster," Izuku said as they dumped them in, locked the lid in place, knocked it on its side, and pushed it up against the wall. "Toru," Koji said suddenly, grabbing Izuku's arm and pointing out of the alley. "Let's go, lead the way," Izuku said. "Mountain Zone." Kyoka jammed her jacks into her attacker's eyes as she kicked him away. She scrambled to her feet as another one tackled her back down. Clawing at her, she yelled when the villain grabbed her jacks in one hand and yanked her head back, his fist colliding with her face, cutting her scream short. She tried desperately to get to her feet, but he was too heavy. She felt his hand clawing at her waistband, and she let her jacks extend and roll onto her back. She placed her hands on his face and dug her thumbs into his eye sockets. He screamed, letting go of her jacks. She didn't stop, sending them as deep as she could into his ears, shattering his eardrums and pumping her racing heartbeat into his head. The first attacker came at her. She slipped past him, tripping him. She grabbed a fist-sized rock and slammed it into the side of his head. When he still moved, she did it again until he stopped. She stumbled off of him, hearing the sounds of fighting. Not too far. She heard Momo yell out and scream in pain at someone. Kyoka raced towards her classmate. She was whirled and barely managed to move out of a knife swipe. It tore through her shirt and left a cut on her stomach. She fell to a knee. The villain reversed their grip on the knife and went to fall upon her with a maniacal look in their eyes. Suddenly, Denki came barreling from the side, spearing them away. They rolled across the ground while Denki's quirk was not very accurate at range, but with his hands on their opponent, he couldn't miss. Kyoka had been alone when she first landed and was immediately set upon by their attackers. She was thankful that she wasn't alone as everything was washing over her. One villain set upon doing something unspeakable, while another just wanted to kill her. She found Momo worried that she was in a similar situation. Momo had a baton in one hand and a cattle prod in the other. One villain lay at her feet, and another cradled a broken arm. Kyoka came around the corner as a female villain with wispy white hair ran towards Momo. She watched as Momo swung. The villain seemed ghostly and passed through the attack unharmed, kicking Momo in the chest and sending her down. The man, cradling his arm, tried to press the advantage, but Kyoka ran and shoulder blocked him, sending him crashing down. Momo got to a knee and extended the cattle prod as Ghost passed through it, but Momo rolled to her side to avoid the attack. Kyoka spun at the sound of footsteps racing towards them to see 7 more villains round a corner. The girls began to panic as their avenue of escape was cut off. Ghost came at Momo again. Momo was on her feet, and this time, when she jabbed the cattle prod, she jumped back and held the baton out. When Ghost materialized, the baton was in front of her. A terrible scream echoed off the mountain wall. Kyoka landed a kick to the villain, who had talked ribs, as she backed towards Momo. Momo drove the cattle prod to the back of Ghost's neck, knocking the villain out and cutting off her screams. Momo handed Kyoka the cattle prod as a staff came to her hands. They both took a deep, calming breath as they prepared to fight. When suddenly, Denki came tumbling over the rocks, holding his arm as blood ran freely. He dived to the side, and a muscular villain dived after him with large curved blades all over his body. Denki was in between the group and the girls. "Denki, give them everything you got," Momo shouted. Denki blinked. He hoped Momo had a plan, but he knew she must have. She saw her chest glow as he let loose his 1.5 million indiscriminate shock. Momo pulled an insulated blanket over her and Kyoka as the screams of their attackers filled the air. Once it stopped, they threw it off. Seeing Denki stumble around and their attackers down, they dared to take a breath. The ground erupted from under Denki, and out rose a man, bare-chested, his body covered in electrical burns. A shadow fell over the girls, and they dove apart as another villain came crashing down where they were. He rose out his lower half and was a metal drill. He spun out of the gap, and the girls readied their weapons. "Surrender or your friend dies," the one holding Denki said. They saw him holding a large knife to Denki's throat. When they didn't immediately move, he pressed the blade, drawing some blood. Kyoka and Momo dropped their weapons. From around the corner came a third villain who was cut up, but he had a satisfied grin. He wore a pair of garish tight metallic silver pants and a matching vest. He seemed to be tucking himself back into his pants as he approached the corner. He was holding a bandage to his side. Momo's hand glowed from behind Kyoka's back, and she felt a small, thin stiletto knife in her hand. "Already?" Burns said. "You know that maniac doesn't hesitate," Drill said. "Yeah, well, she put on a tough front, got a good cut in," Maniac said, standing next to Burns. "Cute little ash blonde, whole vampire gimmick, but she was crying. The other two are finishing her off right now," he laughed, running his thumb across his neck. "She kept crying for some douche named Izuku. It was pretty funny. I wonder who these 2 fine pieces of meat will cry for." He licked his lips. Momo and Kyoka immediately fought back tears, thinking of what horrible fate had befallen Himiko. They pushed down the bile, thinking of what these pieces of trash had in store for them. "Drill, tie them up," Burns ordered. "Stupid children, what made you think we would let your friend live?" Suddenly, a knife was in Maniac's hand, and he spun and stabbed into the side of Burns' throat and ripped it across as he pulled the knife against Denki's throat away. Kyoka and Momo didn't question it. Kyoka leaped and drove the stiletto into Drill's shoulder blade. Momo grabbed the cattle prod and shoved it into the villain's mouth, making him scream around the device. Kyoka fell away, holding the baton and whirling to find Maniac, but she saw the skin begin to bubble, turn into a green sludge, and fall away, revealing Himiko. "Himiko!" the 2 girls yelled. They did their best not to vomit seeing the nearly decapitated villain lying on the ground dead. Himiko fell to the knee, holding her side. Momo created bandages, noticing the blood seeping through her fingers. You need to cauterize it, Himiko said. Silver nitrate, can you make silver nitrate? Momo nodded, and metal zip ties fell from Momo. Kyoka, secure the villains and let us know if someone is approaching, she said as a vial of silver powder came to her hand and an applicator stuck in the other. Himiko tucked part of her leather jacket in her mouth and bit down. When the process was done, Momo looked at Himiko. Her costume was damaged, and she was missing her coat. Do we need ties for the others? No, was all Himiko said. Shipwreck zone. Tsu yanked Mineta onto the boat. He tumbled from her grasp, holding his arm that had just been in the mouth of some villain that had tried to use its razor-sharp teeth to kill the diminutive hero in training while Izuku was resting with some octopus villain. Mineta grabbed his orbs. The villain had come for him and shoved them down the villain's throat. Another was across the villain's nose when Tsu yanked him out. Go get Izuku, Mineta said, pulling a bandage. I will survive long enough till you get back. He did his best to wrap his arm, his breathing heavy. He thought he was about to die, and he tried to calm himself as his heart was pounding and tears threatened to fall. He did manage to recall the feel of Tsu's bosom pressed against him and her arm around him, so that helped. Tsu came leaping back with Izuku, which was covered in blood and black ink, and she was holding more than one tentacle in her hand. Her costume was torn and not in a very way by Mineta's standards. Tsu came over to him and helped him bandage his arm. You okay, Karo? She said. No, those things are trying to kill us, Mineta said. We are boned and not in a good way. There are more of them than us. We will get out of this, Izuku said, steadying her breathing. Yes, we will, Tsu added, patting his shoulder. Yeah, we have to. I don't want to die a virgin, Mineta said, getting to his feet. That would be a disservice to the female gender. Izuku and Tsu shook their heads, making them laugh slightly. I have no intention of dying today, Izuku said. She peeked over the side. The villains were all hanging back, and one did fire some spikes, making her duck back. They don't know our quirks, she said. Tsu, how far could you jump with Mineta? Nearly to shore, she said, her head tilted. Mineta, do those orbs stick even in the water? The boy nodded. Okay, here is my plan. Ruin zone. Koji and Izuku ran into the street and saw a flurry of activity as a group of villains fought a bloodied Toru. One villain was on the ground holding a broken leg as Toru kicked another one and Thess ducked under a wild swing from the villain. She brought her elbow up under their chin and sent them stumbling back. Koji and Izuku didn't stop as they ran to aid their classmates. Izuku landed a right cross, which made a sickening thud, and the sound of something breaking from his increased strength. Koji tackled another into his teammate. Izuku grabbed another by the head and bounced it violently off the ground with such force that blood immediately began to pool. Again, Izuku added more strength. Toru shoved a villain towards Izuku, who dropped him with a violent uppercut that lifted the man off his feet and shattered some ribs. Koji headbutted one, breaking their nose. One of the villains attempted to stab Toru in the back. The girl dodged but stumbled over another villain and fell to the ground. The villain tried to follow up, but Izuku grabbed the villain's arm, overpowering him and driving the knife into the villain's gut. He drove his fist across the villain's face, sending him down. Izuku smiled and added more blood from the downed villains. Koji handed Toru some bandages so she could stop the bleeding and wipe herself off. You okay? Izuku said. Yes, rough landing. I ended up getting a cut on my head, Toru replied. I wish my blood were invisible. That addition. I need to thank All Might for the clothes. Some of them had terrible intentions, the dumb son of a. Incoming, Koji said, turning towards an alley as a large, bulky, highly muscular man with short, spiky, sandy blonde hair and tiny black eyes stood before them. They watched as his very muscles bulged, then burst from his skin, covering his body like armor. He looked over them and smiled sinisterly. Izuku's blood ran cold, muscular, he whispered. Izuku recognized him from the pit. He would come in occasionally and murder whoever was put into the pit with him. Izuku had watched this monster even kill a child in the hall for looking at him. That was not the only horror this thing had done. When someone was sent to him, they never returned, male or female. Toru, Koji, Izuku said, slowly stepping before them. When this starts, you need to run, and don't look back. If you see Himiko, tell her that Muscular is here. Izuku, Toru said in protest. Please, Toru, you don't know how dangerous this thing is. He is not a man, he is a monster, Izuku said. I know him from the pit. I know you, Muscular said, bouncing in place. Where is that blonde? Ringmaster wouldn't let me have her. Gone, Izuku said, taking a deep breath. Now, he yelled as he rushed in to attack Muscular. Toru hesitated, but Koji grabbed her and ran off. It wasn't out of fear, but he understood what Izuku was saying. His classmate was trying to buy them and the rest some time. Izuku rushed at Muscular. His heart was pounding in his ears, and he just needed to ensure his classmates got away. They needed to be ready to deal with someone of his caliber. Izuku was not prepared either, but he understood what he was against, whereas the others did not. It wasn't that Muscular would kill you, it was what would happen to you before and after he did so. This situation kept devolving into a worst-case scenario, but he had to get his class to safety. That was the order. Izuku looked at the massive scar on the villain's face, the apparent synthetic eye, and the head would be a weak spot. It seemed that he needed to go for the head when he got the chance. Izuku quickly grabbed some blood from the fallen villains. He had a good idea of the ones he had already consumed but couldn't afford to stop and take his time with what he collected. He felt his strength surge even more, but not as much as he hoped, but it would have to do. If he could make a Muscular bleed, then he might not only survive but also win. He would have his revenge. Shipwreck. Itsuka lay panting on the shore, catching her breath. Her finger was broken, but it had worked. Sue and Mineta were beside her. She rolled to her stomach as they slowly exited the tall grass. They could hear the sounds of battle coming from the plaza and the main door. You're slowing down, Eraserhead, Shigaraki chuckled. You should have run with your students. You may have had a better chance of living. I know I will make you deal. Tell where. What are their names? They watched as the villain pulled out a piece of paper. Tell me where the Midoriyas are, and I will let you pick 10 students to live. Sorry, can't help you, Eraserhead replied. Why are they after them? Are they after them or Eri? Itsuka's mind screamed. This psycho was going to kill everyone here. The mist villain appeared next to Shigaraki. Its neck brace looked to be a melted mess, its clothes were full of acid burns, and it was cradling one of its arms like it had been broken. One of the students has escaped, sir, it said. Damn it, Hirojiri, if you weren't my ticket out of here, I would dust you myself, Shigaraki growled. Nevertheless, let it not be said that I am not a generous god. Noma, break him, he waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, the hulking beast that had not seemed to have moved since it emerged from the portal blurred and hit Aizawa with a thunderous punch, sending him flying back and spiderwebbing against the wall. They saw blood fly from their teacher's mouth. The Noma was on the move again. Mr. Aizawa barely managed to move his head to the side to avoid turning it into a paste. We have to do something, Itsuka said as she bolted from cover, her body wrapped in lightning. She leaped at the back of the beast. Detroit smash! She roared, her enlarged fist collided with full force. Itsuka saw the best body ripple from the impact, but that was it. She pushed off the thing's back, avoiding a backhand strike. Stupid mobs, Shigaraki was about to intercept her when suddenly his leg was yanked out from underneath him as by Tsu as she and Mineta went flying over the top to Aizawa. Eat mice US! Mineta yelled. The Noma grabbed Aizawa by the head and hurled him into Tsu and Mineta, knocking them out of the air. It blurred, ready to try and turn them into a paste. Mineta screamed, eyes closed. He just started hurling his quirk, his hands nearly blurring at how fast his hands were moving. Tsu grabbed Aizawa in her arms, Mineta around the waist with her tongue, and tried to jump as far as she could. The Noma was closing fast when suddenly it tripped and fell on Mineta. Tsu jumped away, getting to the front door. Achiko, her arm in an improvised sling made of Mina's jacket, came running over, along with Mina, who had a black eye and a broken horn. Achiko negated the gravity of their teacher as they attempted to move him to safety. Tsu and Mineta looked around the area, and several villains were lying battered, with some looking broken even. Tsu noticed Mina's and Achiko's clothing torn. Mineta did as well, but he seemed angry. He stumbled forward, pulling the orbs from his head. He winced repeatedly but used them to bind the villains to the floor. He looked at a villain who reminded him of a rock golem from video games. He was broken and battered, as if someone had used him as a bat. Izuku was still in the plaza watching in horror as the Nomu tore its feet from its body to free itself from Mineta's quirk, then conformed to the movie monster theme. She watched as they regrew. "This thing has multiple quirks?" she said. She knew she couldn't focus on that right now. The thing had some shock absorption, as her punch had done nothing. While it was still regenerating, she grabbed the thing and leaped high into the air, twisting and hurling the creature towards the lake. As she was coming down, she saw a portal open underneath her. She immediately pushed one for all higher and fired an air blast that forced her to the side of the portal but sent her crashing to the ground. "Get the damn Nomu back here," Shigaraki commanded. A portal opened and poured water, soaking the field, but the Nomu also arrived. "Well," Izuku muttered, getting to her feet. "Landslide zone." Momo took hold of Denki to guide him as they got moving. Kyoko was listening for any more people in their area, with Himiko moving at the point and knives at the ready. They didn't bother to ask Himiko about what had happened. Before they set out, Himiko told the girls, "Look, you both know these villains have bad intentions and killing us is not the only thing on their minds. Your normal try-to-survive villains don't take this kind of mission," Himiko said. "We have to take them down hard. They won't spare any of us, and I don't want you two to know what they will do you." Momo and Kyoka nodded. Some attackers had already clawed at their costumes. Momo cursed that her body was so mature and that the demands of her quirk had left so much of her body exposed. Never had she been more thankful for the rejection of her first hero costume. She would have to see if the fabric used to make Himiko's suit could be used for hers. She pushed down the feelings of them clawing at her and focused on the task. She knew what they wanted, and that was why she had made the stiletto. Momo was sheltered, but when she had committed to enter heroics, her mother and the head maid sat her down to lay out the realities of what may happen to her and what she needed to do to defend herself. No one would force themselves upon her body. That was her choice to whom to surrender that to. And none of these bastards were worthy. Kyoka just nodded as she secured the stiletto in her boot. "We got movement up ahead," Kyoka whispered. Himiko crouched low. Momo moved Denki against a wall as she readied to attack. "We have to keep moving," they heard a voice that sounded like Sato's. "Indeed, I am sorry that you had to see me succumbing to the darkness like that," Fumi said. "Yeah, sorry about that," Dark Shadow added. "It could have been much worse. Thankfully, I could use my fire enough to allow you to regain control," Shoto said. "But we have to find Izuku and Himiko." "Shoto, Fumi," Himiko called out. "Himiko?" Shoto responded, looking momentarily relieved when she stepped out, but when he noticed the wound and the damage to Momo and Kyoka's costumes, his blood ran cold. He suddenly had little sympathy for the groups of villains he had trapped in ice. "Are all of you okay?" "We will live," Momo responded. The groups shared what information they had. Fumi had been dropped alone in a storm zone when the villains approached him. He unleashed Dark Shadow, but the fury of the battle and the lack of light to help keep his brother in control had caused Dark Shadow to rage. They saw Fumi with several bandages on his arms, and his eyes were swollen. Shoto and Sato had come together in a mudslide area. Shoto encased the villains in ice and discovered they were there to kill All Might and any of them. He also heard that the leader was looking for Himiko and Izuku. The villains didn't have names but were not to kill the girl with ash blonde hair or the boy with curly green hair. "Why are they looking for you?" Kyoka wondered aloud. "I don't know," Himiko said. "I don't know where Izuku is, but he is probably making his way to the doors. We need to get out of here." "Let's get moving," Sato said as the group left. Izuku. Muscular's quirk was as disgusting as the man himself. When he activated it, layers of muscle would rip out of his body, covering him. It was like looking at a grotesque bodybuilder minus their skin. Now one would hope that this would make him slow, but he still was swift for his size into the realm of bull. Izuku was fast. When he absorbed strength from others he got faster, so he had the edge on speed, and with all the strength he had gathered before this fight had even begun, he was in nearly the best possible position he could wish for, minus having All Might's strength. That had been a rush and a half when he used it to kill Overhaul. Izuku rushed Muscular. He slipped to the side as the massive straight right came down at him. He ran his gauntlet across Muscular's arm, leaving a large gash as the collection units went to work running the blood up the tubes. He immediately ingested it and felt an incredible surge of strength and speed. "Holy," Izuku thought. He felt a high from the sudden increase. Izuku didn't know if there was a limit to how much he could increase his strength, but he knew there was a limit to how much his body could withstand. He was going to have to store some back in order not to break himself, and use it when the opportunity arrived. He turned and ducked under a left hook, stepped in, and landed a shot at Muscular's stomach, but it seemed to have no effect as all the muscles there were acting like a type of body armor. He got his arm up to protect himself from the clubbing right that Muscular threw, but the force and strength knocked Izuku off balance. Using his guard, he absorbed the straight right that followed, which sent him skidding back, his arms aching. He saw another layer of muscle spring out as Muscular burst forward again. A wild haymaker from Muscular came forth. Izuku ducked in and fired a short uppercut just to cut into the muscles and gain more blood. Using his speed, he slipped to the side, landed a hard shot to Muscular's ribs, spun around to the villain's back, and kicked out the back of his knee. The villain dropped while his upper body was incredibly vast and grotesque. His legs were not. It was a weak point that Izuku could attack. Izuku leaped into the air and landed a vicious Superman punch to the back of Muscular's head. Izuku paused when he saw an eye rolling across the floor, but Muscular did not. He grabbed Izuku suddenly and threw him away into the side of a building. It spiderwebbed from the impact. Izuku fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Not bad. You are stronger than I gave you credit for, Muscular laughed. Guess I won't hold back anymore. Izuku watched as more layers of muscle sprang forth, covering the villain's legs. He baited me in, Izuku thought. Battle of for the USJ. When the Nomu appeared, more portals opened, and more villains began to be deposited. When one opened, a villain came flying out with Ijiro on top of them. Yuga came through after them. He spun in midair and fired his naval laser. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the portal, and on the other side of the USJ, screams could be heard before the portal snapped shut. Black smoke billowed up, and out of the building. Ijiro stumbled off the bloody villain, getting to his feet. His hardened form had deep cracks running across it. Yuga's blonde hair was stained red, blood ran down his face, and his costume was cut, torn, and burned in some spots. He took a position on Ijiro's left, looking at the mob of villains standing between them and the doors. Ijiro looked at Yuga, then to the villains, and smirked. Who is ing next? Brave MOB, Shigaraki shrugged. Kill everyone. Itsuka didn't hesitate. She burst forth from her spot, the ground breaking underneath her, her hands enlarged, and she bulldozed through the villain straight toward the Nomu. At the last second, her hand dipped into the ground, and she heaved with all her might, throwing the Nomu high into the air. Hirojiri turned to open a portal to bring the Nomu back when suddenly Tsu's tongue lashed out around his neck, yanked him back, and hurled him through the air. The villains, still standing, turned to converge on Itsuka, Ijiro, and Yuga. They didn't even see the squad with Shoto and Himiko come onto the scene. Shoto stomped his foot, sending a sheet of ice under a group before it shot up and launched them into the air. Ochiko ran, negated her gravity as she jumped off the rail, rocketing towards the Nomu on an intercept course. Dark shadow came tearing out, rising into the sky behind her. It seemed to attach itself to her, adding velocity and stability. Himiko wadded directly into the villains flanked by Momo and Sato. Sato grabbed the villains and hurled them into their comrades. Momo did as she could to drop the villains on the other side or dive them back as they fought toward their comrades. Himiko was cold, her blades in her hands, and she didn't hesitate to cut any limb or villain that stood before her. She did her best not to hit anything vital, but the chaos of the battle didn't leave her in a spot to stop and aim. Her reflexes still had their killer instinct. Ochiko and Dark Shadow rocketed towards their target. She would have missed if not for Dark Shadow grabbing the Nomu by the leg and pulling them in. The sentient Quirk landed a hard punch to the villain, but it had no effect. The Nomu surprisingly was able to counter, sending them tumbling away, but Ochiko had managed to tag the monster, negating its gravity just as she had released them. As they fell, she held in her puke. She can't save them without freeing the monster, Shoto yelled. He took a deep breath as his fire flared, chasing the frost from his body. He quickly built his ice and, sweepingly, sent a cliff of ice up to catch Ochiko and Dark Shadow. They hit the ice slide and began to accelerate toward the group. Dark Shadow grunted as he dug his claws into the ice to slow them down. Hirojiri was tumbling through the air. He barely saw Mizo leap up. Mizo clasped all his multiple arms together and delivered a massive double axe handle smash to the villain's ribs, sending him crashing down to the ground. Hirojiri felt his ribs shatter, and he crashed and bounced off the ground. He opened a portal to pull himself back to Shigaraki, only for a rocky-headed student to grab his legs as he was halfway through and yank him back. Shigaraki just shook his head, wondering where the hell Muscular was. If he needed something done, he ran towards the students, ready to show them what a natural raid leader could do. Izuku vs. Muscular. Muscular was before him instantly. Izuku couldn't dodge the body blow that lifted him off his feet. Muscular grabbed him by his face, pivoted, and threw Izuku into a building as if he were a baseball. Izuku felt bones break as blood filled his lungs. He managed to see Muscular's charge, and with desperation, he dived to the side. Izuku desperately called upon his strength reserves, pushing his quirk. The crimson band sprung to life again, wrapping up his arms and across his chest, reinforcing his body. Muscular grinned. More muscles coated the villain, and he charged. Izuku ducked under the swing but caught a knee to his chest. Muscular grabbed him around the waist to toss him away like a rag doll, but Izuku managed to rip his gauntlets across the villain's arms, drawing more blood before he was thrown away. He did his best to roll with the impact, but it still sent him tumbling and crashing into a car. The effect was so significant that he left a massive dent in the vehicle. Blood wanted to erupt from his mouth, but he choked it down. He felt the surge of strength flood his body. Muscular had gotten so much stronger since he last ingested that it made Izuku shudder. If this monster got to the class, how many would he kill before anyone could stop him? Muscular, not one to admire his work mid-fight, rushed to end this little farce. Izuku pushed himself free and rolled to the side as the car was knocked into the building behind it. Muscular turned and was greeted by a leaping punch that snapped his head to the side. He didn't even see the spin kick snap his head back. Izuku landed and went low, bent at the waist. He threw the last of his reserved strength into a vicious haymaker to ribs, and as he followed through, his gauntlets did their job, replenishing his reserve and filling him with strength again. Muscular was on the ground, pushing himself up. Izuku busted forward, breaking the concrete beneath him, and the running punt kick landed true. Izuku saw Muscular's jaw snap to the side and his orbital socket collapse where the grotesque synthetic eye had gone flying out. Izuku turned, pivoted, and launched another kick toward the villain's head, but Muscular caught Izuku's leg and hurled him away, bouncing across the hard pavement. "You fucking bastard, I quill wow and war gwa dom school," Muscular spat out. Izuku pushed himself up. "Sorry, I can't understand you," he smirked, blood seeping from various cuts and running down his face. Hirojiri. Hirojiri kicked Cody back, freeing himself. A small portal opened under one of the boy's legs. As his leg sank in right below the knee, the portal snapped shut, severing the leg. Cody screamed. Mizo blanched but threw a hard right, his multiple arms tangled together, Hirojiri on one knee, his yellow eyes narrowed as another portal absorbed the attack and snapped closed. He didn't hesitate as he got to his feet and kicked Mizo away. He turned, looking at the sky, and suddenly, the Nomu was back on the ground. He snatched the screaming Koda off the ground, opened another portal, and threw the boy through it, sending him crashing into stunned Ochako and Shoto. Hirojiri dropped through the portal with a double leg stomp, crashing into Shoto's back. He turned and stomped down Ochiko's broken arm, making her scream. Shoto tried to reach his feet, only to fall through a portal into a group of villains. A portal opened on the battlefield as Muscular and Izuku came falling through. Muscular and Izuku were immediately on their feet, but Muscular landed his punch first on Izuku's chest. The crimson bands of Izuku's quirk fractured as he went flying back, and blood poured from his mouth. Dark shadow came tearing at him, only to be swallowed by a portal that snapped shut. Fumi stumbled and fell back. Mina threw an acid strike only to see it fly through a portal and come crashing into Fumi's back. "Release your quirk." He growled at Ochako. She spat at him in defiance. He reached down and punched her straight in the face, again and again, leaving a battered and bloody mess. Mina barreled into him, knocking him off. He rolled, grabbing the alien girl by the head. Mina coated her hands in acid and began to punch at anything she could hit. Hirojiri rolled to hip toss Mina into an opening portal when suddenly a pair of headphone jacks flew out and stabbed into his eyes. He screamed, releasing Mina. He grabbed the jacks, but when it was too late, they began to vibrate, and his eyes exploded in his head. Denki stumbled, jumped on the screaming villain, and released his electricity. He kept shocking him until he stopped screaming. Denki stumbled to his feet from the smoking villain. He didn't pause as he raced to Cody, attempting to tourniquet his leg. Hyoka rushed to Mizo, trying the same. The baton that had fallen from its grasp floated into the air. The villain that came jumping from being cloaked never saw the weapon swing for its head. It crashed to the ground. A few other villains froze in their tracks, but Toru was not about to let them anywhere near her friends. The baton flew out of her hand, breaking a villain's nose. She rushed the second one. It couldn't even react to her invisible attacks. She landed a brutal 6-strike combination, and the elbow across the jaw dropped the villain in a heap. The other shook off the broken nose, looking around for his attacker. Toru, engaged, she charged and speared the villain out of their shoes and drove her elbow into their head till they stopped moving. She pushed up and off the villain, looking for any other fools daring to attack her class. Achiko's head wobbled as she passed out. The Nomu's feet were on the ground. Battle. Momo spun under a claw strike, only to be tackled to the ground by another villain. She felt dozens of pinpricks from the impact. She screamed as the pinpricks enlarged, driving the spikes nearly through her body. She pulled the stiletto blade and jammed it unquestioningly at her attacker. She felt it strike and sink deep, and when she kicked the villain away, she saw them stumble, holding their neck as blood flowed like a river from the wound. Momo tried to push herself up, but she slipped and fell, and blood was pouring from her wounds as well. She didn't see the claw strike come down and dive deep into her thigh. She screamed. Himiko heard the scream. She leaped, landing on the claw villain's back, drove her knives into the neck, and ripped out the villain's head. Spun through the air. She kicked off and was in midair when a massive muzzle clamped around her midsection, dragging her back to the ground. The villain was a mutated hyena type but was huge, moving more animal than human. It shook its head from side to side, tearing open the wound more. Himiko screamed but drove her blade into the creature's ear, making it scream and release her. Sato fired off a hard right, but the villain's hand suddenly turned into a metal shield blocking the hit. Sato felt his hand break. Another villain dived and tackled him behind the knee, sending him down as the metal bucker clanged off his head. The villain that tackled him drew a knife and plunged it into his back. Mina didn't see the cobra villain coming behind her till it was too late. She grabbed the villain's head as the fangs plunged in deep, secreting acid. She heard the thing scream and release. She stumbled forward, her arm began to burn, and the sensation quickly started to flood her body. She collapsed to her knees. The villain hissed and came down to strike again. Mineta ran, pushed off Mina's back, and dove straight toward the villain's mouth with a stunning display of talent. Mineta jammed 2 of his onto the villain's fangs. The cobra villain fell back. Mineta jammed a fuse onto its head and slammed it to the ground. Toru was tangled in combat with another snake villain. This one seemed to be able to track her, as it had a more snake-like body than a human. Toru had wedged its mouth open with the baton when it dared to swallow her. She grabbed a jagged piece of metal and charged at the thing. As it had just dislodged the baton at the last second, she rolled to the side, and just held the improvised blade up and let the thing tear itself open, showering her in blood. Shoto landed in a pack of villains that turned and descended upon him with a brutal fury. Shoto covered up and called upon his ice, creating a spiked sphere that exploded from him, impaling the villains. He stumbled to his feet as he saw Izuku fly out of a portal with some large muscle-covered villain and get launched away. Itsuka ducked under a clumsy attack, grabbed the villain, and hurled him into his companions. A sudden screaming in her head made her duck, and she saw Shigaraki's hand fly just an inch over her head. She spun and swept his leg, and they both kipped up to their feet. He went for a palm strike that she batted away, and with lightning surging suddenly through her body, she stepped forward and landed a straight punch to his sternum. Her fist enlarged at the last second and sent him flying back. The hands covered his body, flying everywhere. Itsuka leaped into the air, her fist reared back, ready to end this. The Noma had other plans. It appeared out of nowhere. Its fist came crashing into her side, breaking her ribs, redirecting her into the wall that shattered behind her. She tumbled across the ground. But the Noma was not done. It followed, snatched her by her head, and dragged her face across the pavement before it spun and threw her through the fountain. Psu came crashing into the shield villain's back with a thunderous leg stomp. She grabbed and threw him into his compatriot as she helped Sato. He pushed past her and punched another villain rushing at her back, sending them through the air. She spun off his shoulder and kicked another, turning their lights out. As she landed, she didn't stop. She sprung forward, speaking another villain in the gut that was going after Momo. She struck him, and he was knocked out when they hit the ground. Sato stumbled as two feral cat villains dived into him. He grabbed them by their heads and ripped them off, but their claws had already bit deep. The Noma charged towards the down Itsuka, her body screaming at her to get up. She tried but stumbled. The massive fist of the monster was racing towards her. Suddenly, Ijiro was in front of her. He crossed his arms, and the enormous blow struck. He didn't fall, but he did slide back, his arms cracked, blood falling. The Noma was about to roar at them when a laser beam ripped over them and into the thing's mouth. It nearly took the thing's head off. Itsuka got to her feet, and she barely had time to push Ijiro to the side as the thing had regenerated and was trying to smash them both. Yuka stumbled and shouted, "Viva la France!" A massive laser beam erupted, his belt shattered, and a gigantic gap was burned through the Nomu. Yuka didn't see the bat coming that collided with his skull. Dark Shadow grabbed the villain that had attacked Yuga, threw it violently back over its head, and snatched Yuga, pulling the boy back to safety. Itsuka got to her feet again, and her body screamed to move. She turned and saw Shigaraki's crimson eyes. His hand grabbed her face but nothing happened. From the railing holding himself up was Mr. Aizawa, his hair floating, his quirk active. Eraser Shigaraki didn't get a chance to finish as Itsuka grabbed his arm and broke it, spun, and elbowed him in the back of the head. She kicked the back of his knees and landed a massive fist on his back and another on the back of his head, bouncing it off the floor. Ijiro didn't see the Noma grab him and throw him into Itsuka. The horror movie monster has not been done yet. Himiko got to her feet. She saw Izuku duck under another punch from Muscular. Her eyes widened when she recognized him. She saw her husband land two massive body shots. Muscular retaliated with a knee, driving him down. Ignoring her wounds, she tried to stumble forward but fell. She saw a deadly overhand punch coming towards Izuku's head, and she screamed, reaching out for him. Then, an ice pillar appeared out of nowhere, launching Muscular away, his attack missing. Izuku stumbled to his feet as Muscular landed and was ready to come in again. "Shoto, can you hold him just for a moment?" he said as Shoto came to his side. "I will not fail you, brother," Shoto said. Muscular charged, the Noma raced towards Itsuka and Ijiro. Itsuka reached deep with everything she had. The green lightning uploaded, and she threw the most potent punch she could as the Noma did the same. The collision knocked those in the vicinity off their feet. Itsuka just let go and began trading blows with the monster, their punches blurring. But blood was flying from Itsuka as cuts opened up. The Noma was unaffected. She faltered, but the Noma did not. It landed a series of blows in a row. The final strike sent her flying back, and she tried to rise. Ijiro launched himself at the Noma only to be batted away like a fly. Muscular smirked. "You are dead," he said through his broken jaw. "Sorry, what?" Izuku said, spitting out some blood. Muscular face twisted into contempt and rage as he charged, and suddenly, his body was encased in ice, halting his charge. Izuku pushed off the ground. Muscular watched as Izuku leaped into the air. All the blood bands around his body broke free. They wrapped around his arm as Izuku's fist reared back. The doors to the USJ burst open, and the Nomu's fist was about to come crashing down on Itsuka, killing her. Then suddenly All Might was there. "You have done well, young Kendo. I will take it from here," All Might said after catching the punch. He then saw the other fist. You are a strong one. All Might, be careful, it has some sort of shock absorption," Itsuka said. "Good, then I won't have to hold back," All Might grinned as he pushed the Noma back. "You shall meet your end today, foul beast." The two titans collided. Itsuka tried to follow the attacks, but they were going even faster. Her body was battered and bruised. Shigaraki came out of nowhere, looking to attack All Might from behind. Itsuka grabbed his leg and yanked him back. He spun, kicked free, and dove at her. She caught his hand and threw him away. All Might never looked back, trusting in her. His punches began to fly faster. "You will never defeat my Nomu, All Might. Today is the day you die," Shigaraki yelled. "No, you deluded fool, Today is the day you understand what go beyond means. All Might roared. They saw the Nomu's body begin to rise off the ground from the fury and force of All Might's blows. Plus Ultra. All Might roared as the Nomu flew up and out of the USJ. Now, you wretch, All Might said, turning. Izuku could see him smoking. His time was about to run out. Care to try where you beast failed? Shigaraki, frothing at the mouth, ran at All Might blindly. Izuku, enraged, jumped and landed a spinning kick that sent Shigaraki back, crashing into a wall. The rest of the heroes came bursting in. Tenya froze as he saw Izuku midair, a villain frozen in ice. Muscular thrashed, roaring in defiance. The disgusting muscle tore from his face, surrounding his head in an appalling barrier. Blood explosion. Izuku yelled as all the blood bands around his body surged to his arm. It halted at the sinew and muscle helmet, but Tenya saw it push through. Muscular watched as the blood-wrapped fist came breaking through. His eyes went wide. Past the first he saw Izuku's eyes boring into him. That was the last thing that Muscular ever saw. No! Shigaraki yelled without warning. A black sludge erupted from his mouth, enveloping the villain completely. The same thing happened to Kurogiri, and they were gone. Izuku landed and stumbled, holding his broken arm. He was about to fall, but Shoto was there to catch him. The teachers are here, Shoto said. We are safe now. That is good, Izuku said, his head drooping. He looked around the battlefield. He saw villains surrendering as third years began to flood the field as well. He saw his wife, who stumbled to him, wrapping her arms around him. Shoto guided them to the floor, calling for medical attention. You killed him, she whispered, tears running down her cheeks. I told you that I would if I ever got the chance, Izuku whispered. He will never touch you or anyone else again. They both fell unconscious in each other's arms. Thanks for listening.